Mitch, you can still hear me, right?
Good morning, LA. It is an incredible Friday. And yes, we have made it to Friday here in sunny Southern California. And yes, you are listening to D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And of course, Cody Decker and the one and only Derek Fisher. D. Fish over there in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. Which pool are you hitting? Which tables have you hit already? How much are you up? How much are you down? Talk to me.
0, 0, 0, and 0. No pools. No.
Boo! Effing boo! Come on, bro. Like you gotta at least put something down on black, man.
No, I mean, well, that's every day I walk out the door right there. I'm got something down on that.
He's always betting on black. Well, good morning, my guy. And we got a lot to cover today, man. I mean, I had a night last night. I was out on a weeknight, on a school night, all the way till 9 p.m. But don't worry, I was asleep in my bed by 9:08 p.m. So I was very, very proud of that production. And I'm looking forward to telling you about my night watching Team USA blow it. Oh, my God. I can't wait to talk. Now, I don't care what you say, Raj. I don't care if it's a glorified friendly. They blew it. You know why they blew it? Because guess who has them in the all-new 97.1 The Fan poll and our bracket? And guess who, within 10 seconds of the night, lost a point that was in my pocket as I already called my Uber home, that was snatched from me, robbed from me, taken horrifically from me. We will.
Good point. I
discuss that.
apologize.
Thank
Good
you.
point.
Thank you. Some of us have more important things to worry about than country pride in the World Cup. D-Fish, how was your trip out to Vegas? Tell us about your day, man. Like, and tell me, do you have no issue with like walking by the tables without sitting down and not putting a little bit on like the pass button?
Yeah, no issues with that, man, at all.
Yeah.
The trip was good. Got over here safely. It's a business trip, for the team, the high school team. So, we're just locked in. I'll have some dinner and fun a little later in the weekend, but we have some business to take care of today. Game later this afternoon, but the trip was safe. Everything is all good, man. I'm excited to still tap in this morning and do our thing, man. Talk some sports, and I'm still hurt too because I have Germany in my as my list of teams, and Germany gave up that game to Ecuador. And I was in tears over that because I needed those points badly.
Did. It seemed like a theme yesterday. And yes, we will be talking about a lot about the Team USA. So why don't you tell me about your feelings about your team, Germany, who decided in New Jersey yesterday to give a game away to Ecuador. Yeah, they're moving on. You should feel good about your future. But how do you feel about that yesterday? Probably similar to how I feel about Team USA, considering the fact that you probably had a point just sitting in your back pocket. By the way, Raj, what do we get for winning our actual brackets within the entire the channel?
That's simple. That's a good question. And what I want to hear Fish in German say how disappointed he was in German. But basically, you get to move on, and when you move on, you get more points. If your teams don't win your bracket, you're done.
No, you're not hearing me. What do we win when we win this thing?
The whole thing?
Yes.
I have something for you guys.
What does Alex have to pay me? What does Brock have to pay me? What does DMAC and Reiter have to pay me when I win this?
Yeah, well, there'll be a nice little something you can do from it. I have something coming. Don't worry. It's soccer related, cup related. I have something. Don't worry.
Fish, sounds like a World Cup coffee mug.
Bro, we've been sold a serious bill.
Ungrateful bastards.
Did you sell us magic beans? Is this really what we're doing? You made me care this much about this for nothing? I'm not going to be happy if I find out it's not like a lovely bonus.
Speaking of caring, I mean, Fish and Deck, people everywhere really cared about it. It was fun to see the passion. Of course, up was Andrew went to the game with his
I
fam.
saw that. I saw that.
People really cared and were pumped up about this one.
Listen, I cared too. I really did. I went out to the bar last night. I went to my spot, O'Brien's on Wilshire Boulevard. I had a table. I had a group of 6 people with me, Fish. It was a good time. The place was electric. And by the way, in the first 2 minutes of the match, because, of course, the U.S. scored right out the gate, dude, the place erupted. And I mean absolutely erupted, which was immediately quelched and stomped out about 10 minutes later due to a follow-up goal. But let's not focus on that follow-up goal. Let's just focus on extra time. Because, listen, as much as I want to sit here and make an excuse saying, oh, well, Team USA didn't play their guys. We played our B squad. We let everybody sit. That is true. That is factual. We did not start our A team. A team came in with 10 minutes left, though. Christian Pulisic was out there for a whole 20 minutes of this matchup.
He doesn't play defense. Your whole back four was out.
I'm tired of this defense conversation. Fish, can't we just talk about this with the Lakers?
About defense?
Yeah, enough of this defense. We score goals.
Yeah, that's true. But you can't, you're not going to score goals or defend as well if you don't have all your main guys and your normal rotation going. So, considering all of those things, it actually was I think it would be a net positive. It just feels like a negative in the moment because of the final score. But the most important thing was getting Pulisic back on the pitch, healthy, and he looked that way. And he made a difference while he was out there. That was the most important thing to get out of yesterday's game for USA was a healthy Pulisic. They're moving on. And that should be the focus, but of course we have a job to do. We got to say a bunch of crazy stuff about how terrible it was.
Doom and gloom.
And be frustrated about it.
Everything's wrong. Team USA's in shambles. But let's go ahead and hear that final goal of the match with roughly, and I'm not kidding, 20 seconds left in extra time.
Turkish fans are listening. The USA's big star gets nutmegs. Goaler still trying to get in. Chance for a cross. Comes back to the top of the box. Now it's clipped in at the backside. Matt Turner, it's stamped home. Turkey score the winning goal in the 98th minute. They might be going home tomorrow, but they're going wild now.
That, of course, was from yesterday on Fox, and that was the hottest play of the game, brought to you by Next Gen, the next generation of home comfort. And yeah, dude, Fish, it was wild. I don't know if you were watching it live, but watching it in that bar, it was a play where obviously we saw good old Matthew get away from the goal, try to stomp it out, thinking full well he had 4 defenders behind him. And by the way, Raj, he did have 4 defenders behind him. It was a sea of navy blue jerseys and 1 white kit that got into that goal, and it was pretty electric, pretty fun to watch, and it was a fun match to watch the entire way through. And you're not wrong, Fish. The having Pulisic out there, seeing him kind of go at full speed. He did announce before the game that he said, and I quote, 100%. He said 100% is what he was feeling, which does not leave a whole lot of wiggle room. He looked good, was unable to get into the net, but definitely took his shots. And I like where this team is, and I'm looking very forward to it because we've got Charlie Davies joining us in this next segment where we can talk all things Team USA. But, Fish, what was your takeaway from the match? Do you think this was more of a just get right situation, or is there an aspect of you, because there's an aspect in me, and I'll freely admit this, Team USA won 2 matches at the World Cup. I wanted them to get this one for nothing else than this, to make a statement, to kind of put our stamp on this, saying, dude, we are not only hosting this thing, but we're making a statement that we're winning 3 straight games at the World Cup, something that shortest odds to win the entire tournament Spain couldn't do, and we kind of blew that opportunity. Do you have any feeling on that, or do you think that, let's just get right for those knockout round against Bosnia?
Well, two things come to mind for me, Dick. One, similar to like an NBA season, right? Once a team qualifies for the NBA playoffs, there's a point where, if they're within 82 games, and let's say this is game number 80 or 81, and their playoff seed is already locked in, they know where they're going to be, most likely they're going to rest some of their top players as well in some form or fashion. And so imagine if, San Antonio Spurs or the New York Knicks, like Jalen Brunson only played about 12 minutes in the game. The Knicks probably would get a different result because their best player only played about 12 minutes in the game. And the second point, even though we obviously see soccer growing, we're all excited about hosting the World Cup in 2026, and there's so much positive emotion and fandom around everything, we still have to recognize we lack a certain amount of depth within our team. Like it's getting better, right? We have some great names at the top of the roster. We feel the momentum of the U.S. men's national team, but that depth that we lack is what will show up at some point. It showed a little bit last night, but I personally am still positive about the team and their ability to still win advance as they move forward.
It's funny you say that. You mentioned the depth, and the depth is actually gives me a slightly different read than you, Fish. And it's simply that, we didn't win that matchup yesterday with our quote-unquote B squad. We didn't play most of our guys. I got all that, but there was a part of it that actually made me really encouraged. And I'm interested in, even because Raj is more of the soccer expert than all of us combined, but the fact that we were able to go and throw out our B squad in this matchup actually gives me a little bit more good feeling about our depth. Yeah, we didn't get the win against Turkey, but we were in a unique position that we didn't have to, so it made me feel, quite frankly, really good about the future and our depth at every position. What are your thoughts, Raj?
Yeah, no, listen, I agree with you guys. Like winning, even though it was a glorified friendly,
yes,
because it didn't mean anything, but still meant something to the people watching. Everywhere I went, people were excited. I was like, gosh, dang, Sarah and I are watching, like, this is wild, but it was cool. We had it on. Great game, amazing game to watch,
fun.
Even from a casual. You know what I mean? Like me, I had no dog in the fight. But yeah, the depth, that is nice, but some of those depths, they made some costly mistakes. They kept getting nutmegged over and over. You know what nutmeg means?
Please explain to the world what nutmegged means.
First of all, I want to know if Fisher knows what nutmegged is.
I do know what
Draymond
that
Green.
is. Yes,
it's what Draymond Green does.
Well, you guys even do it in basketball. It's bouncing
Yes.
it dribbling between someone's legs, in between their legs. They got 2 feet.
Yes.
You get in the basketball stance, going between their legs with the ball is nutmeg. You can do it in basketball. You could do it there. USA got nutmegged a lot last night, including on that last goal. That last goal they did.
Yeah.
Blisick, I believe, got nutmegged. You heard it in line. But when you talk about depth, I'm sorry. And I don't want to bring water and pray, but it still is Turkey, a team that had no points going into this game, a team that was bottom of the table. It's going to get more difficult now. Bosnia, which we'll get into later of the show, and especially with Charlie Davey. Charlie Davey's coming up in about 10 minutes about what's coming forward. They should beat them, but then the big boys come in the round of 16 if they make it that far. And that's where they've got better depth than you guys, and that's just a fact. You know what I mean? So the depth looks good against these teams, and I'm not trying to be that guy poo-pooing, ranting on a parade.
But you are.
Okay, but when you start getting the top 10 teams in the country, they've got their second team will probably start almost all of your first. And that's just the way it is right now, and that's okay. But they did great, and I thought for the confidence and for maybe to give a team some invincibility, and you guys can tell me as former athletes, even though this didn't mean anything for USA, what would it have meant had they gone 3-0, which would have been the first time ever in U.S. World Cup history?
Yeah. D-Fish, what would you think they would have done for the team? Do you think it would have not done anything? Because there's a part of me that thinks maybe Team USA, despite the good vibes that they currently have and the good feelings they have and the stars that they do have on their team, they still do know where they are in the pantheon of world soccer.
Yeah, it's a good question. I feel like confidence is also something that does get a vote in these high-level events, right? Like every game that you win, every time you're successful, like your confidence just grows. And I'm not saying their confidence is going down after last night's game, but would it be a tick or two higher? Sure. I mean, winning a game, as some of the points that Raj just made, winning a game with your second line players, some of your backup players, developing the confidence that no matter who's out on the field, who's out on the pitch, we can all get the job done. That provides a certain level of confidence for coaches, for managers, for superstar players, as well as for those role players and bench players that are, possibly going to be needed in one of those knockout games to come in and give the team a spark. And so, again, it's not all doom and gloom. tons of positives to take from the game. But yeah, every chance you get, you want to maximize how much positive energy you can take forward. And getting that game last night would have, I think, for sure added another percentage or two of confidence and belief in what this team is about.
Absolutely. Well, Turkey A, and by the way, the embarrassment of us losing to a brand new country in Turkey, 3-2 last night.
They even changed the spelling.
They did. And by the way, I got a talking to about this yesterday because I'm like, guys, was World Cup the hard launch on the new name? I feel like
it's brilliant.
I feel like I've been getting gaslit the entire time because people have just around me been saying Turkey. I'm like, I know for a fact you have not been saying this.
Well, it was a great game between Turkey A and America A. Can we change our name too?
Yeah, we might as well. I mean, there was a lot of jokes about Canadians calling them Turkey A.
Oh, I got
that
it.
That works.
I get it.
I like that. Okay. I like that. But dude, seriously, was this the hard launch? Because everyone's like, no, it's been like this for years. No, it was not.
No.
I haven't even seen this spelling before.
No. Never have I. Never have I ever.
I feel like they got into a CAA
before.
boardroom and they started like throwing around ideas. Like we gotta get away from this Thanksgiving, man. What do we got to do?
You know, the biggest stage will be the World Cup.
Oh, that's a great idea.
No, what about the Olympics?
No.
No, I think the World Cup.
World Cup. I think it's a great idea.
Because we're better in the World Cup than we are in the Olympics.
We are. And also, think about this. It's in the United States, so there's going to be so much TV. Dude, hydration breaks. They'll say it like 10 times.
Yeah, because we haven't been able to break that market with our advertisement campaigns.
Yeah, they've been trying to throw it out there, but they're like flying air turkey aid. It's just not rolling off the tongue.
No.
Oh,
Let's do it for the World Cup.
I love it. Hard launch, World Cup. No one will notice.
And guess what? I just got news that we're in the World Cup's group.
No
Even
way.
better.
Dude, we are going to... Turkey A is going to be a thing.
Think of all the TVs in America we'll be on.
It's a good name. I like the new name. It's a great name. Apparently, I was told this last night. They've been saying it forever, and we just haven't. And it's not just us. Like, they're trying to say that they call it that.
Well, they ain't spelled. I've had all kind of world maps. They ain't never been spelled that way on any kind of map I've had.
I got to say, I studied world history. I do not remember Turkey A being involved, but I digress. No. I'm only a history major. What do I know? We also have ourselves another good matchup for today's matchups. We got Norway and France taking off today at 12 p.m. Pacific right here. Also, Senegal taking on Iraq. Capo Verde back out there against Saudi Arabia. Uruguay versus Spain. New Zealand and Belgium. And Egypt and Iran finish out the day today. So, yes, lots and lots more soccer and World Cup coming our way.
And I know you just mentioned the Norway versus France. That is big. And our friend Charlie Davies, who will be up next segment, is covering that game. That is your boy Alan, the big guy, you know, and all those guys going against Mbappe in Spain. Ooh, that's going to be it's a good game on paper, but France, excuse me. France are heavy favorites.
You know, I saw Holland talking about how he was kind of impressed by the United States, and it wasn't what you think. It wasn't our food. It wasn't our, cities. He was really impressed by our patriotism. He thought he was really kind of taken aback by it, because what we're seeing is seeing everybody's different patriotism in, different cities and different towns and different countries. It's just been really interesting to see how everybody celebrates.
You guys do go full-on patriotism like no one else I've ever seen.
Oh, we go hard in the paint. Hard in the paint. Because we
support the U.S., the U.S., the U.S. And that's the way we like it. We like it. We love it.
We don't like it that much.
We don't like clearly we do.
Not enough to write good music. We have some of the best musicians in the history of the world in this country, yet somehow that's the song we made. That's what we came up with. You know what? Good thing we got Charlie Davies coming on next, because we need to talk to him about our musical prowess as soccer fans. That's right, the one and only Charlie Davies will be joining us very, very shortly. Also on the show, we got to preview the Dodgers and Padres series, the Lakers after a new big man, and that big man might actually be available due to some owners' comments fairly recently, so I'm looking very forward to talking about that with D. Fish. But right on the other end of this, right now, we got the one and only Charlie Davies to talk all things World Cup right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Back, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, 855-97 LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. Of course, we want to hear from you because we got a lot to talk about today here on D-Fish and Decker. We got to, of course, talk about the Lakers and the big man search that they're currently on, and, of course, preview the Dodgers later on the show. Not to mention Major League Baseball making a new proposal for the upcoming CBA, and it is terrible. Can't wait to talk about that with D-Fish later on the show. But right now, we got to stay on U.S. men's soccer and, of course, the day that is in the World Cup. And who better than our correspondent that we are thrilled to call our correspondent. Because,
and friend of the show.
And no. We prefer family. We prefer family of the show because the one and only Charlie Davies, the analyst and host on CBS Sports, and, of course, former U.S. men's national team striker, Olympian, and all-around just super guy, the one and only Charlie Davies. Dude, happy birthday, dude. That's phenomenal.
Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you.
I got a lot of questions to ask you about Team USA, but I'd be remiss not to ask you this because you're in Boston right now. You got France and Norway today. What is the vibe around the city of Boston? Is it electric? Is everyone rowing in cabs, on subways?
It's one, good morning. Two, thank you so much. I mean, I'm always filled with gratitude, but now turning 40, that's a significant number. Even though I don't feel 40, it's a significant number. But I'm forced to realize how grateful I am in life to have had to experience the highs and lows, and have had the experiences I've had to get to this point. Just I'm filled with peace and happiness, and so I think I'm really just grateful to continue to do what I do. Now, to talk about France and Norway. Yeah. New England has just welcomed the world, and the world has been so receptive to New England. Everybody's going to be rowing. Let's be honest. The Norwegian fans are epic. Even we saw against Senegal when Norway just last played Senegal. Even the Senegalese fans were all rowing with the Norwegians. Like that's power. That's a proper chant. I mean, I feel like that's going to catch in other sports as well. Like the row is just epic. But Allez les Bleus too. I mean, the French fans come to party and celebrate as well. So I think when my boys get to come to the stadium and experience that atmosphere and that environment, it's going to be electric. I cannot wait. Plus Mbappe versus Haaland, two giants in terms of goal scorers competing for the Golden Boot. They're all trying to catch Messi. All the storylines are there.
Charlie, it's D-Fish here, man. Happy birthday again, brother, man. So bless you. Wish you phenomenal things into this new year, man. Into your 40s, boy. Welcome to the club. I'm way past that. So
thank you, man. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Charlie, talk to us about, as you were watching Team USA compete against Turkey A, not Turkey, Turkey A.
Yes.
The mindset, knowing that they had won the group and clinched the advance, how did you see that playing out in their performance last night, and what are your thoughts as you look back on it?
Yeah, I look back at it and I see why Mauricio Pochettino said, I'm going to rest my guys. One, the four that have yellow cards, you weren't going to play them at all. There's no sense in trying to risk them, and potentially if they get a yellow card, then they're missing the knockout stages. You're talking about big players. You need them to be able to perform for that match, so you're not going to risk them. Now, the rest of the guys, he said, let me empower my team and give them an opportunity to showcase why they were selected for the 2026 World Cup. And ultimately, the majority of them fell flat. They didn't give the performance necessary to one, continue this momentum and inspire the country, but two, it was more a disappointment and for themselves to say, hey, I deserve more playing time when these matches matter in the knockout stages. So the one player that has really fallen from such a high position for me is Timothy Weah. I mean, we talk about the potential and the impact that he's had over the years. He came into this game and just didn't have it. Didn't have the intensity. He looked uncomfortable. His sharpness. It seemed to, and I think most importantly, his confidence had seemed just to fall by the wayside. So unfortunate scenes for Timothy Weah. With his father, they always panning to his father in the stands watching him. His father was World Player of the Year, George Weah, literally the world's best player. And it's got to be tough for him to have always kind of lived in his shadow and trying to, move away from being George Weah's son. And I'm Timothy Weah, and he's done such a great job of doing that. And now in the biggest moment of his career, he can't seem to find his confidence in his form. But ultimately, D-Fish, the team was rotated and they didn't get the response necessary and didn't give the performance necessary to finish the group out with an undefeated record. That being said, Christian Pulisic is back and he's healthy, and that's probably the biggest success story of that final game. Is my man gave 32 minutes. He didn't look like he was favoring his leg. He had explosion. He had the quickness, and he made an impact. But in terms of the guys who did get an opportunity to play and shine, Sebastian Berhalter, being the coach's son, what could have been in the last World Cup with his dad being the U.S. men's national team coach, he has shown why he deserved to make this team a special quality. And I wouldn't be surprised if after this tournament he's moving on to Europe.
I'm glad you actually said that, because I was going to ask you, by the way, we are joined right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, with Charlie Davies, analyst and host for CBS Sports and former U.S. men's national team striker. Charlie, like you mentioned, who might have played their way out of the next round for the Team USA. Was there another name possibly that also played their way into maybe getting some more looks going forward into this knockout round? Of course, Christian Pulisic, we're all fired up about that, but is there another name on the team that we should also be paying attention to?
Well, I'd say Sebastian Berhalter is that guy because he came in for Christian Pulisic in the first game against Paraguay at halftime when he was forced out. And then in this game, he gets the start and he was phenomenal. I mean, the goal and the assist. He was just all over. A top performance from him. But Austin Trusty as a defender, someone I actually played with because his rookie year, I ended up playing with him and Mark McKenzie and Brandon Aronson all in Philadelphia. So to see them playing on the world stage of the World Cup is pretty impressive. What a trajectory that those three have had in their career. But ultimately, I think we're going to see the starting lineup against Paraguay kind of be selected for this game against Bosnia, because Bosnia are going to be a mix of Paraguay and Australia in terms of how they set up, how they play. There's no, real world superstars in that team. They're a team that's going to fight. They're going to be gritty. Basically, exactly what you would expect from both Paraguay and Australia.
Charlie, that was going to be my next question, man. Talk to us about that Bosnia matchup, the challenges they present. Sometimes teams that don't have superstar talent work really well together collectively. They share the ball. They really play as a unit. So break down the matchup and how nervous should we be, or do we start to think about continuing to advance in the tournament?
Well, it's funny because on that same team, they have Esmir Bayraktarovic, who was born in Wisconsin. I mean, he's born and raised in Wisconsin, right? So you have a player who grew up in Wisconsin, played for the New England Revolution, where I was commentating. I'm watching this kid thrive, and then he actually got some call-ups with the U.S. men's national team. But in the end, maybe wasn't selected when he felt he should have been selected, makes a move to PSV and Eindhoven in the Dutch Eredivisie, and then next you know he selects to play for Bosnia. He's a young, talented star. Our dribbler probably lacks the finished product consistently in terms of goals, being a goal scorer, but he's an exciting, dynamic winger. On the other side, we saw Ala Begovic play, and he's an 18-year-old, Karim Ala Begovic, superstar in the making. I mean, so you're talking about they got young, fiery, talented guys. They have Edin Dzeko up top, who's more of like your elder statesman. He's done it for a long time. He's 40 years old, so he's not the most mobile of players, but he's big. He's a target striker, and if you give him an opportunity in the box, he will finish. But they're a team that's just resilient. They're tough. They're disciplined. What you would expect from a third place team in a knockout round, D-Fish. They're not anything special. But if you take them lightly, you don't match their intensity, if not exceed it, you could put yourself in a hole in this game. So I think one thing that we can all be grateful about with this U.S. men's national team in this World Cup is that they've scored early in every game. And when you score early, that really throws a wrench in a lot of these teams' plans of just sitting back and trying to frustrate the U.S. So can the U.S. continue with that intensity, get that early goal, and then that usually creates more space because they're forced to leave their shell, and that's where they get exposed.
We are, of course, talking with Charlie Davies, joining us right here on D. Fish and Decker, the voice of LA Sports here on 97.1 The Fan. Man, I taking us back to last night's matchup against Turkey. Even though we got the loss, is there an aspect of you that's a little disappointed in the loss? And I know it was basically a glorified friendly, but the opportunity to win 3 in a row in the World Cup, something the U.S. has never done, is a bit disappointing, or is this just best case scenario, what we needed to do for the overarching tournament?
Decker, when you look at that game going into it, and if you told me, hey, there's going to be 9 changes to the starting lineup, and by the way, the 4 players on yellow cards, 4 super important players are not going to play, the reality of the expectation is that it could go the other way, right? You would hope, hey, this young new group maybe comes in and they continue this incredible dream run of 3 wins to open up a World Cup. But realistically, against a Turkey team that's been scorned and have really played to probably the lowest levels that they possibly could, you knew they were going to have a response. So in saying that, am I surprised that they lost? No, I'm not. And we weren't playing our best team. So if you typically do that in a World Cup, you get punished. And so I don't think it's really going to mess up the momentum of this group. Everyone was aware that Pochettino was going to change up the team, and you're missing the cornerstones of your identity when you're talking about how this team plays. The formation was different, the relationships were different, and it showed.
Charlie, we got about a minute left, man. I want to quickly pivot back to this Norway-France matchup, and I absolutely know very little about the tactical aspects of winning World Cup games, but I'm trying to do a heavy opponent scouting report on one of these teams, because I feel like this could be one of the teams Team USA ends up facing at some point in this knockout round if we win in advance. So what are we watching for in this matchup with these two teams? We know the star power, but what makes them great collectively as a team?
Well, thankfully, D-Fish, we wouldn't have to see either of those two teams until the semifinal, if we are so fortunate to make a semifinal. But I expect France to be in the semifinal at the minimum. That's how good they are. And tactically, D-Fish, they have Kylian Mbappe, Ousmane Dembele, and Michael Olise, to be exact, 3 of the best players in their positions in world football. So what makes them so great is that there's interchanging. As much as Kylian Mbappe is the team's top goal scorer and everyone understands he's their best player, he can be very unselfish with this group, and he makes runs to open up space for Dembele, who's the reigning Ballon d'Or, which means he's the reigning best player in the world, playing in the side. And Michael Olise, who's been sensational at Bayern Munich, can one create a goal out of nothing, just a real special talent. If anything, the rival to Kylian Mbappe for Ballon d'Or. But with those 3 on the pitch, it is just magic. And Erling Haaland on the opposite side with Norway, he is an absolute monster. He's a unit. He's massive. He's fast. You give him chances. He's just terrifying. Defenders hate to see this guy because one, he's stronger than most defenders, but he can run him behind you, but he's also just a poacher. Anything in the box, he figures out a way to get on the end of it. So super dangerous and a player that I think every defender fears. So it's more of one player with Martin Odegaard from Arsenal playing under him, trying to find him at all instances in the final third versus a France team that is absolutely scary. And I didn't even talk about Bradley Barcola. I didn't even talk about Ryan Cherki. I didn't even talk about Desiree Doué. So we're talking about this team. D-Fish, think about an NBA All-Star team on steroids. That's the French team in attack. That's how good they are. It is top stuff. So I'm going into this game, and my vibes are through the roof because I think we're going to see some real classy goals today.
Absolutely love it. Well, man, Holland's already been the meme of the entire World Cup. And Charlie Davies, our guy, our correspondent, our birthday boy, and of course, the best damn analyst and host that CBS Sports has ever existed, my man. Dude, enjoy the matchup today. It's got to be electric, and we can't wait to have you next week, man.
Sounds good, man. I'm excited. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me on.
He is
Thanks,
him,
Charlie.
and he is Charlie Davies. Guys, this World Cup has been a very, very good fun when it comes to the warring of all these nations. And thinking of all those warrings, it really led us to thinking what a great idea we had for today's Top 5. And we're going to do that Top 5 right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. bring in our crooked ass hype man, Raj, and let's get to today's top 5.
Yo, what up, Fish and Cody? And you mentioned that teams are warring in these World Cup, but that's not the reason for the top 5 here today. You know, on this day in 1987, one of my favorite war movies came out. That's right, Full Metal Jacket. Amazing movie. I love that movie, just the way it turned and showed the realities of Vietnam and just going through boot camp. I can never be in, man. You ain't shaving my head and yelling at me.
I will tell you, I had a film guy who told me very, very actively he was in Vietnam. He said nothing was more accurate than the drill sergeant scene.
Oh, yeah,
He said it was as accurate as humanly possible.
Yeah, I ain't here for that. So, got me to thinking, gentlemen, what are your top 5 war movies? Hit me with something. Go, Fish. What you got at number 5?
Isn't it numero quattro?
Oh, we can. We do it. We bilingual here. We do it. Sometimes we do Spanish. Sometimes we do English.
I guess
What you got,
said
Fish?
we
I say number
bilingual.
5 in German.
In German? Oh, I have no idea.
Okay, that's okay. Go ahead.
I'm gonna have
Talk
to
me.
ask. I'll ask my mom and my brother. They have
Okay.
some time spent in Germany. Number 5 is I'm gonna go ahead and start it with the movie you just mentioned. It's the reason why we're doing the list. I'm gonna go the Full Metal Jacket at number 5. It was close. I had a couple other movies I was thinking about at 5, but the Full Metal Jacket I do remember 1987, 12, 13 years old, and yeah, man, I'm going with the Full Metal Jacket.
All right, what you got?
I appreciate that pick very, very much. I'm going with a different one. I'm going with a Swords and Sandals classic. However, when it was released in theaters, not as great, but there is a director's cut, which is untouchable.
Okay.
Troy.
Oh,
Baby,
amazing. That's what I thought you were going
I'm
with.
telling you, the director's cut of Troy is about 3.5 hours, and it's a masterpiece.
I love the
It's
movie.
an actual masterpiece.
Yeah,
Now,
great
the
movie.
theatrical release, it's fine.
Yeah.
The director's cut, watch it.
I've seen it multiple times. I'm going to go back and check out the director's cut. Oh, he was a badass
What a
Pitt in that
movie.
movie. Pitt was at the game last night, Team USA, if you guys are watching, by the way, up in the stands.
No, he wasn't. That was Edward Norton talking to himself.
Yep, and he had a radio hit.
Nope,
shirt on.
it was just Edward Norton talking to
Oh,
himself.
that's right, Fight Club. I got you. I never saw that. I should see it. I know. Don't get mad at me. Fish, number 4 war movie because of Full Metal
Número
Jacket.
4.
He's never seen the Fight Club. Cody.
I can't.
Okay, we'll talk about that another time.
I'm gonna look at
It
this.
ain't like it's the number 1 movie. A lot of people haven't seen it. Jesus. Give me number
God.
4.
Okay, number 4. I'm going with Platoon.
Oh, that's my goat. That's my goldfish. It really hurt. As a kid watching that
Yeah.
really got like, wow.
I'm
Yeah,
also
that
going number
hurt.
4. I'm
Wait,
with
Platoon?
you.
Tell me, Fish, why Platoon for you?
Well, for me as a kid, I knew nothing about like what war looked like, so you only really could watch it on a TV show or movie. And for me, Platoon was an early like example of what it looks like when you're in war.
And how cold-blooded it is, right, dude? Running out. I'll never forget him running, trying to get to the chopper after they left him behind. He taking all them hits in the back, but he tried to get to the chopper, and he finally went on his knees with his hands up. Oh,
Bro, number 4. I'm with you. It's a hard watch.
Yeah.
Watch it once, never watch it again. And Platoon, yes, it's probably Oliver Stone's very, very best work.
yeah, that was amazing. Good call by both of you guys. Of course, Full Metal Jacket came out today in 1987, so we're on to
Número 3.
what you got, Fish?
Numero 3. I'm going with Glory.
Okay.
Oh,
I
all right.
thought about
Glory
it.
at number
It's in my
3.
10.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could pick any Denzel Washington movie and just say it's a classic. But I thought Glory was indicative of what war is like, but there was some subtle undertones, some storytelling, a little more humanizing than just like straight war, shoot 'em up, blow everything up. So Glory is, registered in my brain as like there was a little bit more human development and storytelling in it for me that I
Good stuff.
experienced.
Absolute good stuff. Number 3, I'm going in a different direction entirely.
Oh.
I'm going with the Tom Cruise classic, The Last Samurai, because I thought this was a movie that showed you a different aspect of war. It showed you a grouping of warriors of the past
Yes.
facing the inevitable war future.
Right.
And it is a very fascinating
Even within their
watch.
own country,
Yeah.
Japan was struggling with the samurai way and then moving on to the new way, Western world, which they kind of idolize in a way. But yeah, very
much
touching,
so.
touching.
But man, that movie, a phenomenal watch. Can't get enough. Ken Watanabe.
All right.
Oh, so
Número
good.
dos.
What you got, Fish? Number 2.
Ooh, this was a real tough one here.
All right.
I left
Hit
one
me.
movie off my list, but I'm going with The Hurt Locker at number
Good
2.
one.
So-
Thought about it.
Yes, Fish. That came out today as well, but I didn't want to spoil it, so I didn't want to mention the reason for this list, but amazing one. Tell me why.
Well, you know, the Iraq War especially was, I mean, we were in fast in response to 9/11, and we really had no snapshot of, like, they were describing it as guerrilla warfare, and it was a different type of war compared to some of the movies that we've talked about already, where, you know, we're in the trenches and there's the planning of war is very different. And the Iraq War was like a different example of how war unfolds in more modern times. And I thought The Hurt Locker registered for me as, like, I had no idea what they were dealing with the improvised explosive devices and having to make decisions between, you know,
2 minutes.
young children being involved and you know, women being
That's true.
involved. It was great storytelling, man.
All right, what you got quickly as we got a couple of minutes left?
Saving Private Ryan,
Oh, yeah.
number 2. Just the Battle of Normandy alone
Yep.
is some of the most incredible film work that's ever been done. Dare I say, maybe Spielberg's best work.
Ooh, maybe. All right, we got about a minute left. Fish, your
Número uno.
number 1 for your war movie.
This
What
is
you
even
got?
close for me.
I'm going Saving Private Ryan. That's at the top of the list for me, man. That the
Okay.
opening scene alone, like, the movie could have stopped then for me.
Damn.
Like,
Okay. Well, yeah.
The movie could have just ended because it was that impactful.
Well, I tell you what, your number 1 better be Forrest Gump because when Forrest and this man, what was his name?
Yeah, I know you're talking about not Chubbs. What's wrong with me?
Lieutenant Dan?
Huh?
No, not
No.
Lieutenant. When he carries out Lieutenant Dan, or are you talking about when he carries his
Bubba
other
Gump,
butt, Bubba?
Bubba, yeah. Forrest and Bubba, and that war scene, that was the most touching thing. What's your number 1 with 1 minute left?
Man, I really think it's adorable you picked Forrest Gump because this movie is kind of based on Forrest Gump, at least a little bit, and based on Platoon because it's the best war movie of all time. Tropic Thunder.
Oh, that's
an
a good one.
untouchable
Oh,
film.
boy, yeah.
A great
Oh, my
deconstruction of
goodness.
war films.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
a great
I see what you did.
deconstruction of Hollywood.
It is amazing.
Performances
I can
throughout
watch
the
it
board
over
is
and over.
what you did.
amazing. Baby, what a movie. Tropic Thunder.
I see what
the
you did
single-
there, Dick.
Yes. Thank you, D-Fish.
Yeah.
I was
I see
hoping you
what
were
you
going to throw
did.
Tropic Thunder on this list, but ladies and gentlemen,
Just a
so much
dude
to
playing a
discuss.
dude playing another dude.
Guys, coming up, we got lots to talk about. We got U.S. men's soccer and the Lakers. They're going after a big man, but can they afford it? We will discuss on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports. 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, crooked ass Raj, and all of you right now here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Of course, get in the chat right now because you can check us out and get in the conversation. Of course, at The Fan LA on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. And of course, give us a call, 855-97 LA Fan. Of course, we already spoke with Charlie Davies, all things Men's World Cup. And of course, we have already talked a little bit about our favorite war movies, and amazed that no one else had Tropic Thunder on their list. But also get in the chat on YouTube. We have a poll going right now. Are you disappointed in Team USA not going 3-0, yes or no? It's a very simple question considering the fact that the U.S. men's national team won their first 2 matches, which is not something that we are used to saying here in the United States. But Game 3 last night against Turkey, granted, we did not start most of our guys. A lot of our backfield was a bunch of not regular dudes. And of course, Christian Pulisic didn't come in till the final 25 minutes of the match. We ended up losing it in extra time with merely seconds to go. 3-2, Turkey gets theirself the win. And listen, it was a fun, entertaining match the entire way through. But Charlie Davies adamant about the fact that this team is primed to go forward as they hit the knockout stage against Bosnia. And notwithstanding a lot of matchups today, a ton of matchups today, notwithstanding the most important one, Norway and France, which will be taking place over there in Boston. We will keep you updated on any updates for that. But D-Fish, baby, we got to talk Lakers because there is a lot of things going out there about our team here in Los Angeles. And we already got the Austin Reeves deal done this week. Phenomenal. We were live on the air when it was announced. 4 years, player option for the 4th year, $185 million max contract. Phenomenal stuff. Really excited to have Austin Reeves right back where he belongs with the Lakers. But we still have the loomingness of LeBron James, the aspect that they got to sign back a few guys like Jackson Hayes. What's going to happen with DeAndre Ayton? What's going to happen with a few other guys as well? And the Lakers, even though it might be a lazy narrative, it has been mentioned over and over and over again, D-Fish, that this team needs a quote-unquote big. And one of the names that has been thrown around a whole lot, although you and I have been having trouble coming up with a way for it, the finances to work, has been Mitchell Robinson. And it is being reported by Shams Charania at ESPN that Mitchell Robinson is not expected to return to the Knicks, especially after Jimmy Dolan's lovely speech where he made it abundantly clear he was not spending more money. Did we lose D-Fish? Uh-oh, we might have lost D-Fish, so I'm looking forward to getting D-Fish back up here. Listen, it's just a situation where we're currently in with the Lakers, and we will see where it goes. But, hey, Raj, let me know if we get D-Fish back on here. I'm not sure what happened with our setup. Of course, D-Fish right now, not live in studio right now. He's over there in Las Vegas, Nevada. Hopefully we'll get D-Fish right back on the line. But here's the names that are kind of being thrown out there, and the names are the same names we've discussed all week long, in fact, all month long. One of the names being Mitchell Robinson, but there's also the Lou Dort of it all. What's going to happen with Lou Dort? And another name that's been thrown around is Duren. And listen, there's also reports about Duren being extremely underwhelmed with the contract that's been offered to him so far. So looking very forward to getting D-Fish back up here so we can talk this more in depth, and we will get all of his information. D-Fish, you there, my guy?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Nada, baby. We back. We're back, baby. So, D-Fish, what are your thoughts on the idea of Mitchell Robinson, a name that's been thrown around? Jimmy Dolan's already made it abundantly clear he ain't going to be spending more money. And if that's the case, I mean, obviously we would love to have Mitchell Robinson. The question is, how do we make Mitchell Robinson work here for the Lake Show?
Well, yeah, the first part you mentioned about James Dolan not wanting to go into that second apron is, that's a reality for most NBA teams, if not all NBA teams. If they end up there, they definitely do not want to stay there. It's too punitive. The taxes are too high, which we know a lot of Californians can relate to. So, no sports owner wants to stay, or NBA team owner wants to stay in that second apron. So it makes sense that he's saying that about his Knicks team. The second layer to it, in terms of then, that puts a lot of pressure on the Knicks in terms of retaining Mitchell Robinson, but they also have a decision to make around Karl Anthony Towns. And so you have to believe that Karl Anthony Towns' contract extension talks are most likely going to take top priority this offseason. But then you also have to think about Jalen Brunson will be coming back around probably in another year as far as a new extension for him. So these are all things they're having to plan out, right?
Yeah, but
and so
can
you
I ask you
can't.
about that, D-Fish? Can I, real quick,
Yeah.
can I just deter you for a second and ask you about that? Because,
Of course.
man, New York media and national media is really making a hero out of Jalen Brunson, as they should. I do think Jalen Brunson is a New York hero, no question. But, man, they were really bringing up, took the pay cut, made sure everybody got on there, made sure the team was right. Jalen Brunson ain't taking a pay cut again, right?
I wouldn't think he would take a pay cut in a similar way that he did previously. He took significantly less money. I think he wanted to make sure in his departure from Dallas into New York that, he was on a winning team and he allowed the team to have some cap flexibility. I think he's now earned the right to kind of demand and command that superstar level contract without any questions. But because of who he is, I think he's going to remain focused on winning and could potentially take a pay cut, and or less money, not necessarily a pay cut, just less money. Similar to Austin Reeves. Austin Reeves took less money than he could have agreed to take in order for the Lakers to continue to build out the roster, which takes us to the point of Mitchell Robinson, or the use of potentially that non-taxpayer mid-level extension. Mid-level exception, at $15.5 million, which I think is what the rumor is around the Lakers potentially being able to land Mitchell Robinson or another coveted free agent that would fit in that price range. That has some restrictive aspects to it if the Lakers were to sign Mitchell Robinson to that type of deal, but it's also about the timing. As well as some of the other decisions, right? Does DeAndre Ayton opt in or opt out? Does Marcus Smart opt in or opt out? And again, which, looms over everything in a positive way, not necessarily a negative way. It's LeBron James's decision as well around, can he and his team and the Lakers, get to a number that makes sense for him to resign ultimately, that fits into all of the different machinations and moves that the Lakers are going to have to make. These salary cap numbers are going to have to be like down to the decimal correct in order for the Lakers to avoid being too restricted and locked up in terms of their roster construction.
Absolutely. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And D-Fish, say in a perfect world we do get our hands on Mitchell Robinson, what do you think he would bring to the Lakers if they were able to get him? Is he the right piece, or is he just a piece and there might be a better piece that's out there, whether it's more affordable or not?
I think he has the potential to be a really great piece because he's not a high maintenance teammate. And what I mean by that is when you have a team led by Luka Doncic, now Austin Reeves being re-signed, even just those two guys, before you even talk about it's important that your front court player is not necessarily a guy that you have to run offense through and can feel unhappy if he's not being included offensively. Jackson Hayes, Mitchell Robinson type guys. You think about the guys that Luka played with in Dallas when they made their run to the NBA Finals in 2024, Derek Lively, Daniel Gafford. These are guys that the Mavericks did not run their offense through. They got their offense from passes and lobs from Luka. They got their offense from offensive rebound, putbacks and tipbacks. They got their offense from running in transition and getting passes from teammates for finishes at the rim. And those are the types of guys that the Lakers need to surround Luka and Austin. If you re-sign LeBron or another high caliber, high usage player, the other two guys need to be low maintenance, low volume guys that are comfortable impacting the team without having to shoot the ball at a high volume. And Mitchell Robinson does possess that type of ability to positively impact the team through offensive rebounding, screening, winning back extra possessions. He's able to help the team score without being a scorer, and the Lakers need those type of guys.
Absolutely. Well, let's get over to the calls. 855-97-LA fan. George and Cali, you're on with D, Fish, and Decker. Talk to us.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What's up, George?
Quick question. I'm just wondering, in a, I guess, perfect world, are we able to get Mitch Robinson and also Ayton opt in? Would that work for us?
Ooh, D-Fish, how do the numbers actually back that up? And George, no, thank you so much for the call. Can we actually get a Mitchell Robinson while retaining a DeAndre Ayton?
I mean, that's mathematically possible, but you do run up against the is Jackson Hayes a priority or not, and the ability to re-sign him.
Jackson Hayes.
Right. He had a really good NBA season. Did so many positive things for the Lakers. Shot the ball, at the highest efficiency rate I think on the team. He may have finished the season at 70+% from the field. And he's a high energy, high impact guy as well. And so I don't know if you carry three centers necessarily with high salary commitments. If Mitchell Robinson or someone like that came in at 15.5, DeAndre's opting in at $8+ million, and then re-signing Jackson Hayes. I think he made 3.5 or so million last season. My guess is that number would also be increased due to the fact that he had a good season and he's a free agent. So to make that commitment to three centers going into next season may not be the way they would want to do it, but mathematically, sure, it's possible depending on which numbers they're discussing with Jackson Hayes if they want him to return as well.
Well, there is another extra little wrench thrown in there. Now, we've thrown in a bunch of names when it comes to the big men. One of those names being Lou Dort we've thrown around, and it's being reported that the Lakers have done their due diligence on him. But another player that Lakers have reportedly done due diligence on is someone who's reportedly not all that happy with their current situation. And it's being reported that Detroit's all-NBA forward Jalen Duren was reportedly underwhelmed by the team's initial offer in restricted free agency and is planning to explore a sign-and-trade scenario. And what are your thoughts on that? And is that affordable from the Lakers? We keep talking about this cap space that they actually have, but in actuality, they don't have, considering where they're already mentally planning on spending that money.
No, I would not see that scenario as likely, to be honest, Dick. Even at a lower number, I just don't think that type of financial commitment to a front court player, even if he's unhappy with what Detroit is offering, my guess is that it still would take north of 20 million, probably closer to 30 million just to even have that conversation per season. And I'm just not sure he's the type of player that would best fit in terms of what the Lakers roster is in order to have that type of financial commitment. That would certainly take away several other possibilities of filling out the roster if they were to make that type of decision. The tough part for Duren is, he did not finish the season at the level that he played during the regular season for the Pistons. Mm-hmm. And so when you go into free agency and the last thing that people remember is you underperforming, then that for sure is going to impact your market. And I think the Pistons are trying to make sure they navigate their situation very well because clearly they feel like they came up short and they can't lock up too much money focused on just Duren. I don't see that scenario playing out for the Lakers as much as them kind of spreading out those resources amongst a couple other players, namely re-signing Rui Hachimura. Can you what happens with Marcus Smart? What happens with Luke Kennard? I think a better use of those resources would be to focus on signing multiple players with those numbers as opposed to focusing it all on a big time free agent center like a Jalen Duren.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's actually being reported right now that it's a real possibility that a sign and trade will happen for Jalen Duren, but specifically the name that's being linked is a name we talked about yesterday, possibly going over to the Celtics for getting their hands on Jaylen Brown because of everything surrounding him. I don't see a world where that happens, but if it were to happen, would that scream to you that the Celtics just really want to move on from Jaylen Brown? I feel like they painted themselves in a corner that they have no choice but to move Jaylen Brown, and they're going to look like idiots when this is over, I feel.
Well, Brad Stevens is one of the best. Yeah, I mean, he's one of the best
smart
basketball people you can find, man. And smart, a world-class human being, knows the game, understands the game. And from all of the quotes that I've seen from Brad Stevens regarding Jaylen Brown and the Celtics, I believe everybody's clear where this is headed. So I don't think this is a situation where they feel backed into a corner necessarily. I think there's a recognition that they are going to move on from one another. They've had some honest conversations about the realities of it. And so it's just a matter of finding the right deal to, I think because of the relationship and the respect between Jaylen Brown and Brad Stevens, I could see a scenario where Jaylen Brown ends up going to a team where there's still a competitive nature involved, and you're not going to trade Jaylen Brown to the South Pole where they lose all 82 games every year because of how much he's given to the Celtics organization, and that even though it might be time to move on, we're still going to do this in a way that is respectful to him as a player and what he's meant to the organization, but then also allows the organization to continue to strive for championships, which is what they want to do. And so I could see the Celtics wanting to prioritize landing a starting center or starting front court type of player because that was a weakness of theirs. Although, as Raj knows, Keita actually did play really well for the Celtics this past year, the big fella in the middle. He had a good season, but I don't know if he's the guy that you would need to upset the Knicks in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, now, you're not wrong. And by the way, what do you guys think? 855-97-LA fan. What direction do you want to see the Lakers go? Is it Mitchell Robinson? Is it another big? Or is it more along the lines of what you think Fish and I kind of think? Run it back, baby. Run it back with this core that they currently have and maybe a couple adjustments here and there. But D. Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And we had ourselves a U.S. men's national team fall to Turkey, which is not a new
We was going to
place.
go undefeated.
It's not a new place. That's a real country that's existed for a very long time. Turkey takes us down 3-2. Granted, we did not start our main guys, although we did, of course, make some adjustments later on in the game, and we talked very in-depth about that matchup with Charlie Davies earlier on in the show, and, of course, go back on the Odyssey app and check it out. I can't stress this enough. I like where this team is at right now, Team USA. As far as dropping the game last night with our B squad, I feel a certain way about it because I wanted to see Team USA win 3 wins in the World Cup for the first time ever in a row. However, Poch might think differently than me. Let's see what Poch thinks about last night's loss.
To finish in the way that we finish. Cannot be possible, I'm sorry guys, it cannot be possible that Turkey finish celebrating the 3-point and Australia celebrating the qualification, Paraguay celebrating the qualification, and come here and for you not to say congratulations that we won the group. That is a little bit sad.
Yeah, I agree. A little bit sad.
You say that's sad at the media.
Yeah.
You guys, you and Fisher, you guys are talking about the loss and that they didn't go 3-0, you media members. He said, how you guys going to talk about that and not the fact that they won the group?
Yeah, it's our fault. Yeah, they beat Australia, who didn't show up. They beat Uruguay, which none of you can point at a map. Is it? We'd like to have had 3. You lost to Turkey, a country we didn't know was called Turkey. I'm sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
maybe we are the bad guys. Fish, maybe you're the jerk. Maybe I'm the jerk. Maybe we're the bad ones for thinking 3 in a row would be a big deal in the United States. That being said, I see the big picture. I just wanted 3 in a row. Also, I have them in my pool. Thank you for costing me 3 points. And especially, thank you for costing me 1 point at the very end. 10 seconds to go. Everybody's getting nutmegged. Everybody, D-Fish.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's wrong in terms of. I think it's okay for us to talk about feeling disappointed that the team didn't go 3-0, but like don't get crazy with like, oh man, this is just terrible. This is the worst thing.
Yeah, it's
Team
not the worst
USA
thing.
can't get it. Yeah, like I think that's what he's more so referring to. And not just in terms of media, even just reminding the fans not to also fall into that, following the narrative and then reacting and all of the positive energy and sentiment that people are feeling about the U.S. team. He doesn't want to lose that. And so I think he's just trying to do some messaging and make sure that everybody's staying on the train. And sometimes you do have to do that as a manager and as a coach. Like, there are things that you do need to say in the media, not specific to a player or anything that you haven't discussed privately with your group, but you're messaging. You're messaging to the fan base. You're messaging to the organization. You're messaging sometimes to opposing teams, like just to make sure that regardless of what actually is going on, you as a leader, you have to make sure you stand out there and say the things that are making sure everybody knows we're good, we're fine. Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing, but we're confident in who we are, and we know we can move on and still have our best play of, in this case, soccer, football, that is still to come.
Absolutely. We got plenty more to break down and digest when it comes to the U.S. men's national team. And, of course, we have 6 World Cup matchups today, and we will keep you posted on all of those. But coming up, Dodgers, they got a big series coming up against the San Diego Padres. We're going to preview that. Not to mention, we do have some actual breaking news in Major League Baseball. One of them managers from one of them really high-priced teams just got fired. But how? They spend so much money. I thought that's how championships are won in baseball. It's not? Boy, we got a lot to talk about today and only 2.5 hours to do it right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. back. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. And, of course, get in the chat and be a part of this show right now because you can at The Fan LA on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. And The Fan chat has been absolutely live on YouTube all show long. You can also catch us on Twitter. But, again, our phone number is 855-97-LA-FAN. We just finished talking about the Lakers and the potential big men that they could be after, or the sign and trades that could be available, and who can opt in and opt out. Let's go to Steve in Victorville. Talk to us. You're on with D, Fish, and Decker.
Yeah, man. They they talk about DA, and a lot of people talk trash about him. They're putting him at the wrong position. Put him at power forward. He may eat up some minutes. He may come off the bench, but he has a great touch, great field goal percentage. But then we need a true big man. I like Durham. I know he's not happy where he's at. He may cost a little bit of money, but I think that's exactly what Luke is looking for.
Not bad. I think you make a good point, Steven. Thank you so much for the call. D-Fish, what are your thoughts on that? The idea of Ayton kind of playing out of position. And, yeah, I have no doubt that Luka would kill to have Durant, but I just, again, the money aspect of it is the problem. That's what we deal with in a salary-capped league. And don't worry, we will discuss that at much greater length later on in the show.
Yeah, I agree with the sentiment around what, the type of bigs that, Luka wants to play with. Duran is, I'm not sure if he's as dynamic as some of the guys that Luka's played with previously, but he definitely brings a physical presence. The defense and rebounding. Detroit Pistons were and have been a really good defensive team over the last couple of years during his time. But and I'd also say there are some scenarios where, in terms of sign and trade, if the Pistons were receiving back, multiple players from the Lakers, and that somehow could, the salary numbers could still end up working. All of that's doable. The Ayton power forward aspect of it, you can't win a game almost in the NBA playing two non-shooting bigs on the floor together. It's part of why Minnesota at times struggled to really get over that hump fully, because you're playing Julius Randle and Rudy Gobert together at times.
Yeah.
And that makes the floor really small for Anthony Edwards. He doesn't have driving lanes. He doesn't have the space to operate as a scorer. And so if the Lakers got to a point where they're actually looking to spread the floor more, not less. And so I think if there are some scenarios that land you, not a superstar big, but it lands you Jalen Duren, it lands you Mitchell Robinson, some of those guys that are really high-level front court guys, then the floor has to really be open next to those guys because they are not scorers outside of the paint. The other four guys on the floor would have to be shooters. It's part of why I think the Lakers gravitated towards drafting Cameron Carr in the first round, is so, again, you're looking for more shooting, not less shooting. And so if you're not able to re-sign Luke Kennard, if you're not able to re-sign Rui Hachimura, you're looking for floor spacing and shooting that those two guys brought at an extremely high level, but you may not be able to afford to bring back both of those guys. I think Rui made $18 million last season. Luke Kennard made $11 million last season. So you're talking about $30 million between two guys. Just depending on if you bring in a Duren, you're not going to have another $30 million to bring back both of those guys, and it would take that or more to do so. So a lot of different scenarios, but rest assured, the Lakers are definitely finding ways to improve the team every single day.
Absolutely. And, of course, 855-97-LA-FAN, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And we did mention that there's some breaking news right before I go ahead and break down the Dodgers and Padres series coming up. But, man, oh, man, breaking news in Major League Baseball. The New York Mets have fired their manager, Carlos Mendoza, which I firmly believe was always kind of in the cards for this team, the team with the second highest payroll in Major League Baseball, spending exponential amounts of money, which is wild because, D-Fish, I thought if you spent money, it meant that you won. That's just strange to me that the Mets are spending all of this money.
That's all the Dodgers are doing.
And they can't win. Yet the Dodgers spend money and win. Man, it's just so strange that seemingly competence seems to be a very important aspect of running a franchise. But here is the owner, Steve Cohen, on Carlos Mendoza's departure from the Mets. I want to express my deepest gratitude to Carlos Mendoza for his leadership and unwavering commitment. He represents this organization with integrity and dedication throughout, and I wish him and his family all of the very best. Our commitment to bringing our fans a championship caliber team has not changed. There is no sugarcoating it. This has been a disappointment, and our fans deserve better than what we've delivered. And yes, he is not wrong about that, considering the fact that the New York Mets have the third worst record right now in the National League. They are 34-47. And yeah, an absolute disaster. Andy Green will be taking over as the manager in the interim. Good luck and everything that needs to happen in New York City for the Mets. But let's go ahead and look back over at the Dodgers, because the team that does spend money and seems to spend money in the right places is the Los Angeles Dodgers, who are just coming off their sweep in Minnesota. They're coming back down to Southern California, but not to play in L.A. They're going down to San Diego, right down the 5 freeway, to play at Petco Park. And here's the deal. Padres have gotten themselves right. They just had themselves a really big, maybe season-altering series at home, sweeping the Atlanta Braves. Fernando Tatis Jr. is starting to swing the bat, which is not good news for anybody who is rooting for the Los Angeles Dodgers. And I'll also say, tonight we got Roki Sasaki taking on our old friend Walker Buehler. And I'll go a step further saying that's not a great sign either, because, listen, Roki Sasaki, he's had moments where he's shown that he is definitely in there, and he's had moments where he's been falling off a cliff. It's been a roller coaster for Roki Sasaki, who currently has got a 3-4 record with a 4.76 ERA. Of course, Walker Buehler with a 4-3 record with a 3.96 ERA. And I also firmly believe Roki Sasaki, man, D-Fish, it's going to be interesting. The Dodgers are going to find themselves in a lot of very interesting spots going forward when it comes to their lineup and specifically their starting rotation, because Roki Sasaki very much could be odd man out. We can already assume that Emmett Sheehan might be odd man out. And the other reason is because of this massive meteoric rise of Justin Wrobleski, who has just been outrageously good this season. What are your thoughts? And I'm telling you, D-Fish, don't sleep on the Padres. I know people think that the Dodgers just have this ready to go. The Padres and the Diamondbacks are going to say something in October.
I agree. I agree with you on, there is some separation in the division right now at this moment. But things change quickly. That's the really, challenging part about baseball is, 1 week, and a bad series, and all of a sudden, the entire divisional race is looking different. And so the Dodgers have to continue to focus on themselves, running their race, playing good baseball, getting healthy, which is most important. And then to your point, as they get healthy and healthier, there are going to be some of those personnel decisions that they have to make around the roster. I mean, they have a ton of pitchers on the list that I'm looking at now that when those guys are healthy and returning, it's hard for me to imagine that they would quickly go away from Sasaki. I feel like he would have to really, really struggle for an extended period of time for them to move away from him, just due to the commitment that he also made to be here and join the group, 1 year after Yamamoto joined the group. You have to see that all the way through. I don't know if you go away from him as quickly as maybe you would a player that hadn't made the commitment to come from another country and bring all the effort that he's bringing.
No, I agree, but
I agree.
Something's got to give, sadly, just because, honestly, there's just not enough spaces. But if they choose to go to a six-man rotation, we will see. But let's get over to the calls. 855-97 LA Fan. Dodgers having a very interesting week despite coming off of the sweep. Ryan in the IE, talk to us. You're on with D. Fish and Decker.
Hey, morning, guys.
Yo.
Dalton rushing.
Yeah. Oh.
I mean, we're talking about a six-man rotation, adjustments happening.
Mm-hmm.
The Dodgers have prospects. How much leash do you guys think he has? I mean, we look at the ERA Ohtani had, and obviously he's got the blister and, other things going on, but, I mean, Will Smith isn't back there.
You're right. No, dude, you are right, because you can't deny the numbers, and you're not wrong about the other external factors, and I appreciate the call very much. The fact of the matter is Shohei Ohtani, who is your most important piece, period, stop. There is, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, these are very, very important stars, but Shohei Ohtani is the most important guy. And facing facts here, a 4.37 ERA when Dalton Rushing's catching him in the three outings compared to the .74 when Will Smith. Something's got to give, obviously. They got to figure out a way to work together as of right now until Will Smith is back. But if there's one thing I've learned this week, D-Fish, and I want your take on it, that job is still very much Will Smith's job. Dalton Rushing ain't taking it from him. And so...
No question about it.
Say again?
No, I said no question about it. That's Will Smith's job. That's his home plate. He gets to decide what happens from there.
Yeah, so I think he's absolutely right. I think Will Smith needs to come back. And, the Dodgers are either going to need to work and kind of develop Rushing a little bit more or possibly bring up another potential prospect that can handle Ohtani a little bit better. These are real conversations that the Dodgers need to have, and you better believe they are having. No question about it. But, guys, coming up, we got so much more to talk about. Of course, U.S. men's national team. We got ourselves a knockout stage round against Bosnia that we will talk about later on the show. We got so many World Cup matchups today. Norway versus France. The Major League Baseball sent a very interesting proposal to the Major League Baseball Players Association, and it is fascinatingly awful. Can't wait to discuss that and, of course, a little bit more about the Dodgers. But coming up, let's find out if D-Fish and I want to hit it or quit it right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states. Yes, through California. The whole world is watching one tournament right now. Group stage chaos, knockout drama, stoppage time heartbreak. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in California. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers sign up with code FANLA. Spend $500 in total rewards. That's code TheFanLA. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days. via click to claim, issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends June 28th. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
That's right. Let's go ahead and bring in our crooked hype man, Raj. Find it out if we want to hit it or quit it, my man.
Yeah, buddies. And of course, we're talking World Cup most of the morning. And guys, Fisher and Deck here, there's something I was worried about, but this is real talk. World Cup fans are not tipping while in the U.S. As you know, Fish and Deck, when you travel abroad, tipping is just included in good service. You're supposed to get it. It's included. They get a higher wage. So that's leading to U.S. Restaurants automatically adding 20% tips to bills in host cities. And the problem is, like me, I don't see that because I'm just going to tip anyway. And then you get me with another 20%. But hit it or quit it, Fish, on the, our Euro friends not tipping while in the U.S.
I mean, I hit it in terms of like culturally, it's not what they do culturally. So I don't think it's like they're not doing it because the service is bad or they're trying to be cheap. It's just the way their systems are set up in other countries. They don't have to tip so aggressively because the servers are paid already. They don't have to live off the tips like our servers do in the U.S. So I hit it, no disrespect taken, but I also understand the business owner needing to add that 20% in there too.
Yeah, but did it ever trip you up, guys, where there's an automatic 20, but then you tip is normal?
Yes.
So that's what I was that's the problem.
Yeah. I hate that. It feels like a bait and switch, man. That being said, it's L.A. This is a service industry town.
Yeah.
New York, service industry town.
Right.
Boston, Philly.
Mm-hmm.
You got to tip your guys. These are expensive cities to live in. Trust me,
man.
as someone that's worked as a server, as a bartender, as a bouncer, give me that money. Absolutely give me that money. So, yes, you got to bake it in, but also please tell them that you're baking it in.
Yeah,
Dude,
that's what I'm saying. Don't surprise me.
Such a
Damn.
dirty move.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay. Hey, also, an England fan. There's a few England fans, but one in particular, he'd like to issue an apology. And that apology is to America over stadium judgment. Because before he came here, he was talking about, I don't want to go to their stadiums, they're whack. He apologized and said, they are simply better than ours. Hit it or quit it, Fish, on our stadiums are pretty damn dope.
I hit it. I definitely agree. Cool for the fan to have some accountability, say when he was wrong. That's one thing we definitely get right is our stadiums and arenas are going to, provide great experiences and engage fans. And, he's probably not seeing all of the digital aspects of, at these games and stadiums now, man. There's a screen everywhere.
Right.
There's restrooms everywhere. There's great food and drinks everywhere. So I hit it. I'm rolling.
All right.
Hit it. We knew. I'm glad that you now know, and I also appreciate the ability to actually reflect properly and say I was wrong. How about this? I'll go a step further. Dude, I was wrong too. I think a lot of us were wrong. We didn't know how our stadiums would really kind of work with the World Cup. We keep hearing that there's not enough space on the field, yada, yada, yada. We had to rip out all of the turfs to put in some really new grass.
Yep.
Turns out they can do that.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah. Fascinating, Fish. Every time we request that they take out the turf, we just don't got the technology. But when the World Cup comes in, got done pretty easily. And yeah, these aren't just stadiums. These are billion-dollar cathedrals, and frankly, every other country in the world is just trying to catch up to what we have created in the States as far as our stadiums go.
Look what we doing.
Yeah.
Hey, Fish, you saw Obsession? Did you say you saw that?
I did. Yes.
Okay. Well, the
Yes.
breakout star, Indy Navarrete, who I know her mother, shouts out to you, Todd. She couldn't get auditions after Obsessions, because after she filmed it, no one saw it yet, so she couldn't get any auditions. And Fish, she paid rent, streaming games on PC and that she built, and walking dogs. So hit it or quit it to the struggling actress in one of the best films of the year.
No, I hit it, man. That's what you come to LA, you have a dream. You're trying to do your thing, and before everybody thinks it's overnight, and oh man, everything must have been easy, but it's not quite how it works. And so you got to figure it out however you can. You got to sleep on the couch. You got to find a friend. Whatever you got to do. And kudos to her for doing it, and not assuming that life was just going to work out for her. And I don't know if she'll have those problems anymore whenever she gets her check from Obsession.
I think she's going to be all right.
That
She'll
movie.
Well, she didn't get paid a ton either.
Be all right.
It was a low
she
budget.
did not.
It was a low budget film.
No, but dude, I'll hit it, dude.
Okay.
It's straight up. That's the grind. That's part of what it takes to be a star, especially if you don't have a name that's already a name of your dad or your mom who's already famous, which seemingly you can't get a part in this city right now unless you're a member of the Quaid family, it looks like. So, yeah, I love seeing a new star coming out there that did it themselves the old-fashioned way by grinding and plugging away, by doing all of the odd jobs. It's how I got to the big leagues. It's how a lot of actors get to where they're at. Dude, and here's the only thing I always try to remind people.
Yeah.
Don't forget that. Don't forget that feeling. Don't forget how low you were.
humbleness,
Don't forget how difficult that was, because when you're at the top, dude, there's a lot of branches on the way down if you don't treat yourself right.
Heard that. I heard that. Hey, speaking of treating someone right, the WNBA, they handed down Alyssa Thomas a one-game suspension for the Caitlin Clark throat punch. I don't know if you saw that.
Is that all?
One-game suspension for the throat punch, Fish. Hit it or quit it.
Yeah, I hit it. I don't know if it's hard to really legislate intent in sporting situations if it's not
her
a
throat
clear somebody. Yeah, no, I understand. I understand what you're saying.
And you said, hang on,
was,
let me take them behind the curtains, Fish. You said that maybe Alyssa has a bit of a reputation
as a bully. Yes, for sure.
Okay.
Like she
That was
is
bully
definitely.
behavior.
Yeah, no, it was, but you can't, and she doesn't do that regularly, but she
she's
definitely
learning.
bullies in terms of physically like moving people out of the way, and a lot of players do not like playing against her. She's good. Like, let's not mistake.
Okay.
She's essentially like the Draymond Green of the W. Like, she can get you a triple double without really shooting outside the paint or shooting threes.
Okay, shouts out to you, Draymond. So she got some skill. Okay. All right.
Yeah, she
does.
She's got a lot of skills.
Yeah.
One of which is choking submissions.
Oh my God.
I know it's a freeze frame and all, and I know freeze frames don't tell the whole story. But dude, it looks like she just finished choke slamming her through the mat. It's like she is very clearly stomping on her throat with her fist, man.
Yeah.
It's I think I hit it because I think it's warranted. I quit it that the refs called absolutely nothing.
Well, it was a quick throat punch.
Yeah, well, but it was the key to that was throat punch.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it was. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it was a punch, but it was definitely intentional. I'm with that. And then you have to keep in mind in the W, it's only 44 games, so it's different than like in the NBA when if a guy gets suspended multiple games, it's out of 82.
Okay.
If you
All right,
suspend a
that's true.
WNBA player for like multiple games with only 40 games, that starts to get pretty aggressive.
All right, guys. Last one. I got about 90 seconds left here, but there was a Florida man that was arrested.
Great way to start any sentence.
Yes, arrested. Check this out, Fish. He was trying to steal a helicopter that was being used to transport victims of a car crash he caused. So he caused the car crash. A helicopter
He tried to
came and
steal
lifted
the
some of the people.
medevac helicopter?
He tried to steal the helicopter. Now, I don't know if he had skills to get off the ground, but that man jumped in there, tried to get away, and they caught him, thankfully, because Lord knows what other crash he would have caused. But hit it or quit it on trying to steal the helicopter that's trying to take the victims out of a crash you caused.
Hold on. Like a medical helicopter that was there to transport people that he injured. He tried to steal the helicopter?
A Florida man did this.
Oh my God, bro! That air is different down there. I tell you that much. I quit this all day. Please do not. Yeah. I do not. He should go on some type of list now that we know exactly where this dude is at all times, because I do not want to be anywhere near where somebody like this would be.
Now, D-Fish, I hear what you're saying, but I got a follow-up question. Clearly, the action was bad enough someone had to be medevaced out of there, so someone was clearly hurt. Did anyone get hurt in his trying to steal the helicopter?
No, they got him before he took off, so to speak.
Then he's innocent. Just the balls to do it alone. You get no jail time. I love this guy.
Oh, boy, yeah.
What a daring escape. Any judge in the right mind said, listen, we need daredevils like this out here in
The
our
judge
world.
would be like, but did he take off? Did he get near?
All right,
okay. No,
I'm not going to prosecute him for just sitting in a chair. All right, guys, we got a lot to break down on last night's U.S. men's national team in their loss to Turkey, and so much more right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports. Welcome back. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. 855-97 LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. Of course, get in the chat right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. Let us know what you're thinking. We got so much to discuss today. We've already talked quite a bit about the Lakers. We talked about the Dodgers and their upcoming series with the San Diego Padres down in San Diego. Of course, Roki Sasaki taking on our old friend Walker Buehler tonight, and we'll see which version of Roki Sasaki we are going to see. And quite frankly, this is going to be a very, very, very D-Fish big start for Roki Sasaki, considering the fact that the Dodgers pitching staff is looking to get healthy with a potential returning Blake Snell, at some point a returning Bobby Miller, and of course a returning Tyler Glasnow at some point. Somebody's going to be odd man out, if not two people going to be odd man out when that takes place. And Roki Sasaki's name, you better believe, is circled, highlighted, and underlined along with Emmett Sheehan and maybe even Justin Robleski, even though that cat is pitching his ass off. But we will talk more about the Dodgers later on the show. Not to mention, on top of that, D-Fish and I going to have a little conversation about the owners and their new proposal over there to the Major League Baseball Players Association. D-Fish, you got to hand it to the owners in pretty much every sport in one aspect. I don't think players associations care as much about the marketing game and the court of public opinion game when it comes to this. But I'm not going to lie to you, the owners seemingly always win that portion of the argument because somehow the public relations game is working overtime for the owners right now. And it seems like the players, they got nothing out there to counter it. It's wild how easily the fans are convinced that the owners simply just can't afford to do anything.
Well, I mean, the players are focused on playing.
Yeah.
So you're right. So the timing of it also is really important, and in particular when your top players that it's really their voice, their presence that really helps to drive the highest amount of impact. Like, they are laser focused on doing what they need to do on the field to help their teams win at this point. And so when the stories and the messaging and the narratives begin during the season, it is difficult for the players themselves to spend too much time focusing on trying to counter, every question and every suggestion around what, the last proposal holds, et cetera, et cetera. But no, you're correct. It is a part of the chess match that is being played, and you do have to take it seriously. You need someone, even if it's a spokesperson on behalf of the PA, out there, making sure that certain messaging, not just for fans to understand or get exposure to, but also even to your own membership and your own guys within the league. They also need to hear certain messaging and certain narratives, because it's difficult to trying to schedule players' representative meetings during the season, as much as the guys are playing every day and traveling on the days that they don't play. It's difficult to get everybody in one room on one accord, or even hearing the same information at the same time. And so having someone out there messaging things that are important for the players to hear and understand, it is a vital aspect of at least this part of the calendar. Mm-hmm. The negotiations have already started, even though they are not sitting in the conference room. It has already started, and that's something that sometimes get lost in the way the messaging starts through the media.
Yeah, and by the way, that's what I really hate about this entire thing, because right now, even Jeff Passan even said it, and he didn't say it on our show, he said it elsewhere, where he was saying these two sides aren't even speaking the same language right now. They're not talking at all. This is entirely being put out to the court of public opinion, and the way it's being dressed to the fans make it seem very much, oh no, this is so much just to create a better product for you. But if you go through the list of the things that the owners have proposed so far, one, they listed a salary cap and floor that was really kind of ridiculous, and they kind of wrote in the fine print, oh, this also includes bonuses and all this stuff. So really, it's not a real salary cap. It's a salary cap that includes everything all encompassing. And the salary floor was listed at about $171 million, which, of course, we all know every team can afford that. Yet there's like 3 teams currently operating under the $80 million when it comes to their price tag of their actual roster. That being said, money on your roster does not mean you win. Plain and simple. Look at New York City right now, who just fired Carlos Mendoza. The Mets are the second highest payroll in baseball. They're a dumpster fire right now. It's not about the money you spend, it's how you spend the money. And I've cited the Dodgers over and over and over again. The Dodgers are winning right now, not because of their $100 million in hundreds of millions of dollars into Blake Snell, not because of their hundreds of millions of dollars into Mookie Betts, not because of Tyler Glasnow, not because of Will Smith. By the way, 3 of those 4 names I just mentioned are all on the IL. The Dodgers are winning because of their low-paid guys, like, I don't know, Miguel Rojas, Andy Pajes. I mean, these role players, even the heavily maligned Dalton Rushing has done a phenomenal job. Freeland's done a phenomenal job. Alex Call has answered the bell while Teoscar Hernandez has been on the IL. Kyle Tucker hasn't played supremely well this season. The Dodgers are just a team that gets it done, and they develop and they allot their money in other ways. But to go back to what the owners are suggesting, yeah, we have so many aspects that are taking place. So we already mentioned that salary cap and floor that they mentioned, but they also are talking about the potential of gutting up how the draft works. So now they want to turn it into 12 rounds. They want to create an international draft. They want to get rid of being able to sign high school players. They're trying to turn it into 2 years. Basically what they are trying to do. And now with this new proposal that they're also throwing in there, and I would like to read these, they would like to limit on contract length in Major League Baseball. So free agent contracts would be capped at a maximum of 5 years for players changing teams and 6 years for players returning to their teams. Salary capped by percentage. A free agent signing with a new team could have a first-year salary of no more than 15% of the team's salary cap. Banning deferred money entirely, which, listen, I know a lot of people are complaining about the Dodgers' deferred money. I don't have a problem with it because everybody can defer their money too. If this is that big of a problem for you, fine. You guys can take away the deferred money. I don't really care. And then, of course, the salary cap system where they would be capped at $245 million. Now, keep in mind, that $245 million is very, very, very lofty, considering the fact that that encompasses everything in your salary. The Major League Baseball is also talking about constricting Major League Baseball and minor league baseball to another couple of levels. So we're going to cut thousands of jobs, not just players on the field, but we're talking concession stands. We're talking front office people. We're talking people who take your tickets. All of these jobs will be gone. And not to mention, on top of that, we're going to basically gut the world of scouting because we're going to basically get rid of the concept of, drafting high school players. So make no mistake, Major League Baseball is going to save outrageous amounts of money. Oh, and now we're going to cap the salary spending on all of the players by roughly 40%. Dude, I don't know what to say other than this is evil wrapped in nice bows, and that's it. This is just ridiculous. The Players Association basically laughed at this proposal. I'm laughing at this proposal. Actually, here's my proposal. Major League Baseball, stop making proposals.
The end.
The end. Please stop doing it.
Yeah, no, it's some of it is it's kind of two things. One, it's a bit of a shell game when it comes to some of the proposals that go back and forth, right? It's you're showing one thing, you're moving some things around, but ultimately it's the same thing. You're just moving it around. And so some of what gets proposed over time, you start to get a sense of what the actual most important aspects are to each side. But early on, there are tons of things thrown out just to kind of cause a certain level of frustration, of confusion, to get you looking at things that maybe aren't even really that important to the other side. But it's a negotiation. So the more things I throw at you to have to say no to, at some point you have to offer me something that you're going to say yes to. And so instead of me just focusing on the 3 things that I really want to get done here, I'm going to throw 100 things at you in order for you to have to say no to all of those things. And then ultimately you're going to have to say yes to a little bit of something that I actually want. And then it's another 7 years, we do the same thing. Another 7, like this, it's a slow burn to get where, each side wants to go, but you just have to be willing to battle it out and do what you think is best for the entire sport and the entire player body, not just one group of players or any one particular team even.
Completely. And it's in the chat right now. These old rich guys are really trying to rig the game. Yes, they are. Very much so. That basically what I think they're really trying to do, D-Fish, and you could speak on this a little bit before we move on over to the U.S. men's national team. They're really trying to turn this into the NBA model. And you and I are having a lot of frustrating conversations over and over again about how to make money work to get guys so teams can actually fulfill their roster to create a championship roster. And why I don't like the NBA model, it's not that the NBA model's perfect or imperfect. What I don't like about it is legislating and baking into the model parity. That makes no sense to me. If you buy a team, your job is to now operate said team, not create a new system where you don't really need to operate the team anymore and you just hire accountants to do it for you. That bothers me that you're baking in this idea of competition. Buying the team should bake in the idea of competition.
Yeah, that sounds good, but you're right about the team ownership groups. Like, it is a copycat business as well, and so things that work in other sports, they for sure kind of cherry pick and want to include in their sport. But what you're also seeing, which is happening all around the world, right? A consolidation of wealth within particular groups or constituents. And so as you see more sports ownership groups with private equity money and hedge fund money involved, you're seeing sports ownership groups that own multiple teams. And so then you are going to see that merging and blending of like, well, if I own a hockey team, I'm going to take some rules from over there and bring them over here. If I own a football team, I'm going to take some rules from over there and bring them over here. And so ultimately, it's about getting the system set up in a way that allows them to operate their businesses in a consistent, sustainable way for them. And you can be upset with it, but they own the business. They have things that are important to them. You just have to have a player body that's willing to, work and fight and make sure that they're maintaining some things for future generations of baseball players, basketball players, et cetera.
Absolutely. So it's going to be a hell of a fight as the offseason eventually hits. December 1st is when the current CBA is up. And yeah, I'm expecting a work stoppage. This will be a conversation we'll be having throughout the baseball season. But yes, very, very ugly. Guys, we are D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you get in the chat right now at The Fan LA on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, of course. Let us know what you're thinking. 855-97-LA-FAN. Keep in mind, this CBA is very much being pointed at the Los Angeles Dodgers. So if you guys want something to change for the Dodgers, give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN. What are your thoughts on the CBA and what you think this could do to baseball, better or worse? But we got to talk about last night's matchup, Turkey and United States at SoFi Stadium. I'm sorry, Los Angeles Stadium. We have to rename everywhere because SoFi didn't want to pay the money for the advertisement. Neither did Gillette Stadium. And some of these stadiums are doing a really cool idea. Like you see Levi's are kind of leaning into their logo being covered on like their social platforms. So they're not even naming themselves Levi's right now. You see Gillette Stadium, they put shaving cream over their logo at the stadium. So smart ways of doing some free marketing campaigns for these guys. But I digress. Back to Team USA, who did lose the matchup last night, 3-2 to Turkey here in the United States. But the team didn't exactly roll out their A squad. We kind of knew that going into the game. We also knew that going into the game that it was going to be more or less a glorified friendly. We had a feeling Christian Pulisic would get out there late in the matchup, which he did to a thunderous ovation. He looked good, didn't seem like he was hiding anything or favoring anything. We spoke earlier on today with CBS Sports analyst and host Charlie Davies about it. He was really jazzed up about how he looked. But I was a bit concerned about some other things. Simply this. Dude, how many balls are going through the legs of U.S. players? How many nutmegs did I count there at the end of that match? It seemed like a dozen, Raj.
I didn't quite get to a dozen, but I will say about 6.
It was enough.
But on the game, on this play, should we hear to highlight the game-winning one in the 98th minute?
There was like 9 nutmegs on that one play. So, yes, go ahead and play it.
For a cross, comes back to the top of the box. Now it's clipped in at the backside. Matt Turner, it's stabbed home. Turkey score the winning goal in the 98th minute. They might be going home tomorrow, but they're going wild now.
And also the embarrassment of losing to a brand new country in Turkey. Just so shameful. So shameful on our end. How could that happen? Listen, it was, you kind of felt something in the air right when that happened. The moment that kick got over there by the box, you kind of knew something was going to take place. You saw the goalie, Matt just kind of deviate away, try to get in front, but he knew he had 4 defenders behind him, of which he did. Scored anyways to the one guy wearing a white kit. Listen, I feel good about where Team USA is going into the future, going up against Bosnia in the knockout round. But, man, I know this is not important, but it feels important. The idea that U.S. had a chance to win 3 straight games at the World Cup, a feat they never accomplished.
And we asked our people, we put a poll up in the first hour of the show, I believe. Are you disappointed Team USA didn't go 3-0? And this was closer than I thought. 53% said no, we're moving on anyways.
True.
But 47% said yes, we needed to level up. And I think you guys as a former athletes, there might be something to it. Not invincibility, but going in 3-0, accomplishing something that had never been done, Fish, in U.S. men's Marine Corps, the national team history.
And the Marine Corps has never done it either.
No, the Marine Corps has never done that. So, but yeah, so people are disappointed in not going 3-0, and that would have created a lot of hype, even though you didn't need the game.
Yeah. Fish, what are your thoughts? Just thinking about it as just an athlete. I know we got like multiple days before their next matchup, but I'm just thinking about this as a former athlete myself. Just momentum, man. Just carrying that victory momentum into the next game, even though it wasn't our best, just getting that victory. Hell, even just pulling out the draw would have made me feel better. And I'm not saying that because USA's in the fan pool that we have, and they cost me a point, let alone 3 points. I'm also saying that, I'm mostly saying that because they cost me 3 points last night.
Understood. It can go both ways, honestly. There is that disappointment of not getting the job done, the frustration, especially if you're one of those players that you want more opportunity. You're not hating on the starters or the guys that are normally in the first lineup, but you clearly want your own opportunity to be a main guy, to be out on the field for more minutes per game. And so then you also have that frustration of maybe some of those guys feeling like they let the team down by not performing at a higher level. So I can see all of those points. I can also see the points around the momentum and the confidence and feeling good, and it's something the U.S. has never done before, et cetera, et cetera. But I think at home in the U.S., that can also be really tricky because what you also could run into is everybody patting you on the back for a week and telling you how great you are, and everybody's excited and we're undefeated and we're all feeling good and everything's going to be great. And then you get humbled at the wrong time and then you're going home. And so there are some positives to they're a little more humble probably than they were when that match started yesterday, and that now, like this week of practice, they are going to be locked in, determined. The coach has their attention. This matchup with Bosnia has their undivided attention, and you're arguably going to get a better performance in their next match against Bosnia than you would have gotten had they kind of cruised to that win yesterday. There is a conversation you could have around being a little overconfident and relaxed and complacent, especially when you're playing at home. Now it's like, no, man, we got to go back to the basics. You know, we didn't do well enough yesterday, regardless of who was playing. And let's get back to work. Let's build our habits, and let's prepare for this knockout matchup against Bosnia.
I agree. But hey, maybe it's a media narrative. Maybe specifically D-Fish, maybe you and I are to blame, because that's what Mauricio Pochettino thinks. He thinks that the media is overblowing this loss last night. And you know what? Maybe Poch
Don't be trying to throw me in that bucket. Don't do that, Dak. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Poch is yelling at us.
No. It's not us. It's not. It's
for
not
you
us.
not to say congratulations that we won the group. That is a little bit sad. It's very positive to finish in the way that we finish. Cannot be possible, I'm sorry guys, it cannot be possible that Turkey finish celebrating the 3-point and Australia celebrating the qualification, Paraguay celebrating the qualification, and come here and for you not to say congratulations that we won the group. That is a little bit sad.
Shame on you and Fish. Shame.
D-Fish, you know, I'm kind of getting real tired of your hot takes, man. Like, and Poch is sick of your hot takes on this show.
He's talking specifically not to me, guys. Not to me.
I listen, his accent's a little thick. I thought I heard Derek Fisher in there needs to calm his ass down.
No, there's other people saying that, not him, not Coach Poch.
Well, they are heading on to the knockout stage against Bosnia. So Team USA looking good going on despite the loss last night. Looking very forward to keeping you guys updated on that. Coming up, ladies and gentlemen, legacy. Legacy is just one of the biggest topics when it comes to sports. But is perhaps a man in the Southland talking about his legacy too much? Brian Windhorst thinks so. We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Get in the chat on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. Of course, you can find us right now at The Fan LA on YouTube and get into that conversation because our chat has been live all show long. Not to mention the calls have been great. 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We're going to turn our attention over here to the Los Angeles Lakers because, listen, D-Fish, you're a guy that has a very good and prominent legacy when it comes to basketball and the NBA, especially here in Los Angeles, California. And, you know, we talk about legacy all the time. In fact, if you turn on any of the shows or the talking head shows, legacy is brought up practically as like 85% of the show. It's just something we do in sports. And I've never really tried to get too far into it. When I was younger, I think we all cared about the idea of legacy. But the more I've grown and the more I've matured and the more I've learned, the less I've cared about it. Like, and I do mean that from the very bottom of my heart. Maybe it's my perspective has changed over time, but the conversation of legacy is always surrounding the world of sports. And look no further than that man, LeBron James. You can't talk to anybody about LeBron James without legacy being brought in, without the names of MJ being brought in or Kobe and the legacy of all the other greats who have ever played. It's almost like no matter what LeBron does, he could have 14 double-doubles or triple-doubles in a row, and they'll still just say, yeah, but Jordan. So I can understand how his legacy is constantly thrown in his face, so to the point where he does mention it and talk about it. But Ryan Windhorst went ahead and had a great conversation about it, and here's his quote. Quote, unquote, not that he's looking for my advice, but I would say stop talking about legacy. Your body of work is your body of work. It's a gigantic mountain range that's lasted decades, and it's majestic. You don't need to get in the measuring contest about who has the highest mountain. And I gotta say, as much as I love that he opened up with saying he doesn't need my advice, because yes, he's LeBron James, he doesn't need any of our advice, least of all from me, least of all from Wendy, least of all from probably anybody on the planet. But I do kind of agree with this sentiment. You are a mountain, a mountain. Does it matter if another mountain is the same size or slightly bigger?
I mean, last I checked, he doesn't walk around like taking out billboards around LA talking about his legacy. I don't
No, he does not.
know where, you know, when you're in his position, you know, the amount of media that he does, whether it's, you know, during his role with the Lakers and you know, pregame media or postgame media, et cetera, the amount of media he does in terms of his podcast and content off the court, you know, the media that he's built there, he's going to be in these situations where he's asked these questions a lot. And so I think he's answering the question. And yeah, I could see like the point you're making and, you know, to some degree, Wendy's point, like maybe he doesn't have to engage in it even when asked. He could just say, yeah, I'm not worried about my legacy. I'm just focused on right now. That's easy to say, but it's also like, I don't know why we feel like we have to comment on what we think somebody else should be doing all the time. Like it's totally somebody else's choice to decide, especially when they're talking about themselves. Like that's their choice, and it's okay. We can agree or disagree with it, but when we start then getting into telling someone, you know what, you should think less or talk less about yourself, you know, because we don't want to hear that. Like you're already great enough. You don't have to talk about how great you are. Well, who else is going to talk about how great you are if it's not you? Like it ain't a lot of people lining up to say positive things about people anymore. So I get it. Yeah. I get what Wendy is saying. I you know, in the quote that you read, like it's not a negative thing that he's trying to say. No, his legacy isn't what it is. So I'm not saying that. I just think, like, why is it news that we're talking about LeBron should talk less about his legacy when we're the ones that ask him about it and bring it up all the time? Like, to your point, entire network spend hours talking about these comparisons, but yet he's supposed to talk about it less. Okay, that's fair.
Makes it tricky.
All right.
It makes it very. Listen, I don't know what LeBron can do. If you ask him the question, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't type of thing. You ask him the question, he starts talking about his legacy. Well, yeah, you asked him the question. He's actually being kind enough to answer this question, which it's not an egotistical question. I'm trying to think of it's like being set up for an egotistical question. You're asking him about his legacy. So now he seems like this egotistical guy who's talking about how great his legacy is. But didn't you kind of set him up for the question to begin with? On top of that, yeah, like he's also the type of player that has a legacy. Like that's when we're talking about those legacy players, we're talking about rarefied air type of human beings. There's not a lot of them. There are a ton of NBA players, but not a lot of them are going to leave a quote unquote legacy, especially the way that LeBron James has. Like, what do you think is the importance of the legacy of a LeBron James or like a Michael Jordan? Is it more of like the fabric of the storytelling of the sport, or is it more of just we need to have this thing to get one up on somebody else? It's like this thing, like, no matter what LeBron does, yeah, but Jordan. That is just such a stupid thing to always throw in his face.
Yeah, I think the legacy debate has, it's birthed and built the business that we're in now. To be honest, I don't know if it really has any impact on the players themselves, whether or not they spend a lot of time worrying about it, thinking about it, focusing on it. For a long time we. Including myself, like players didn't say a lot publicly about what they thought about things or providing their personal opinion, or, there's a reason why we don't get into politics in certain settings, because people don't want to hear certain thoughts and your personal opinion about things. And so a lot of athletes just kind of avoided talking about certain subjects. And then we've kind of run into this window of time where we appreciate when athletes are transparent, when they're vulnerable, when they're honest, when they let us know what they're thinking, et cetera. But then as soon as they do it, we're ready to jump on them and say, right now we're screaming at them for actually telling us what they're thinking. And
all the time.
It's a very difficult, thing to process. Ultimately, legacy is really about, what you're doing for those coming after you, as well as what you've done to improve or leave better what you were handed. And I think LeBron is like, when you think about where the NBA was when he came in 2003 to where it is now in 2026, like the game in so many ways is in a better place. Are there things that we could pick apart and say they've gotten worse or we'd like to see them different? Sure. But he has done his part in terms of his basketball legacy on the court, his basketball and personal legacy off the court in terms of winning communities. And so, we'll tip our cap to him. Let's appreciate him while he's still here. But if we're going to keep asking him questions about his legacy and then have something to say when he's answering the question, I just think, that in itself is noise. I think if we don't want him to talk about it as much, let's stop asking him about it.
Yeah, well, you ain't wrong. You ain't lying, but man, legacy. It's a young man's game, but LeBron ain't getting that young anymore, and I'm looking very forward to seeing what legacy he does officially leave behind. Because here's the other thing. What is his legacy going to be? Is it going to be the greatest basketball player of all time, or is it going to be something that you just said akin to? Like, when I think of someone like Russell Westbrook, I think his legacy is going to be the homes that he's rebuilt here in Los Angeles, California. When I think of LeBron James, it's something you just said. It's going to be, dude, he left basketball in a better place than where he found it. And if there is a legacy to have, I would say it's absolutely that. But what do you guys think? Let's go to Rob in Gardena. Talk to us. You're on with D, Fish, and Decker.
Guys, I'm the one that LeBron should be the sixth man.
You're the one that set D-Fish off the other day, Rob. The sixth man.
So I really think the conversation has to do with the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's what you see. So some people think LeBron is the GOAT. Some people will say Magic Johnson's the GOAT, who I think is the GOAT because he made everybody else better. Of course, Michael Jordan. So it's always what you think the GOAT should be. So I think LeBron has a legacy, however, a little bit tainted because he did pick to go to Miami. He did pick to come to L.A. So he wasn't just drafted by his team like Jordan did with the Bulls, Kobe did with the Lakers, Magic Johnson with the Lakers. So maybe a little bit of his GOAT is tainted, but everyone has a different opinion of what a GOAT is.
I mean, that is fair, Rob. It really is. But I would actually, D-Fish, make the argument his legacy of playing in multiple cities and winning championships in multiple cities, I think is just as, if not more so impressive than winning multiple championships in one city. What is your take on that, D-Fish?
I agree from the perspective of, I understand what Rob is saying, and I think what came to mind for me is LeBron broke the mold in that conversation, and that's why it's been received differently. Prior to that point, what we'd seen from our GOATs, right, whether you're a Celtics fan like Raj, which is just insanity to me, you know, and you were, you know, you felt like Bill Russell was a GOAT. You felt like Larry Bird was the GOAT. You felt guys that had carried that mantle. They played for one team that you could remember, right? You think about Magic Johnson, he played for one team. You think about Michael Jordan, played for one team basically, a couple years, you know, in Washington as well. But, you know, so Kobe, one team. Dirk Nowitzki, one team. Tim Duncan, one team. You know, Karl Malone and John Stockton, one team. So because LeBron in 2010 choosing to go to Miami kind of broke the mold and the psychology of how we envisioned our historically great Mount Rushmore players, we just haven't come to accept the fact that things changed. And, you know, the game was different. The economic system in the NBA was different. The pressure that we had put on our great players to be champions increased some of the decision-making about changing teams because they were responsive to the fact that in order to get into that fraternity of greats, I have to win. And so I understand what he's saying about that part of it. The six-man part, I don't.
Yeah, I can't get there.
It doesn't really fit. Yeah, and it's not an ego thing. It just doesn't quite make sense. Like it's like if you re-sign Aaron Rodgers to the Pittsburgh Steelers, you don't make him the backup quarterback.
No, he would retire if that's the case.
He would just retire, yes.
Yeah, no question he would retire, as he should. But you know who's not going to retire? Whoever the hell the Lakers are going after as their big man. And it's a ton of names. But can they afford any of them? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. Sports, 855-97-LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. Myself, Cody Decker, and the one and only Derek Fisher talking all things sports in the Southland right now. And, buddy, we got some more breaking news. Shams Charania is just on a roll this week, of course, because a lot is happening. Now, it may not be the biggest signing news, not quite at the height of Austin Reeves, but Oklahoma City Thunder are trading guard Isaiah Joe to the Detroit Pistons for 2 future second-round picks. So there is more movement taking place throughout the NBA, and we're waiting to hear about more movement because the Lakers are on the hunt to fill up that salary cap space that they have available, D-Fish. And, of course, all eyes on LeBron James, but the names that are being thrown around for a potential big man with the potential re-signing of Jackson Hayes looming, not to mention on top of that some people being available that we weren't aware of. We are aware, however, because according to also Shams Charania, that Mitchell Robinson will be available because it's looking likely, more likely than not, that the Knicks will not retain him. And that is the name that is very much at the top of a lot of reports that the Lakers are after. And D-Fish, it comes down to this. Not only because we know they want him, can they get him? How does the math in this situation?
Well, the math is quite challenging for sure, but it's doable. I think as you saw, that announcement with Oklahoma City making the trade with Isaiah Joe to the Detroit Pistons, the Oklahoma City Thunder are one of those teams that are trying to stay out of that second apron area, as SGA's contract, J-Dub, Jalen Williams' contract, and Chet Holmgren's contracts all merging and blending at the same time. The Thunder have traded away 2 players. And then, of course, they drafted 2 players, but those 2 guys will make significantly less money than the 2 players they traded away. Plus, they landed some draft capital. And so those are moves that the Lakers could be potentially working on as well. Maybe there are some scenarios where if you cannot re-sign Luke Kennard, can you come to a sign and trade with the team that Luke Kennard is going to go to and land a second round pick for Luke Kennard? If the money isn't going to work for you to re-sign Rui Hachimura because he's got a great deal to go somewhere else, can you do a sign and trade and possibly land a late first round pick or a pick swap or a second round pick for Rui Hachimura? Then you turn around and flip those 2 second round picks plus a player to land the guy that you're going after. And so there are ways to make it all work. And we have to believe that the Lakers are looking through all of those scenarios and trying to figure out ways that they can improve the team. But again, without appearing to land in that second apron with the luxury tax penalties as high as they are, you'll see the Cleveland Cavaliers were there. They may be there for another year, but you're not going to see many NBA teams more than 1 or 2 seasons kind of put all their chips in and max their salary situations out. It's just too punitive from a tax perspective, and that's why you're seeing a lot of these moves that are being made around the NBA.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the Cleveland Cavaliers because the Lakers seemingly, based on reports that we've seen throughout this last month, the list is just ever growing of potential big men that they're after. And, of course, if we're looking at like probably the unattainable guys, like the really restricted free agents that are probably on the priority list, if there is a priority list, I would assume Walker Kessler is very high up on that. We mentioned Jalen Duren earlier today, but neither of those guys seem very realistically possible to happen based on the finances that we discussed earlier this week. But Mitchell Robinson, who is an unrestricted free agent, is interesting. Another unrestricted free agent that's been thrown around a couple of times has been Robert Williams III. Is that a name that can maybe get your attention, or is that another thing where we're just going to end up being priced out a little bit?
No, I think guys in the ranges of Walker Kessler, Jalen Duren are probably too expensive for the Lakers based on some of the current decisions they're going to have to make. When you think about Luka's numbers, Austin's numbers, adding a third guy, north of $20 to $30 million would just be too restrictive, I think, for the Lakers to build out a quality team. Guys like Mitchell Robinson, Robert Williams III, Mitchell Robinson's market is probably bigger than Robert Williams. If the Lakers are interested in Mitchell Robinson, there are probably several other teams that are interested, and it's going to depend on what he wants. He's coming off of an NBA championship with the New York Knicks. Does he want to be a full-time starter? Which team is offering him that opportunity? Also, does he want to just get paid? And it doesn't matter where it is. He's going to take the highest number, and he's going to take the most years, because most likely this is his one window of opportunity to get paid the most amount of money. So if somebody offers him a 4-year deal for $20+ million a year, then no, you're not signing a $15.5 million deal to come play for the Los Angeles Lakers, even though that sounds great, sounds fun, it would be amazing, but you do have your financial security and your family's financial security as part of this conversation. So Robert Williams III is a player that I think fits the mold of extremely athletic, lob threat at the rim, great shot blocking and rim protection on the defensive end, as well as rebounding. Has had some injury history, but if you think about being able to manage both Jackson Hayes and Robert Williams III's minutes and splitting them in a way that keeps both guys fresh and healthy, and then you also maybe have another veteran guy that could be there as an emergency backup big, or even a young guy, as we saw the Lakers signing to a training camp contract with 10, Robbie Avila, or Avila, however you pronounce it.
Oh, dude, I'm so excited for this cat. I have no idea what it's going to be, and I've read every report about the guy because I've seen him a little bit. I'm a college basketball novice, dude, but I'm aware of who Robert Avila is, and I cannot wait to see. I hope he makes this team, because if we can get some more of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, I want him.
Well, what makes him a really interesting young prospect, and it gives you a glimpse at the way not just JJ Redick's brain is working offensively, but so many NBA coaches and even college coaches as well, is when you can have a big man that you can make one of the hubs of your offense. It increases the options and the optionality around how you put your players in position to be successful. And so imagine, not necessarily, anytime soon or even in the biggest moments, but even just at times for 2 or 3 minutes, being able to enter the ball to Robbie Avila, and then guys are cutting and screening and moving without the basketball while he makes the plays, kind of similar to Jokic and those types of bigs that can really pass the ball at an elite level for their size. That's kind of the Robbie Avila, best comp. And so, yeah, I'm excited to see how it goes for him in training camp, and even before then, hopefully in summer league, we'll get a chance to get a glimpse at some of the things that he's capable of doing.
Absolutely. Well, I'm looking very forward to that. And if you believe reports right now, the Los Angeles Lakers have not, as of now, offered LeBron James a contract since the NBA negotiating window has opened. So we have to keep an eye on that as well. We've been told that he might take as long as August, and we don't know how long this is actually going to take, especially with the big men that they are looking to go get and the rest of the roster they're trying to fill out. We will keep you updated. But ladies and gentlemen, coming up right here on D. Fish and Decker, men's U.S. national team, and we got to preview this upcoming Dodgers series. Can they take another sweep from San Diego, even though they're currently booming down there in San Diego? We will discuss. It's D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports.
DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, California. Whole world is watching one tournament right now. Group stage chaos, knockout drama, stoppage time heartbreak. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in California. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code TheFanLA. Spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code TheFanLA. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim, issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends June 28. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
We are wrapping up around here our fourth hour of this incredible 4-hour extravaganza that is D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, Crooked Ass Raj, and so many of you joining us right now, not only right now on the dial 97.1 on your LA commute, but of course you can take us on the go with the Odyssey app, the iHeart app. Go back and listen to the podcast if you missed anything on the show today. And of course, get in the chat on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. D. Fish, you're over there in Vegas. Are you going to put any bets down for any of these matches coming up today? Because, man, U.S. men's national team dropping a big one last night. Even though it was a glorified friendly, you still got time to put some money down on France or Norway. What are you thinking?
No, I will not be putting any money down on anybody. What
are you doing out there?
Why be in Vegas?
No, because I am here coaching high school basketball, man. You guys are not helping
the kids
me stay
about numbers
focused
and
on
money.
what I am here for.
Yeah, can't you teach the kids
a
properly?
new math class?
Yeah, teach them how to properly gamble with responsibility.
Real talk. Playing
Yes.
craps, you learn odds, 2-to-1, 3-to-1 odds. There's all kind of stuff to teach the kids, man. Kids, you want to go to Vegas with Uncle Raj?
Yeah.
I do not want to go to Vegas
Yeah.
with Uncle
No.
No.
Yeah, no money down. But yeah, still looking forward to a good weekend out here, man. And obviously locked in on this final hour. Excited to talk about what's coming up this weekend. The Norway-France matchup that you mentioned, that's going to be electric this evening. We have a game this afternoon, so once I knock that out, then I'll be able to breathe a little bit later this evening, sir.
That a baby. Well, here's the thing. Like, how long you guys staying in Vegas? 'Cause I'll tell you this. When I was in high school, we played in Vegas for my team, Santa Monica High School. We went to Vegas, played a tournament there every single year. My only advice that I got for you, D-Fish, watch those kids. Watch those kids. Don't let them out of your guys' side, man, because those kids will take advantage. I know. I was one of those kids that definitely did.
You got some
I had
stories.
a goatee yeah, dude, I had a goatee as a sophomore in high school. I looked 38 when I was in high school, so no one stopped me anywhere I went. I'm out of high school.
No, we're here till Sunday.
Now. I'm happy to say it.
Yes, no, correct. We're here till Sunday. We got our eyes on them. We're locked in. We're gonna figure out a way to win these 4 games.
Yep. Watch out for them kids in Vegas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got to talk a little bit about the soccer. And, of course, about to preview this upcoming Dodger matchup between the San Diego Padres. But right now, last night, we discussed it already. We want to discuss it again because, frankly, U.S. drops a match last night, and it was not an ugly loss. I'm making it abundantly clear. 3-2 loss, and they got the loss within the last 20 seconds of extra time, of which no shenanigans. It was just nutmeg shot after nutmeg shot, getting that ball between the legs of all the defenders of the U.S. men's national team, leading to this goal right here.
Turkish fans are listening. The USA's big star gets nutmegs. Goaler still trying to get in. Chance for a cross. Comes back to the top of the box. Now it's clipped in at the backside. Matt Turner, it's stacked home. Turkey score the winning goal in the 98th minute. They might be going home tomorrow, but they're going wild now.
And that, of course, was Thank You from Fox, but that was the artist formerly known as Turkey getting the lead against the United States in just seconds left to go. And it was a great match. If nothing else, it was a very, very good competitive match throughout the entire thing. Me personally, I hated it. I was pissed off. Very simple. I'll be fully transparent. We got ourselves a pool going on here for 97.1 The Fan. Every one of the shows are involved. You got D-Mac and Reiter. You got Brock and Alex. And, of course, you got D-Fish and Decker all in this thing. And your boy, D-Fish, pulled Team USA as my secondary mid-tier team. Well, I was all excited because Team USA going to go ahead and win and sweep through the first round. First time in their history of doing that at the World Cup. I was fired up. Turkey hadn't really shown up. Turkey hadn't really shown up either. And, I was kind of excited for this matchup. Sadly, while I was at O'Brien's, I was really sitting high after 2 minutes when the U.S. scored their first goal about 98 seconds into this matchup. But after that, it became some serious crickets, and then we go to the halftime with a 2-1 lead for Turkey. And, man, I was feeling it. You could feel it in the bar. It was palpable. We kind of had a feeling we might only pull out a draw if that. And we did get the equalizer in the second half, unfortunately, with the way that ended. But everyone and their cousin is telling us not to worry. This was all part of the plan. We were holding out our main guys, people that had some yellow card issues, so we don't have to worry about that in the knockouts. But I'm not going to lie to you, there's a part of it that just disappoints me, D-Fish, and it's simply this. The ability to do something at the World Cup in a sport that we are often maligned in. I'm a little disappointed we didn't take the sweep. Now, is it the most important thing in the world? No. Getting past this group of 32 is way more important. Way more important to be healthy there as well. I'm glad Pulisic got in with the minutes and he looked good. It looked like he wasn't holding anything. But D-Fish, just talk on the idea of momentum and the idea of taking that good vibe of 3 straight wins into a potential 4th. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little disappointed. Call me crazy. I'm disappointed.
As fans, we can be disappointed. We will be. That happens often. Our expectations go up when the team is successful. We're all excited. The tournament is in the U.S. We feel the energy. As we've talked about, these things are happening in real time in our time zone, so we care even more about it because we're connected to what's actually happening as it unfolds. I think with Team USA, you're right. It would have been nice to be 3-0, to do something that's never been done before, to take that energy into the next round. But I think it's still a tournament, right? You're still trying to win the whole tournament. It's not so much about how you play every time when the tournament is unfolding, but it's more about winning the tournament and making decisions that are best for you to win the tournament. And so those players that had the yellow cards, the 4 players that they held back on, that was an important aspect of positioning yourself to win the tournament because you'd already won the group, which allows you to still have a chance to win the tournament. Then after holding those guys out to make sure they are live and able to go for the knockout round, then now you go over to Pulisic, which that's probably the most important part of the entire day, is the fact that he was able to come back 100% healthy, looked good while he was out on the pitch, like immediately made a difference and impacted the game while he was out there. Like there's still some positives to take away from it. And again, the most important piece is that you're still in a great position to win the tournament. And
No
so
question.
I liken it to NBA teams, or NFL team. Like you already have your playoff seating locked up. There's no way we're risking Patrick Mahomes or we're risking, Lamar Jackson in a game that doesn't really move us forward. Even if we lose, we know we're the 1 seed in the AFC or the NFC, and we just kind of have to move forward that way, even though, we would have loved to have won that last game.
Completely. And yes, we will be talking about this as time goes forward. Next week, we got that matchup between Bosnia and the United States in the first of the knockout stage. And, we will also be replaying our conversation we had with Charlie Davies that we had in the first hour of the show, talking all things U.S. men's team, not to mention where the future is and exactly how wrong both D. Fish and I are about resting these guys because, as D. Fish just said, boy, oh boy, the future is slightly brighter than normal when it comes to U.S. men's hockey. I got to ask you this, though, D-Fish and Raj. I'm sorry, men's national soccer. I'm sorry, there's a commercial they're currently rocking right now. The hockey's on my mind because they're doing that Do You Believe in Miracles commercial with the member of the U.S. men's 1980 hockey team. I can't help but think.
Oh, yeah.
It's actually, I'm not going to lie to you, a pretty damn good commercial. But I got to ask you this question. I got to ask you this, Raj. Everybody involved. What would we consider what would we consider success this year in the World Cup for Team USA? Is it just getting to the group of 16, or do they need to get past that for us to go, we're here?
Well, you remember, I don't know if you remember, but you asked me this before the World Cup started.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, getting out of the group, you're at home, I think you should. It wasn't a terribly scary group. It wasn't a group of death or anything. You've accomplished that. And here's what I think exactly what's going to happen. I said the round of 16 is success for USA. In fact, Louis down at PV House said we should get a cup for that, US, because 32 you should beat Bosnia. You know what I mean?
Yes, we should.
But 16, that's when you start playing the big boy. And that depth you say US has, well, those big boys got better depth than we do. So I honestly think with no making fun or anything, no playing the song, the round of 16 would be respectful to U.S., and I think that would be a great success for the U.S. men's national team.
What would it do to the world of soccer if they actually got to the group of 8?
That would be like you'd be forced to respect U.S. as, wow, they're a contender. There's no joke there. I mean, unless they got like just a cakewalk, like a main, like unless they played someone like Norway and Ireland was hurt or something. You know what I mean? And you got by them
where
that
it
way.
didn't matter that way. Yeah.
But no, it would be shocking, and geez, then you really have to give them a cup for that. And I don't want to make fun. It's not a fun situation. Getting to 16, I think, is excellent, and that is like success, and you can try and build off of it, and I think that I'd respect that.
Man, but D-Fish, we're going to be right back to where we started if we get knocked out by Bosnia. I feel like we're going to be eating so much crow as a
Don't
nation
even
if
put
we get
that in the
knocked out.
universe, man.
Because it's important. We got to at least mention it. If Bosnia somehow knocks us out, we're going to need to have a real reassessment of what we're doing here. So
well,
let's go
at
ahead
least
and,
your liver will be okay with that, though.
You say that. You think I'm not going to be drinking, watching France and Mexico
I know.
and
Spain.
And Spain? Like, they drink too. Germany? Oh, my God. I was at a German game last week, and I drank my face off, dude. My liver is not happy about this World Cup, to say the least. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of L.A. Sports. Let's switch it over to the Dodgers, man, because we got ourselves a series coming up here in San Diego, California, against them Padres. And about 2 weeks ago, we were talking about the Padres really falling off. Their offense was terrible. Their pitching staff wasn't looking great. Even their incredible bullpen has seemingly floundered a little bit. But now the Padres have swept a series against the very, very good Atlanta Braves at home, and they are rolling quite well. And I got to tell you this, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I played for the San Diego Padres. I played for the San Diego Padres during a run when the Padres were not very good. It was a down time for the San Diego Padres. But I will tell you this, that clubhouse, that stadium, that fan base, the hatred for the Dodgers is palpable. And it's not fake. It is not kind of there. They hate Dodgers and their fans because there is a little brother syndrome that does exist there. And by the way, I'm not saying a little brother syndrome like as in to make fun of them that they're little brother. It's just very much the fact there is a louder, more successful party right up the street, up the 5 freeway, and that is the Los Angeles Dodgers. And now the Dodgers with their 2 championships in a row, one of which should have gone to the Padres, but they blew it 2 years ago, which led to the Dodgers taking on the Yankees. I can't stress this enough. The Padres are going to try to get themselves right in every way, shape, and form. And I'm saying that not only in this series, as we got Roki Sasaki taking on our old friend Walker Buehler, but I'm talking about in the future. We are 1 month away, man, from a trade deadline. And if there's one thing I know about their GM, AJ Preller, he is going to do everything he can to not only get bodies, but specifically get bodies that the Dodgers want so the Dodgers can't have those bodies.
And that's a fair strategy. I mean, you're not going to just go pick up anybody just to keep the Dodgers from getting them. But if it's someone that can help your baseball team win games and you can prevent your division opponent or league opponent from also landing that player, you bet your bottom line a GM is going to look at it that way, and especially if it is a rival. It's similar to like Celtics and Lakers have, I don't know if they've ever orchestrated a trade directly amongst themselves because those organizations battle so many times against each other. They were never going to probably do anything to help each other out. So it's a similar thought process with the Dodgers and Padres at this point. Nobody's doing anything that's going to help the other club out. And so you could see that mentality or mindset from a front office perspective, but still only with players that I think would actually help the Padres, win at a high level. It may be some young prospects as well that could help win in the future. And so we'll see. I'm excited for this matchup in this series. It's one of those kind of barometer regular season matchup that
big time.
Gives you a glimpse of gives you a glimpse of kind of where you are as a team, where your opponent is that you're probably going to see in September and October. And this is a real big take notes type of assignment. Win or loss, there's a lot of notes that'll be taken coming out of this series.
Huge. As the San Diego Padres are currently a half game out of that wild card spot. They've won 3 in a row, 6-4 in their last 10. And, of course, the Diamondbacks right behind them, only 2 games out of a wild card spot. 2 teams, by the way, in the National League West, I firmly believe are playoff teams and will be contenders to the Los Angeles Dodgers when October comes around. But the Padres, man, this is a big series for the Dodgers in a couple of ways. It's not just a big series because it's the San Diego Padres and it's a weekend series and the Dodgers need to stay right, especially coming off that last matchup and, the little bit of the drama between Shohei and Dalton Rushing that took place. I'm looking forward to Dalton Rushing getting himself right. That being said, it's a big weekend for the Dodgers because I think this weekend is going to be the start of showing exactly what our rotation's going to be down the road in the season, because Emmett Sheehan is throwing a game this weekend. On Sunday, specifically against Michael King, and tonight you got Roki Sasaki. Now, we got two massive starters that are coming off the IL very, very soon, and that is, of course, Tyler Glasnow and Blake Snell. Blake Snell, who's been in the throwing program, who should be ready to go by mid-July. Tyler Glasnow still waiting on word on exactly when he's coming back, not to mention other names like a Bobby Miller. Somebody in this staff has got to go, whether it's they move to a bullpen role where, quite frankly, Major League Baseball and the Dodgers specifically have one of the best bullpens in Major League Baseball. But keep in mind, those roles are going to be limited too, because they're also going to be getting back Edwin Diaz at some point. So maybe Tanner Scott gets kind of rolled out of the closer role that he's been doing a phenomenal job in this season, mind you. But he will be probably in that 8-inning role. We'll have possibly Blake Trinan back and doing his role. But at the end of the day, somebody's got to go. And it's going to be between Emmett Sheehan and Roki Sasaki, because Justin Robleski, as far as I'm concerned, is not just a Dodger starter. He's a Dodger starter of the future based on how he's been pitching this season, my guy.
Well, how many, in terms of somebody's got to go, are you saying somebody has to go in terms of they're going to a backup role, a different role? They won't be in the six-man starter rotation?
Could be.
They'll still be middle reliever.
Oh, yeah. I think the Dodgers and Dave Roberts has got a lot of options. Like that's what it's going to be interesting. With the implementing like 3 to 4 more arms, those same amount of arms got to be relegated somewhere else. So either it's a possible trade piece, perhaps it's going to be guys that are just going to be going down to the minor leagues. I mean, here's something interesting. Ha-Seong Kim is like 4th in NL voting for like second baseman right now. He's in AAA for the Dodgers as we currently stand.
Yeah, so you're just from a numbers perspective, you're saying somebody's gonna have to go. I'm trying to make sure I understand, are they just going to a different role as a middle reliever? They gonna be more close? Or they're like, okay,
but no,
they don't
might
have to
be
get off the
going
roster
down to the minor leagues.
Bye-bye.
Because there's just no room on the roster. Talk to me, my guy.
Now, I know Shohei Ohtani isn't pitching in this series, but next time he comes up, are you pairing him and Dalton Rushing again, together again? Is that going to be his, you call him battery mate? Is that what you guys call catchers?
Yes, battery mate.
Is that going to be his battery mate? That's an issue for me. And I know that's not for this series per se, but they are going to have to play again together. And, I mean, I know you got injuries. Will Smith is out. Like, what are you doing there, man? Can you go back to that? Is this a get-right moment for Rushing as well?
So this is actually a very difficult question to answer, considering the fact that I don't know what the Dodgers have. For instance, Chucky Robinson is currently up right now, and I'm a card-carrying member.
Chucky. Let's go, Chucky.
Chucky Robinson fan club. This is the headquarters. I want to make that damn
them
sure.
batting gloves.
But I don't know what kind of catcher Chucky is receiving-wise. How well can he work with Shohei, which, of course, there is that language barrier that exists. Dalton's already caught him a few times, so there is a familiarity, even though it hasn't gone perfect. But if there's one thing that's been pretty glaring, I've mentioned all those names that are currently on the IL, the Teoscar Hernandez, the Blake Snells, the Tyler Glasnows, the Edwin Diazes, the Blake Trinans, all of those names. Who's the most important name on the IL? I think if we've learned anything this week, that name is Will Smith, and it has zero to do with his bat. Because there's a number right here. I mentioned what Shohei's stats are as a pitcher. 0.74 ERA when he's pitching to Will Smith compared to his 4.74 that he gets over to Dalton Rushing. Well, how about the Dodgers themselves? Because with, and I want to say this again, with Will Smith catching, the Dodgers' ERA was a 3.42 overall ERA, with Dalton Rushing catching 4.98 ERA. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, Will Smith might be the most important member of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Maybe Fisher won't want to trade him no more. Yeah.
So we're no longer trading Will Smith, Fish. Keeping this guy, signing him long term. And now we're going to go ahead and go take a quick little break, because coming up, the one and only Charlie Davies. If you missed it earlier, you're not going to miss it right now. Talking all things U.S. men's soccer right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports. And the voice of LA Sports, 855-97. LA fan, that's 855. And the voice of LA Sports, 855-97 LA fan. That's 855-975-2326. Of course, we want to hear from you because we got a lot to talk about today here on D. Fish and Decker. We got to, of course, talk about the Lakers and the big man search that they're currently on, and, of course, preview the Dodgers later on the show. Not to mention Major League Baseball making a new proposal for the upcoming CBA, and it is terrible. Can't wait to talk about that with D-Fish later on the show. But right now, we got to stay on U.S. men's soccer and, of course, the day that is in the World Cup. And who better than our correspondent that we are thrilled to call our correspondent. Because,
and friend of the show.
And no. We prefer family. We prefer family of the show because the one and only Charlie Davies, the analyst and host of CBS Sports, and, of course, former U.S. men's national team striker, Olympian, and all-around just super guy, the one and only Charlie Davies. Dude, happy birthday, dude. That's phenomenal.
Thank you. Thank you.
I got a lot of questions to ask you about Team USA, but I'd be remiss not to ask you this because you're in Boston right now. You got France and Norway today. What is the vibe around the city of Boston? Is it electric? Is everyone rowing in cabs, on subways?
It's one, good morning. Two, thank you so much. I mean, I'm always filled with gratitude, but now turning 40, that's a significant number. Even though I don't feel 40, it's a significant number. But I'm forced to realize how grateful I am in life to have had to experience the highs and lows and have had the experiences I've had to get to this point. Just I'm filled with peace and happiness, and so I think I'm really just grateful to continue to do what I do. Now, to talk about France and Norway, New England has just welcomed the world, and the world has been so receptive to New England. Everybody's going to be rowing. Let's be honest. The Norwegian fans are epic. Even we saw against Senegal when Norway just last played Senegal. Even the Senegalese fans were all rowing with the Norwegians. Like that's power. That's a proper chant. I mean, I feel like that's going to catch in other sports as well. Like the row is just epic. But Allez les Bleus too. I mean, the French fans come to party and celebrate as well. So I think when my boys get to come to the stadium and experience that atmosphere and that environment, it's going to be electric. I cannot wait. Plus Mbappe versus Haaland, two giants in terms of goal scorers competing for the Golden Boot. They're all trying to catch Messi. All the storylines are there.
Charlie, it's D-Fish here, man. Happy birthday again, brother, man. So bless you. Wish you phenomenal things into this new year, man. Into your 40s, boy. Welcome to the club. I'm way past that. So
thank you, man. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Charlie, talk to us about, as you were watching Team USA compete against Turkey A, not Turkey, Turkey A.
Yes.
The mindset, knowing that they had won the group and clinched the advance, how did you see that playing out in their performance last night, and what are your thoughts as you look back on it?
Yeah, I look back at it and I see why Mauricio Pochettino said, I'm going to rest my guys. One, the four that have yellow cards, you weren't going to play them at all. There's no sense in trying to risk them, and potentially if they get a yellow card, then they're missing the knockout stages. You're talking about big players. You need them to be able to perform for that match, so you're not going to risk them. Now, the rest of the guys, he said, let me empower my team and give them an opportunity to showcase why they were selected for the 2026 World Cup. And ultimately, the majority of them fell flat. They didn't give the performance necessary to one, continue this momentum and inspire the country, but two, it was more a disappointment and for themselves to say, hey, I deserve more playing time when these matches matter in the knockout stages. So the one player that has really fallen from such a high position for me is Timothy Weah. I mean, we talk about the potential and the impact that he's had over the years. He came into this game and just didn't have it. Didn't have the intensity. He looked uncomfortable. His sharpness. It seemed to, and I think most importantly, his confidence had seemed just to fall by the wayside. So unfortunate scenes for Timothy Weah. With his father, they always panning to his father in the stands watching him. His father was World Player of the Year, George Weah, literally the world's best player. And it's got to be tough for him to have always kind of lived in his shadow and trying to, move away from being George Weah's son. And I'm Timothy Weah, and he's done such a great job of doing that. And now in the biggest moment of his career, he can't seem to find his confidence in his form. But ultimately, D-Fish, the team was rotated and they didn't get the response necessary and didn't give the performance necessary to finish the group out with an undefeated record. That being said, Christian Pulisic is back and he's healthy, and that's probably the biggest success story of that final game. Is my man gave 32 minutes. He didn't look like he was favoring his leg. He had explosion. He had the quickness, and he made an impact. But in terms of the guys who did get an opportunity to play and shine, Sebastian Berhalter, being the coach's son, what could have been in the last World Cup with his dad being the U.S. men's national team coach, he has showed why he deserved to make this team a special quality. And I wouldn't be surprised if after this tournament he's moving on to Europe.
I'm glad you actually said that, because I was going to ask you, by the way, we are joined right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, with Charlie Davies, analyst and host for CBS Sports and former U.S. men's national team striker. Charlie, like you mentioned, who might have played their way out of the next round for the Team USA. Was there another name possibly that also played their way into maybe getting some more looks going forward into this knockout round? Of course, Christian Pulisic, we're all fired up about that, but is there another name on the team that we should also be paying attention to?
Well, I'd say Sebastian Berhalter is that guy because he came in for Christian Pulisic in the first game against Paraguay at halftime when he was forced out. And then in this game, he gets the start, and he was phenomenal. I mean, the goal and the assist. He was just all over. A top performance from him. But Austin Trusty as a defender, someone I actually played with because his rookie year, I ended up playing with him and Mark McKenzie and Brandon Aronson all in Philadelphia. So to see them playing on the world stage of the World Cup is pretty impressive. What a trajectory that those three have had in their career. But ultimately, I think we're going to see the starting lineup against Paraguay, kind of be selected for this game against Bosnia, because Bosnia are going to be a mix of Paraguay in Australia in terms of how they set up, how they play. There's no, real world superstars in that team. They're a team that's going to fight. They're going to be gritty. Basically, exactly what you would expect from both Paraguay and Australia.
Charlie, that was going to be my next question, man. Talk to us about that Bosnia matchup, the challenges they present. Sometimes teams that don't have superstar talent work really well together collectively. They share the ball. They really play as a unit. So break down the matchup, and how nervous should we be, or do we start to think about continuing to advance in the tournament?
Well, it's funny because on that same team, they have Esmir Bayraktarovic, who was born in Wisconsin. I mean, he's born and raised in Wisconsin, right? So you have a player who grew up in Wisconsin, played for the New England Revolution, where I was commentating. I'm watching this kid thrive, and then he actually got some call-ups with the U.S. men's national team. But in the end, maybe wasn't selected when he felt he should have been selected, makes a move to PSV and Eindhoven in the Dutch Eredivisie, and then next you know he selects to play for Bosnia. He's a young, talented star. Our dribbler probably lacks the finished product consistently in terms of goals, being a goal scorer, but he's an exciting, dynamic winger. On the other side, we saw Ala Begovic play, and he's an 18-year-old, Karim Ala Begovic, superstar in the making. I mean, so you're talking about they got young, fiery, talented guys. They have Edin Dzeko up top, who's more of like your elder statesman. He's done it for a long time. He's 40 years old, so he's not the most mobile of players, but he's big. He's a target striker, and if you give him an opportunity in the box, he will finish. But they're a team that's just resilient. They're tough. They're disciplined. What you would expect from a third place team in a knockout round, D-Fish. They're not anything special. But if you take them lightly, you don't match their intensity, if not exceed it, you could put yourself in a hole in this game. So I think one thing that we can all be grateful about with this U.S. men's national team in this World Cup is that they've scored early in every game. And when you score early, that really throws a wrench in a lot of these teams' plans of just sitting back and trying to frustrate the U.S. So can the U.S. continue with that intensity, get that early goal, and then that usually creates more space because they're forced to leave their shell, and that's where they get exposed.
We are, of course, talking with Charlie Davies, joining us right here on D. Fish and Decker, the voice of LA Sports here on 97.1 The Fan. Man, I taking us back to last night's matchup against Turkey. Even though we got the loss, is there an aspect of you that's a little disappointed in the loss? And I know it was basically a glorified friendly, but the opportunity to win 3 in a row in the World Cup, something the U.S. has never done, is it a bit disappointing, or is this just best case scenario what we needed to do for the overarching tournament?
Decker, when you look at that game going into it, and if you told me, hey, there's going to be 9 changes to the starting lineup, and by the way, the 4 players on yellow cards, 4 super important players are not going to play, the reality of the expectation is that it could go the other way, right? You would hope, hey, this young new group maybe comes in and they continue this incredible dream run of 3 wins to open up a World Cup. But realistically, against a Turkey team that's been scorned and have really played to probably the lowest levels that they possibly could, you knew they were going to have a response. So in saying that, am I surprised that they lost? No, I'm not. And we weren't playing our best team. So if you typically do that in a World Cup, you get punished. And so I don't think it's really going to mess up the momentum of this group. Everyone was aware that Pochettino was going to change up the team, and you're missing the cornerstones of your identity when you're talking about how this team plays. The formation was different, the relationships were different, and it showed.
Charlie, we got about a minute left, man. I want to quickly pivot back to this Norway-France matchup, and I absolutely know very little about the tactical aspects of winning World Cup games, but I'm trying to do a heavy opponent scouting report on one of these teams, because I feel like this could be one of the teams Team USA ends up facing at some point in this knockout round if we win in advance. So what are we watching for in this matchup with these two teams? We know the star power, but what makes them great collectively as a team?
Well, thankfully, D-Fish, we wouldn't have to see either of those two teams until the semifinal, if we're so fortunate to make a semifinal. But I expect France to be in the semifinal at the minimum. That's how good they are. And tactically, D-Fish, they have Kylian Mbappe, Ousmane Dembele, and Michael Olise, to be exact, 3 of the best players in their positions in world football. So what makes them so great is that there's interchanging. As much as Kylian Mbappe is the team's top goal scorer and everyone understands he's their best player, he can be very unselfish with this group, and he makes runs to open up space for Dembele, who's the reigning Ballon d'Or, which means he's the reigning best player in the world, playing in the side. And Michael Olise, who's been sensational at Bayern Munich, can one create a goal out of nothing, just a real special talent. If anything, the rival to Kylian Mbappe for Ballon d'Or. But with those 3 on the pitch, it is just magic. And, Erling Haaland on the opposite side with Norway, he is an absolute monster. He's a unit. He's massive. He's fast. You give him chances. He's just terrifying. Defenders hate to see this guy because one, he's stronger than most defenders, but he can run him behind you, but he's also just a poacher. Anything in the box, he figures out a way to get on the end of it. So super dangerous and a player that I think every defender fears. So it's more of one player with Martin Odegaard from Arsenal playing under him, trying to find him at all instances in the final third versus a France team that is absolutely scary. And I didn't even talk about Bradley Barcola. I didn't even talk about Ryan Cherki. I didn't even talk about Desiree Doué. So we're talking about this team. D-Fish, think about an NBA All-Star team on steroids. That's the French team in attack. That's how good they are. It is top stuff. So I'm going into this game, and my vibes are through the roof because I think we're going to see some real classy goals today.
Absolutely love it. Well, man, Holland's already been the meme of the entire World Cup. And Charlie Davies, our guy, our correspondent, our birthday boy, and, of course, the best damn analyst and host at CBS Sports that has ever existed, my man. Dude, enjoy the matchup today. It's got to be electric, and we can't wait to have you next week, man.
Sounds good, man. I'm excited. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me.
And, of course, we are getting ready for France versus Norway just momentarily, hours away from today's 6 matches today in the World Cup. Guys, coming up, it is that time for D-Fish and I to have a little crosstalk with our good friends Brock and Alex right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher and myself all day long with you on your LA commute. And, of course, this 4-hour extravaganza, that is D. Fish and Decker. But, hey, there are other voices and faces in the room. What is up, Brock and Alex? Of course, our mid-morning show right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Guys, lots to digest. Dodgers back at it today. You know, USA breaking my particular heart. Yes, I understand. I understand. It doesn't really matter. It's a glorified friendly.
It doesn't matter at all. Not even
really?
Kind of.
Oh, really? Because I
would
have
say
a sheet
differently.
here that says differently.
Oh, so you, like personal reasons you're upset because you didn't get the points that you wanted for our blind, what is it called? Our blind draft that we did.
And we lost to a country that just was invented last week. And it's really bothering me.
Don't be giving that kind of hate on Turkey.
I'm not giving any hate on Turkey.
What I love about them, though,
they're gaslighting me with their name, though.
what I do love about them, though, is I love any moment where a person or a country reminds you, oh, I didn't know you could do that. You can just rebrand and change your name whenever the hell you feel like
you can rebrand your life at any time you want.
I did not know you could do that, and I'm kind of on board.
So what's your new name going to be, Brock?
Trevor.
Nice.
Why not?
You look like a Trevor.
You can just change things whenever you want them.
Check out
I was thinking
Trevor and
Tyrone.
Alex. Yeah, it's Tyrone.
Oh my God. You know what's funny?
We can lower your voice a little bit.
Do you watch Emily in Paris?
My wife does.
Multiple
I've
people
seen
be
an
like, Brock looks like the guy in Emily in Paris.
Is he the good one or the one that screws her over?
The nice one. That she screws over.
You know what, Brock?
Oh, she screws over. Oh, that guy.
I'm going to go a step further. I think you're the handsome guy from that first season of Bridgerton.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
I
know my wife saw it.
Is it the same actor?
Is he a good guy or a bad guy?
It's an English actor.
Yeah, British guy. He's been mentioned a lot for Bond lately.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was also in the Dungeons and Dragons movie.
Oh,
God, what is his name?
I call him Reggae Sean Paul, but I know that's not his real name.
That is actually a really good description of the cat. I've never thought of that. That's brilliant.
His name kind of sounds like that, but he genuinely looks like a Reggae Sean Paul.
Okay, right here.
There he is. Wait, is that him? No,
that's
not him.
What's his real name?
Oh, that's the guy from Emily in Paris. Yeah, I have no idea who that guy is.
Oh, the Emily in Paris guy.
But he's got abs for days, so that's lovely. That is lovely. So listen, I'm upset, of course, that Team USA lost last night, but it's for personal reasons. It's not for the reasons that, oh my God, how dare you guys blow this game to Turkey? No, not at all. I understand everything that's taking place, but we got into a discussion earlier on in the show on what we think is actually going to be successful for this team. I think we can all agree if they get knocked out by Bosnia, we can chalk this up as not a successful run.
Not even close.
For the Team USA. But is getting to 16 enough for you guys to say this was a success, or do you need them to get to the Elite Eight?
I need Elite Eight. I need Elite Eight because this is the golden generation, and while they've already surpassed what Team USA has done since 2002, where they made it to the quarterfinals, Raj would know for sure, they need to at least get close to that, ideally surpass that. And with Pulisic banged up, I understand, even though he was out there yesterday, and Balogun, like, now is time to start building the lore of maybe not the dream team for the Olympics. I forget what year that was, but this could have a similar effect of there was a point in history where the U.S. started taking soccer more seriously, and I feel this could be a dream team type thing for soccer in America.
And you guys, I don't know how you're disrespecting 1930 when USA came in third place.
Oh my God!
But if you're not counting that, the quarterfinals in 2002, you're correct.
Yes, that's right. That's right. 1930 was, multiple world wars practically taken place since that has taken place. We weren't even the same country at the time, but I understand. Hey, D Fish, we were also talking way detailed about specifically getting into the big men that we're all after here in Los Angeles. And the name that I can't help but get excited for is Mitchell Robinson. And D Fish, we've discussed whether or not it's possible, but you put it in my mind that it actually is possible. Can you convince these two that Mitchell Robinson is going to be a Laker?
I don't know if I can do that, but I mean the math. The math is it'll take a genius for sure, which they did just hire an assistant GM that is basically a rocket scientist genius. But it would take some some machinations for sure, but it's doable. It's just the timing of it, right? And you can't have a player, even including LeBron, you can't have anybody sign that $15.5 million non-taxpayer mid-level exception too soon, because then kicks in some other restrictions around additional decisions that they can make. So it's part of the reason why LeBron is basically going last, because there's a timing of when these contracts actually can kick in. Even Austin Reeves' announcement, they've announced it, but he is not going to sign it until July. The date in July, he's going to sign it. But until then, they have to spend the salary cap space in other ways. The Mitchell Robinson play, a lot of it comes down to if DeAndre Ayton opts in or opts out. He could still opt in, but there could be sign and trade scenarios with other teams in order for him to get to where they want to land. I don't think they're going to run it back exactly as they were. I do believe they are looking to make some changes, adjustments, improvements, but it is definitely going to take some gymnastics to get there. And Mitchell Robinson, as opposed to Jalen Duren, as opposed to Walker Kessler, some of these other names that have come up that are $30 to $40 million as like young starting centers in the NBA, those are not guys that I see the Lakers being able to execute on, more so figuring out something around a player at that mid-taxpayer level of 15.5.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting offseason. But listen, there's also, in conjunction, the report that's coming out today that the Lakers haven't even really spoken to LeBron James or made any type of offer so far. Any concern from anyone in the room about that right now?
No, but that's interesting because the reports that we got last week was that they picked up the conversation and the negotiation conversation again, which then has to make you question, like, who was leaking that story to kind of like help their case.
D-Fish, why did you leak that story?
Yeah, come on,
D-Fish, why did you leak that story, man? Get real tired of this leaker over here, my guy.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's why I don't do the sources and the rumors, man. I don't do that. That's why I don't do that.
He's the PR master, and I feel LeBron was having the time of his life at a castle golfing, and I'm sure he heard word that they were going to sign Reeves before it was announced and said, well, let me get my name back out there in the ether, and I think the interest is not quite as mutual as he would want it to be yet.
Well, I hope it will become very, very mutual. And yes, we got a Dodgers series this weekend, World Cup, and so much more. D-Fish, my guy, we did it again.
Yes, sir, man. Another day down, another week down.
That's my guy.
Have a good weekend, Cody.
Yep. Enjoy your Vegas weekend, my guy, and we will be back with you right here on Monday morning. You want to go anywhere because Brock and Alex are next. And guys, enjoy some sports. Kick rocks. We'll see you Monday.
Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Happy Friday, you guys. Thank you for tuning in. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat, be a part of the conversation. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326, and you're going to want to save that number because we are going to be giving away a pair of tickets, you guys, to the City Championship Celebrity Challenge today with Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon, who are leading LA's biggest stars in a one-night celebrity basketball showdown. You'll see Paul Pierce, Jordan Love, YG, T.O., Le'Veon Bell, Kid Ink, Matt Barnes, Brandon Jennings, and so much more, all on the same court. One night, one game, one champion. The event will be emceed by Young Wayne from NBA 2K, with music by DJ Artistic and food provided by Marathon Burger. So again, we're going to be giving that away in about an hour. 2 tickets. All you have to do is call 855-975-2326. Happy Friday, Brock.
We did it.
We did it.
We're
Also
here.
so funny because like before we go, I'm like, oh, that looks like a really sick like vintage shirt that you have going on. I'm all about the vintage tees, rocking my Van Halen vintage tee today. But I was like, what is that? And you're like, oh, it's Stussy. And do you remember, like, I don't know if it was a Stussy S, but I have a feeling it was. Do you remember how we all used to draw the S's and it was those 6 lines?
Yes.
Like all together, and like we would all like, okay, you do like the roof, the bottom, and then bring in the S together. Was that Stussy?
I'm sure there was at least a shirt where they co-opted it because that was the symbol of any 90s kid.
Right?
Of the 3 lines. So I would be shocked if there wasn't at least one. So
it's different,
I know,
but I'm like, what was that S?
Right, so that's not their official logo. Their official logo is actually a pool ball, the 8 ball, which is a reference to something very more adult. But it was a kid's skateboard brand. But I'm sure there was a shirt.
Wait, the cool S is
You're
known
talking about the Super S, like
as
the
the
Superman
universal S. So that's called the Super S? The pointy S? Okay, so it was that.
Why was that called the Superman S? It has nothing to do with Superman. It's not even shaped like
I don't
Superman.
know. They just call it it's called the cool S?
That's what we called it.
The
Superman
S. The Super S. I thought I heard Superman.
That S that we all used to draw. Like these ones. Yeah.
It's called the Stussy S.
I thought it's called the Stussy S?
Yeah.
Isn't it?
How do
I've
all
never
3
heard
of us
that.
have different definitions of the same thing?
But do you know what I'm talking about? We spent so much of our elementary and childhood drawing this S.
Okay, we need a tiebreaker. We are all thinking of the same thing, but we have 3 different names for it.
So
we need an
maybe it's
official
just,
name.
Maybe it's just through the generations.
It just
the name
kind of changed. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, this says the cool S, the Stussy sticker, but that's different than the. So maybe it was. Was it the Stussy brand?
I think so. No, I don't know if they invented it, but I know that they like
used
co-opted it. Somebody needs to figure this out.
I am so confused.
Our Friday was off to such a good start. And now we are over here having a meltdown over a letter.
No, but it's like, you guys, that was childhood. That was like, it depends also when your childhood was. But you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Last night, you guys, USA. And it's interesting. Cody asked us during Crosstalk a minute ago, he was disappointed, the USA losing to Turkey last night, final minute, like extra time of the match. Like that part I understand kind of like takes the wind out of your sails. But honestly, like my biggest takeaway from that was like Christian Pulisic got in and looked solid. The game changed. Like the style of the game and the pace of the game just immediately changed the moment that he was on the pitch. And I can't be disappointed in that because, again, the game did not matter.
Right.
For either side. All that matters is that everyone stayed healthy. No one that had a yellow card got a second yellow card and were out for the round of 32. And Christian Pulisic got on the field and looked good and was like, got in like game rep. So he's ready for the round of 32 on Wednesday.
Yeah. Outside of winning the match, you saw everything that you wanted to see. I know there were tons of complaints regarding the lack of cohesion from a defensive standpoint, but yeah, it's the backups.
It was a completely different lineup.
Yeah, and they're probably playing the only minutes that the majority of them are going to play for this World Cup. So it's a win-win. Turkey gets to go on their flight back home saying we won a World Cup match. Team USA knows that we are advancing. Pulisic knows, okay, I still got it. I'm healthy. I'm going to keep maintaining this calf, but I know that I can still play at a high level. And the backups who did not look great get to say, I got to play in a World Cup match. Everyone wins.
And you know what? Like, the more I think about it, too, because, and again, you can probably talk to this, like, towards the end of an NFL season. Like, if you were on a team, we've seen this, again, like, with the Dodgers and a lot of other teams that have like won and qualified to get to the next round while they still have other games to play. Maybe losing lights a fire and like adds a little added motivation of like, oh, I don't want to feel that again. Like, thankfully it wasn't a knockout round stage, so we can use that fire to make sure that like we don't get back to that place and keep it going. Like, what's the mindset and mentality of the athlete after, like, say, you lose a game that doesn't necessarily count, but you have to go on and make sure you don't get back there for the next one?
I'm not against a cultural reset, right? If you are a head coach or a head manager and your team is flying too high, sometimes a nice humbling helps. There's been moments where I've been on teams and everything is in lockstep. We feel invincible, and then in the first 5 minutes of a game, after 8 weeks of dominance, we get punched in the mouth, and we kind of are stumbling and don't know what to do because everything has been peaches and cream for the past 2 months, right? Whereas sometimes I've had coaches who we win 4 games in a row, and then practice is just brutal. It's basically like a training camp practice, and he approaches it like we've lost 4 games in a row because you guys are flying too high. We need to reset. So, no, there are a ton of benefits that can come from tasting your own blood, so to speak. And even if it wasn't the starters who were out there, you still get to approach practice today, tomorrow, whenever they get back out there. Okay, chip on our shoulder. Let's reset. We're Team USA, and no one thinks that we're gonna do anything. And sometimes you have to trick yourself.
That's a savage visual you just gave. Tasting your own blood. Is that like getting socked in the face and like where you taste your own blood and then you have to keep going? I mean, that's where my mind went. Is that where that saying comes from?
So it's used in football a lot. I hear it used most in football, but I believe it's a boxing reference. How like some fighters, until they get hit, they don't fight their best because it kind of taps into that animalistic fight or flight of, yes, I trained, I'm prepped, I'm everything, but once you remind me that I'm actually in physical danger, now I can lock in and be at my best.
Got it. I saw that. Like, as you were saying it, I was like, I've never used that, but like, yeah, that's savage. I get it. And honestly, I think that I don't want to say that like USA was like flying high, but they exceeded expectations, and there wasn't really any adversity that they had faced yet for this young team that is that, quote, golden generation. So it could be best case scenario for this U.S. team to be like, okay, you see how that feels? You don't want to go back there. And now you don't have a chance to do this, because if you feel that again, that means you're out and your tournament's over.
I always think of the Last Dance documentary where Michael Jordan says, I would just invent scenarios in my head to motivate me. Yeah, I want
King
Balogun on the sideline yesterday watching the match thinking that it was him that lost. Like, use whatever fire you can, because you are trying to do something that Team USA, quite honestly, never really gets to do.
Yeah, but it's exciting. Next game is round of 32 Wednesday against Bosnia up in San Francisco Bay Area Stadium. So shorter rest, but that's going to be exciting. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And tonight, you guys, Dodgers are opening a weekend series against the Padres at Petco Park. And honestly, like, this is what I think is the biggest rivalry that the Dodgers have, even though the last time that these two teams met, it was a completely different story in the division. Like, whoever won that game, they were kind of hopping back and forth to first place, back and forth. And right now, the Dodgers have a 9-game lead over the Padres, coming off a sweep of the Twins. We hit the halfway point. The Dodgers have the best record in baseball, which is so when you take a step back and you look at everything that we talk about, the Dodgers, all the injuries, the struggle, Shohei Ohtani not having his great stuff, all the young guys stepping up, and it's like we're looking at all the things that have gone wrong. They're still the best team in baseball.
Yeah, by a pretty wide margin when you consider that the team with the second best record right now, the Atlanta Braves, just got swept by these Padres, and they don't have Ronald Acuna. And the last thing we heard from the status of Acuna is that he's a long way from returning. So if the Braves aren't going to be their best selves, then the gap between the Dodgers and the rest of the MLB is actually wider than we see on paper. They're 9 games ahead in the NL West, and San Diego, of course, is always going to see the Padres as is always going to see the Dodgers as a mini World Series.
Yeah.
There are certain teams that you just get up for, and they're going to get up. But if you are the Dodgers, you thrive off of that because it's the best of both worlds. As far as the record is concerned, we know we can handle you, but we still get to feel that fire off of an atmosphere that is going to be loud.
Yeah.
It is going to be nuts. There will be plenty of Dodgers fans there, but it is always hostile. And that is what brings out the best of anyone. Kind of like what we were just talking about. Sometimes you have to create and invent a reason why you feel like you are the underdog, even though you know that you're not. And I love watching any Dodgers-Padres series. Can't wait for the weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be great. I'm excited, too, because we have Tony Gwynn Jr., former MLB player, Padres, radio host, and co-host of the Gwynn and Chris show on The Fan down in San Diego. He's joining us in hour 2, and there's going to be a lot of emotion, you guys, around this game tonight, mainly because Walker Buehler is going to be facing the Dodgers for the first time as a Padre, and you got Roki Sasaki on the mound for the Dodgers, Walker Buehler, former Dodger, on the mound for the Padres. And both of these guys, I think, like with Roki, like needing to have a bounce back game is going to be a huge amount of pressure, especially against a team that is going to do everything in their power to embarrass and take down the Dodgers in any way they can. And then a guy like Walker Buehler, there's something that just kind of like clicks different when you're facing your former team.
Yeah, the Walker Buehler story over the past year a year and a half has not been what you would expect. His final moment as a Dodger was 2024. He pitches a scoreless 9th inning to secure the World Series over the Yankees. He's on top of the world, and it kind of comes out not long after he's not going to be a Dodger. They're not going to give him an extension of any kind. Last year, he starts off with Boston. It's ugly. Then he goes to Philly. It's not much better, and now he's in San Diego. But there is still that I am familiar with these guys. I practiced with them.
He won with them.
I know them. I won with them. I know their strengths. I know their weaknesses. And that brings him a level of confidence that a typical starting pitcher does not get to feel when he's facing the scariest lineup in baseball.
It's also like when you're pitching, like, you know, he wishes he was still on that team.
Of course he does.
And now you're on the team that you also like hated at one point, and you know he knows the rivalry on both sides.
Yeah.
And so I'm so curious of what that feeling is really like, because he won with the Dodgers. They're not their last World Series, but the one before. And I think, did they knock out the Padres
during that?
In that
I
one?
believe so. That was the last time they faced in the playoffs?
No,
that would have been the Phillies.
No, because Padres won in 2022, and then Dodgers won 2024, 3-2.
Okay, so then
it was,
So Phillies was last year, Padres was the year prior. Okay.
So yeah, he was a part of that, like the heat and the peak of this rivalry on the Dodger side, and to now be on the opposing team. I want to go into his mind, and I just want to know like what he's feeling today.
I've always wanted to see, and maybe it exists. If it does, please let me know, somebody. But I would love to see a documentary on players who have spent significant time on teams on opposite sides of a rivalry.
Yeah, but like big rivalries.
Big rivalries and must-see games or matches. I would love to see something like that, because you can never convince me that Walker Buehler can hate the Dodgers, right?
He was the hero.
He was the hero. They were carrying him
World
off.
Series ago.
Yes, but at the end of the day, he has to stand up there tonight and convince himself that he does. He has to bring everything, and there can even be a level of spite, not necessarily toward the players, but toward Friedman, saying,
you didn't keep me.
You didn't keep me. This last year has been hell. This is the worst I've pitched in the past year, and I don't feel that would have happened if you would have re-signed me. So there's a love of, I achieved everything that a baseball player dreams of achieving when they first pick up a baseball bat with you guys, but I'm not wearing your uniform anymore, and it wasn't my choice. So let me show you what you've been missing out on.
Yeah, that's so hard. This is going to be an interesting matchup tonight, you guys, with Roki Sasaki and Walker Buehler both on the mound. And like we said, this is Buehler's first time facing the Dodgers as a Padre. And he's got a 3.96 ERA. He's allowed just 1 run in his last 4 starts. So he's definitely on the rise. Meanwhile, Roki Sasaki has allowed 10 runs over his last 2 starts. He had a really rough last outing.
Yeah, I would say
outings.
1.5. Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to get back to that 3-game stretch where we saw him really lock in, and that's when he shared, I finally feel like I'm pitching like myself. You heard Dave Roberts share, this is the Roki that we all heard about when he was like pitching at his peak in Japan. So we're looking for consistency from Roki Sasaki tonight. And then also, like, who's going to win that mental battle between the Dodgers lineup and Walker Buehler?
This is one of the more fun matchups that I can picture this entire season. Like, just on the surface, it doesn't seem like much. Oh, Walker Buehler, he's looking like a washed-up version of himself. Oh, Roki, he's not the guy that was promised. But when you really dive in to both of these guys' journeys, and really just the past year for both of these guys, this is must-see. And if you're looking at Roki, he has to find a way to overcome that atmosphere because the Padres have bats. The record doesn't really show it, but they are swinging better than they were the first time that these two teams faced off, and they're going to get theirs. There's going to be doubles. There's going to be a home run or two, and Roki's issue is avoiding the spiral. You're on the road in a hostile environment, and when Machado hits that home run, it's going to be even tougher to overcome that because now the stadium and that atmosphere, it's not your fans anymore. It's Padres fans, and they know as much about the Dodgers as anyone because that's just what a rivalry is, and they're going to try to get to him, and Roki has to prove that he's overcome that for good.
I was trying to think of a comparison of the Dodgers, Padres pitching for the opposite team. And obviously we have Blake Snell now who won a Cy Young with the Padres. And he's been injured a lot of the time that they've faced him. But he did pitch against the Padres last season in August. And he got a win, pitched 6 scoreless. And that was at Dodger Stadium. And then he had a tough loss in San Diego. Again, went 6+ innings, but the Padres ended up winning 2-1. So it's like you can tell that there's always going to be, and I remember Snell kind of talking about it too, that like added different though, because he hadn't won. I don't think he had won a World Series with the Dodgers then at that point. Yeah. No, that was the season. Yeah, so he hadn't yet. So I think the World Series win with the team adds an added just chip on your shoulder of like, I was a part of that greatness and now I'm not. And again, like that is kind of bashing the Padres because like they haven't lived up to the expectations. And we see that kind of disdain from Manny Machado. And just the hate and the rivalry towards the Dodgers there as someone who was a part of the Dodgers organization and then was not kept.
There's a phrase, the wind doesn't care which way your hat's facing. And it applies to Machado. It would apply to Blake Snell if he were healthy. It would apply to anyone. It applies to Walker Buehler today. It would apply to anyone who is in a situation where The environment is against me. That bench used to be my bench. Those guys used to be my guys, but I still have to go out here and perform at my best because in a vacuum, it is me versus me, and I need to be the best version of myself if I want to win in a tight matchup, which is always what we get with the Padres and the Dodgers.
And it's crazy, you guys. So we have this weekend series. They're basically playing the Padres in like a sandwich series because they're in San Diego this weekend, and then they play the A's, and then San Diego comes to Dodger Stadium for a 4-game series over 4th of July weekend. So they're facing the Padres a lot over the next week plus. So tonight is definitely going to be setting the tone with Roki Sasaki and Walker Buehler on the mound. Saturday, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, and then Sunday's going to be Emmett Sheehan. So does that mean, they're going to miss Ohtani?
They will.
They're going to, because Wednesdays are Ohtani Day. So they're going to miss Ohtani. But that's okay. He can make an impact with his bat.
Oh, he will.
Oh, we know he will. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. But when we come back, the Lakers obviously drafting Cameron Carr with their first-round pick. But can he be a plug-and-play immediate player for the Lakers? That's coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, and make sure you save that number, because in about 30 minutes, we're going to be giving away a pair of tickets for the City Championship Celebrity Challenge. It's Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon who are leading LA's biggest stars in a one-night celebrity basketball showdown. You'll see Paul Pierce, Jordan Love, YG, T.O., Le'Veon Bell, Kid Ink, Matt Barnes, Brandon Jennings, and so much more, all on the same court. One night, one game, one championship. The event will be emceed by Young Wayne from NBA 2K and music by DJ Artistic. Food will be provided by Marathon Burger. All you have to do is call 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. In about 30 minutes, we're going to be giving away 2 tickets. I will remind you at the top of the hour. But yeah, we love giving away free stuff.
We're really good at it, too.
Dude, we've done it the last 2 weeks. We've given away free stuff every day, which I love. I've never won. I think we talked about this. I've never actually won a call-in or competition or like a sweepstakes.
I'm still waiting on an answer to, can I call in just because I'm here? I feel like I can still call in.
How are you going to do that? You're on the air. It makes zero sense. It happens while we're on the air.
So I know exactly when to call. It's insider trading.
I'm sure you could walk down the hall to salespeople and be like, yo, can I get a pair of tickets?
But then I won't win.
You can go. Oh, you just want the feeling of
winning.
winning.
I want the rush. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I haven't gotten that. Dude, speaking of, I was just telling you during the break, Ecuador beating Germany. First time they've gone through to the knockout stage in 20 years. They declared it a national holiday.
How beautiful is that?
Like what we're seeing just with these World Cup and like soccer moments. Obviously, we've been talking a lot about the fans and the different fan bases. And I think that has been such a beautiful story of the World Cup because it just really shows like, doesn't matter where you're from, we are all human, and everybody has been coming together. And like, who thought like world peace would come from soccer? Not me. Didn't have it on my bingo card, but like, I could not be happier about it.
Also, for anyone wondering, Germany did not rest their starters. Their head coach is a believer in the team is the team, and as long as we're healthy, we're just gonna keep riding this thing through. So Ecuador did not beat up the B squad. They beat Germany's best, and they're going to have an awesome parade. Yes.
That's even crazier. You guys, we've got some great games today. In the 12 o'clock block, we have Norway versus France. However, we did hear that they are not playing their stars.
We know that Erling Haaland, who is Norway's star, is not playing.
And just like the star in all of our hearts and taking over the internet.
Fun.
If you guys
really
want
is.
a funny, great follow by a World Cup star, one of the greatest in the world, follow him.
Here's my favorite thing about Erling Haaland that he's done. So he plays in the Premier League. He makes a lot of money, but he does the funniest things that you can with your money. But sometimes he does some very heartwarming things. So he was raised in London, I believe, definitely in England somewhere, but his roots, of course, are in Norway.
Yeah.
The oldest book in Norway's history, which is like, it's not necessarily religious, but it's kind of like a Norwegian Bible, like the history of our people.
Yeah.
It was up for auction.
Whoa.
Erling Haaland bought it for some ungodly amount of money and immediately donated it to the public library so anybody can read it. He is the man.
That's awesome.
He is the coolest guy. I watched a 5-minute video of him yesterday cooking a steak just because he's funny. Like he's the best dude ever.
What platform did he have that one on?
I will find it because I saw it on Twitter, but I could tell it wasn't initially sent there.
He is so great. Like he's such a joy.
He is.
Like that's what people want these days, you guys. They want connection. They want to feel like, oh, they're human too, but like they're like one of the greats at what they do.
Yeah.
They're just this is going to be fun. Yeah. So Norway against France at noon, Senegal versus Iraq also at noon. And then in that 5 o'clock block, we got Cabo Verde versus Saudi Arabia. Oh, let me check and see where their goalkeeper is at. So, my goodness. So he came in, you guys. The first game, was it
40,000, I think?
40,000. Was it Spain that they were playing?
Yes, it was Spain.
Shutout, got a clean sheet against Spain and like skyrocketed to a couple million followers after that game. He is now up to 16.7 million followers. since he entered the tournament.
Hero.
Like
on an island of 140,000 people.
And FIFA got his mom out here. So his
Oh,
mom was
that did
at
happen.
Yep, mom was at his last match.
Oh, that's
and
so great.
this is like a whole thing. Like it got campaigned to get his mom out here. She got to witness it. And it's been such a heartwarming story. And then Cabo Verde has like painted him, a mural of him as you're like flying into the island. He has become a national hero at 40 years old, right? And like he works a day job.
Yeah.
It's just
I believe if they win today, they will advance as well.
Really?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I haven't seen updated what ifs in the past couple of days, but I believe if they win, they're in, and if they draw or lose, they are not. But I will confirm that soon.
Wild. Okay, so they play Saudi Arabia at 5 p.m. and Uruguay and Spain also at 5. And then in the 8 p.m. block, you got Egypt and Iran and New Zealand and Belgium. So lots of World Cup stuff. Dodgers and Padres first pitch at 6:45. A's versus Angels at 6:38. So we got a lot of action going on today.
What a Friday.
It's Friday night.
There it is.
But we're going to talk some Lakers right now. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, because obviously big story this week, them signing Austin Reeves to the 4-year, $185 million max contract. And like his real work begins now. But it was also the draft, and the Lakers traded up a pick with the Knicks to get Baylor guard Cameron Carr. And what we've seen is like extremely athletic, a great shooter, great off the ball weapon, solid defense, but something you can build off of. But there's been kind of like more connections to the Lakers and stories that obviously have come out since being drafted. And it was through his father, Chris Carr, who competed against Kobe Bryant in the 97 slam dunk contest. Now, Kobe won that dunk contest, but Cameron Carr calls playing for the Lakers a childhood dream. And now he gets to, build his own name. Obviously, his father was a player. Now he kind of gets to create his own story, like similar to Austin Reeves, someone that is a dream come true. This is a cool little kind of dream come true for Cameron Carr.
It is. And if you know that your dad once competed in a dunk contest and you learn that information at whatever age you finally figure it out, the first thing you're going to look up is, well, who won that dunk contest? And the fact that you get to wear that uniform of not just an NBA legend, but someone who you have direct familial ties to, that is special. I'm really excited about Cameron Carr. The more I think about it, the more excited I get.
Okay.
The Cameron Carr story is he plays for Tennessee, doesn't play very much, though, and sits on the bench. Transfers to Baylor. Baylor has a down year. They went 500, which by Baylor standards, I mean, they were just playing in a championship a couple years ago. So not a great year for Baylor, but he was far and away the heart of that team.
Okay.
And what he provides is incredible athleticism. You mentioned your YouTube deep dive of him tomahawking.
Well, now it makes sense. If your dad was in the dunk contest, you just like dunking is in your blood.
Yes.
Like, and he does the crazy like tomahawk, like flying over, like looks like a poster, the poster shot, like when you go over another big guy for the slam dunk. Like that is Cameron Carr.
And he has the thing that you can't coach, elite athleticism.
Yeah.
You can fine tune some things, but you're not just going to learn to tomahawk dunk. You either can do it or you can't. He is an off-ball guy, as you mentioned, which is fine because if he works his way to the lineup and gets in the rotation, Austin Reeves is a ball-dominant guy if he needs to be, but Luka is the ball-dominant guy. Cameron Carr, he struggled with... It sounds so simple, but he struggled with dribbling, especially in traffic, but he won't have to do that. And defensively, he has insanely long arms, and so he led his team in blocked shots as a guard.
He has a wingspan of more than 7 feet.
So he's just a California Condor is this what I'm hearing? That is nuts. And also, while it was inconsistent, when he's on, he has knocked down 3-point ability from well beyond NBA range. You know, the college line is a little bit closer, but he has NBA 3-point range, and there's tremendous upside with Cameron Carr.
Okay, so then with all that being said, obviously being a great shooter, the wingspan, you can work on the dribbling, you can work on the defense. He comes with that natural-born athleticism. How soon until he can actually help this Lakers team?
I see him being able to contribute significantly for the back half of the season. I expect in that first week of Laker basketball for him to be in the rotation, especially. So the role I expect him to replace is Jared Vanderbilt. Jared Vanderbilt is being rumored as a potential piece that the Lakers pre-draft could package with some things and make something happen. Obviously, that did not happen, but the fact that he was considering being moved lets me know that the Lakers are looking for more production there. And while Jared Vanderbilt is probably a better defender than Cameron Carr is right now, Cameron Carr can take those minutes and contribute Luka needs a breather and Austin Reeves is going to run the show. Let's just surround Austin Reeves with athletes who can help him out a little bit on defense, but just run. Just go out there and run and be high energy, set a screen for Reeves, roll off of that screen, and Cameron Carr can do that.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting, too, because a lot is going to be determined by the moves that the Lakers continue to make this offseason. Obviously, the two that we know they have for sure is Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, who just agreed to that 4-year, $185 million max deal, which, again, does not get pen to paper until July 6th.
Yeah.
I think is when it is. So the Lakers still have a lot of big moves to make. They need to find their big man, their center. We keep kind of circling back to who actually is available and what can the Lakers do that is an unrestricted free agent, because the two names that would be awesome are restricted free agents, and I just don't see either of those teams letting the guys go and matching the Lakers offer of whatever it ends up being.
I'm not nervous, but I'm wondering when I should be nervous regarding this A1 big man. Big men have been on the move, of course, most notably Giannis, and the Lakers have not been able to be the team to make the trade or be there for the windfall of, team 3 or team 4 that helps these guys out. So I'm still believing in Rob Pelinka because I'm sure he understands there's new management. If I don't pull this off and I upset Luka, I'm out of here. Yeah. So it's not a matter of Rob Pelinka trying. It's a matter of, if you do not get this done, this offseason may be considered a failure.
Well, it's insane because it's kind of like a clean slate. There are so many contracts and free agents that they had on their roster from last year. This is a complete restructure year. Not only does Rob Pelinka have to get it right for himself and to keep his job safe, and for this Lakers roster, to start, they want to get back to that championship level. But if you want to keep Luka Doncic past the 3 years, you gotta nail this offseason. And what they have to nail is who's going to be that big man, who is that A-list center that they can figure out how to get. I don't know. We're going to be on center watch.
Come on, Rob.
We're going to be on LeBron watch. But we're going to take a quick break here. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, do you care, LA? Don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream at The Fan LA on YouTube, get in the comment section. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326, and save that number, you guys, because in about 15 minutes, we're giving away a pair of tickets for the City Championship Celebrity Challenge. Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon are leading LA's biggest stars in a one-night celebrity basketball showdown. You'll see Paul Pierce, Jordan Love, YG, Terrell Owens, Le'Veon Bell, Kid Ink, Matt Barnes, Brandon Jennings, and so much more, all on the same court. One night, one game, one champion. The event will be emceed by Young Wayne from NBA 2K, with music by DJ Artistic, and food provided by Marathon Burger. All you're going to have to do in about 15 minutes is call 855-975-2326. But now, it is time for Do You Care LA? Producer Shay, what do we got today?
Happy Friday, guys.
Happy Friday.
We got Iran playing Egypt tonight. Shout out to all my Persians in LA.
Woo.
Big deal for us. Big deal for us.
Okay.
If we win, we're first. So
Here we go.
If we don't win, I don't think we make it.
Oh,
It's just crazy.
snap.
The way the group is set up right now, so many draws and all that, it's insane. But we got a game to play, guys. Do You Care LA? The segment where I tell Alex and Brock different stories happening around the sports world, and they tell me if they care, but from an LA perspective. You guys ready to go into it?
Yep.
Born ready.
Well, MLB players want player props to get banned. I care about this, guys. I'll tell you that right now.
Okay.
The MLB Players Association is proposing a ban on all individual player prop bets, including popular wagers like home runs, hits, and strikeout totals. The union says the goal is to reduce harassment from angry gamblers and protect players, especially after recent betting scandals and concerns around player safety. Do you guys care?
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Are you kidding me? Like, of course, like, it's funny because, like, I guess I care because, like, all feelings are getting hurt. This is a part of the game. Like, the gambling industry is literally paying for everything. It's how the broadcasters are, and, like, the broadcast and the TV deals are getting their money. Like, that is king now. So there's no way it's going away. There's always been heckling in baseball. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but, like, this is the way the sports world works now.
If it happened, it meaning the MLBPA able to remove prop bets, it would start a domino effect that would flip the gambling industry upside down.
It's
because
not happening.
Then the NFLPA would say, okay, we don't want it either, and now there's a precedence at forward that it can be done. Hey, how come you remove props for them but not for us? Then basketball has it, and then prop bets are gone for good.
It's not happening.
I don't know what the leverage would be for the MLBPA. Like it's not like the owners own the gambling sites. Like it's a completely
But
separate...
that's where, like, they get a lot of their money. Like, a lot of the sponsorships and everything is through these gambling sites. But there's no way, like, you might get one to do it if they're a partner, but, like, all of the other gambling sites aren't gonna stop doing it.
Right, but even still, like, so the MLBPA say they add this into the new CBA.
Yeah.
What are the owners supposed to do?
I don't work
at Cauchy. I own the Dodgers.
So silly. Like, it's not going to happen, you guys. And if you're deciding to be in a public space, whether that is playing a sport or talking about a sport like we do, like, there's certain things that come along with the job that are not easy for, like, anyone that's human. Like, it's tough. Criticism, daily public criticism is tough. And in the social media age, obviously different, where, like, you have a gambling problem and you lose your money on a player not doing well. That's not their fault. It's called gambling for a reason. Like, it's not a sure bet. It's a gamble. Like, that's what you're doing. So it's the players that are upset about this, like, yeah, okay, it ain't gonna happen.
I'm always a believer in the worst they can do is say no, but they will say no. However, I also understand as you gear up for the CBA and possible lockout, just throwing in as many things that you know are impossible to get done just as a bargaining chip, because that's what the ownership is doing right now. They keep throwing in things that they know are not going to get done. So maybe this is more of a long play strategy than something that they actually expect to happen.
Okay.
I can tell you Brendan Sorsby is happy he plays in the or will play in the NFL instead of the MLB.
Throwing Sorsby shots on a Friday,
Dude,
Shay.
I can't believe that guy. It's insane. The updates with him.
What, there's
It's
more?
absurd. It's just the NFL is not going to do their.
Oh, I know. So
yeah,
he's not in.
exactly.
So
He's not in or
yeah,
anything.
he's not in.
We don't
Okay.
even know if he's going to be in the NFL.
No, he's not. He's
but
not going to be in the NFL.
we'll
He
see.
will not.
We'll
He
see
will
what
not.
happens
He will not
with
be in the
that.
NFL. He ruined his playing career.
2027.
Yeah.
On to the next one, guys. The Mets fire Carlos Mendoza after a disastrous start. So the Mets fired manager Carlos Mendoza after a 6-game losing streak dropped into 34-47. Earlier in the season, they were not as hot either. So New York came into the season with World Series expectations after a major roster overhaul around Juan Soto and Francisco Lindor. But injuries, bad pitching, and underperformance have turned the season into disaster, leading to this. Do you guys care?
I care in the fact where I think managers always get the brunt of what is going on. And obviously, I don't think this is Mendoza's fault. As you mentioned in that description, like injuries and players not living up to expectations, but it's also the Mets. Like this just happens with the Mets. I have a couple co-workers and former co-hosts that I worked with, cousin Sal being one of them, who was a huge Mets fan. And I always joke with him. I'm like, if they're doing good, I was like, are the Mets going to Met? He's like, Alex, just please stop. Like, we know it's inevitable because it's just like, that's what they do, but they can never enjoy like anything good for too long. And their owner, like Uncle Steve came in and he's spending the money and he's doing everything he can to put a good roster together. But the Mets are the perfect example of like, why the Dodgers should not be getting blamed in this entire CBA situation where it's like, oh, they're spending all this money, they're winning. It's like, look at the Mets. Look at the Mets. They're also spending all the money, and they are a dumpster fire.
And it's not just this year. From 2022 to 2024, they were the highest spending team 3 consecutive seasons. In 2022, they lost in the wild card. No playoffs in 2023, and then they lose in the NLCS. So it's one, yes, get off the Dodgers' back because money doesn't mean everything. 2, I can tell you exactly when they, quote, lost the locker room, or in this case, lost the clubhouse. They start 7-11, not up to snuff. Pressure is already on Mendoza, who this was his 3rd season. Mm-hmm. They lost 12 consecutive games. This season was over before we got to May. Before we got to June. And when you have Juan Soto, who is doing hilarious things, by the way.
What?
He is hitting liners down the left line and jogging to first base for some reason and then turning to and never quite running full speed. He gets tagged out with so much room, it's unimaginable.
Yeah, so he doesn't care.
He doesn't care. Everyone is checked
like
out.
Like DGAF.
This season is
that
over.
That sucks to have that kind of a star player like that.
And again, this was the mold of the team by May. So you're sitting there thinking, we have 140 games left and nobody cares in the season.
Juan Soto decided to get that bag opposed to being with a winning franchise. So that's on him.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Well
All right,
said.
Shay, what's the last one?
Last one, guys. This one is a little bit of a funny one. George Kittle calls out NFL over World Cup grass. So George Kittle criticized NFL teams for putting in natural grass for World Cup matches while still making their own players play on artificial turf. His point is simple. If grass is good enough for FIFA and safe for soccer players, why not use it for the NFL players as well?
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of this, and there was always like, well, we can't do it, like we can't change the fields, it's impossible, and then FIFA comes in and it's the most beautiful grass you've ever seen in your life. And it just goes to show, oh no, you can do it.
And not only can you do it, it's not that difficult.
It's not that hard.
So we'll say SoFi, we'll say NRG Stadium, where the Texans play. Actually, they're changing the name, but I forget what to. But anyway, these domes that I've always said, well, we can't do grass because it's a dome. 3 months, here comes FIFA, perfect grass.
Dude.
They're out of excuses.
So do you think we're going to see that shift over?
It will not change a thing.
It won't change a thing.
It
oh
should,
my God,
but it won't.
no.
But
They're
we
going to
do
go
care.
back. That's insane, you guys. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. We were just talking about the Dodgers getting blamed for MLB's spending problems, but should they? That's next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Happy Friday, hour number 2. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. You can also call us, you guys. Like, we're here for, like, any comments, questions that you have about any of the topics or any LA sports topics that you want to bring to our attention. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. But you want to save that number right now, you guys, because it is time. We are giving away a pair of tickets to the City Championship Celebrity Challenge. Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon are leading LA's biggest stars in a one-night celebrity basketball showdown. You'll see Paul Pierce, Jordan Love, YG, Terrell Owens, Le'Veon Bell, Kid Ink, Matt Barnes, Brandon Jennings, and so many more, all on the same court. One night, one game, one championship. The event will be emceed by Young Wayne from NBA 2K with music by DJ Artistic and food provided by Marathon Burger. And that is Nipsey's, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It was the brand Marathon was started by him, and since his passing, his brother has launched other ventures with it, most notably the burger, which is not far from here, right down the road on Melrose.
All right.
Yeah.
So you guys, call in right now. You just have to be caller number 4 to win a pair of tickets. Call 855-975-2326. So right now, call 855-975-2326 for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the City Championship Celebrity Challenge with Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon. You're going to Paul Pierce, Jordan Love, YG, T.O., Le'Veon Bell, Kid Ink, Matt Barnes, Brandon Jennings, and so many more, all on the court for a celebrity basketball game. It's going to be fun.
Yes, it is.
It's going to be fun. You know what else was fun?
What's that?
Yesterday, watching everybody come together for Team USA. Like, I think we've talked about this a lot throughout this entire World Cup run. I have never seen this level of excitement for Team USA in my lifetime. Playing soccer, covering soccer. It was just, I do my daily strand walks after work, and it was just so cool to see how many people just like decked out head to toe, ready to head to SoFi and cheer on Team USA. And we've seen a lot of these different cities hosting these different countries, like the crazy parades that they have of fans marching to the stadium. I think the craziest one yesterday was the Sea of Orange in
Netherlands,
in Kansas City. Like, it was insane how many people were there.
It was. No, I always judge how big of a movement a sport or a team has by people wearing jerseys or kits who aren't going to the game or the match, right?
Interesting.
Like, you know that the Dodgers are big because you could be in Palm Springs and someone's wearing a Dodgers jersey just because they played that day, right? They're not going to the game.
You could be in Europe and you're going to see an LA hat.
There you go. So I'm seeing people who are wearing Team USA jerseys at the park, working out at the gym, at the grocery store, yesterday in a Trader Joe's parking lot. Like, Team USA fever has taken over.
And World Cup fever, too. It's so fun. I was on my strand walk, and there was this girl who made, like, the Taylor Swift friendship bracelets. And
you got it on right now.
USA Babe. I bought it from her. She's on the Strand in Hermosa around, like, 18th Street. And she's just, it's a name your price.
Yeah.
And she has them all laid out, and she makes like all these like really cute friendship bracelets and has a whole like USA section of it.
That is quality, by the way. That is nice.
I know. I was like, well, what do you want for it? She's like, you get to name your price. I was like, what? That's
a hard question to
That's
answer.
really kind. What do people normally give you? I'm going to give you the high end of that. But just so cool. I know I said this off the top of the show, but like, who would have thought that soccer was going to be what brought world peace? Because our world was so divided and has been so divided. I want to say like kind of since like COVID, when everyone was stuck inside and then reemerging into the world. And there was a lot of negativity that we saw, whether it was on social media or the news and what was getting fed to us in our algorithm. And this World Cup has brought so much joy. Like it makes me cry watching a lot of these videos of all these different cultures just celebrating each other and coming together and realizing we're all just humans who like want to feel connection and want to have a good time and want to support each other. And I don't know if the U.S. deserved the World Cup in this like feeling and situation, but we definitely needed it.
I've found myself rooting for countries that I have no affiliation with and couldn't even locate on a map before the tournament started. But as this month of World Cup has continued, like, okay, for random reasons, I'm looking at the Senegal flag right there. Me and Cody traded. And I now had
traded
Senegal.
As in we did, just paint the picture. So
Yes.
we did a draft, like a pick out of a hat blind draft at the start of the tournament between all the talent. So we had a favorite, a mid, and a reach team that we were all rooting for.
Yes, and Scotland was my long shot. He wanted Scotland because he has Scottish roots, so I traded with him for Senegal. Senegal has not won a match yet, but because I have a personal interest of winning our in-studio contest, I'm rooting for Senegal, and I know more about Senegal than I ever have. I'm rooting for Germany just because that's the match that my brother and I saw in Houston. I root for Croatia just because their flag is cool, you know? And I'm learning things about various countries that, again, one, I could not locate on a map. Two, was put in front of me for World Cup reasons, and I will now know those facts. And if the opportunity presents itself to visit some of these places, now I know more about that place than I ever did.
But beyond that, I think just like having the World Cup here with like, you'll see a lot of different social media posts from Europeans and different countries just being like, America, I owe you an apology. There was such bad... it's not rumors, but just what the news portrays. And believe me, we are not perfect in any way. And we have a lot of issues that we still need to figure out within our country. But to have everyone come here and the way that social media blasts everything out these days, it's been the most beautiful turn of events that I'm sure not many people expected of, oh, the entire world is coming together and understanding not only the love of soccer, but the love for one another, which is just so cool to see.
The Olympics and the World Cup can be PR boosts or PR nightmares for the host cities or the host countries. And I'm with you. To our surprise, it has been a positive one for the American location. So great to see. And let's see what Team USA can do.
Yeah, their next match, you guys, for in the round of 32, even though they lost last night, like, unfortunate, like, for, like, I would say about 30 minutes to an hour, be upset about it. And then you got to let it go because it did not matter. The biggest takeaway was Christian Pulisic got in, looked great. The whole game style changed the moment that he got on the pitch, which was so fascinating to see. And he got some gameplay under his belt after being out since that second half in their first match. And now all they need to think about is Wednesday against Bosnia at the SF Bay Area Stadium, round of 32. They need to win that match.
From here on out, they got to keep winning. And yes, it was great to see Pulisic run around really for the first time in 2 weeks. And that was really the only thing you needed to see yesterday. Yesterday was not about going up 3-0, even though it would be, you know, the first time that Team USA men's had ever done that.
Yeah.
But what's most important is trying to do something at the end of the tournament that Team USA had never done, and it was in the best interest of the team to rest everyone, let the young guys who were probably not going to see for the remainder of the tournament run around. They didn't look great. Totally fine.
Scored a couple goals. And did you see the excitement on their faces when they did, running over to the bench and celebrating with the entire team?
And they get to say, I contributed to a World Cup match.
I scored in a World Cup match.
Which a lot of
legendary.
great soccer players will never be able to say. So I'm happy with how Pochettino handled it.
Yeah.
And you want to get the win, but some more important things were checked off. And from here on out, starting Wednesday, it is go time.
Oh, yeah. All right, guys. We were just talking about it in our Do You Care LA. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And there's so much going back and forth between the Players Association and the owners of the league, because what's going on right now is the negotiations have just begun for the collective bargaining. And we're all under the impression that there will be a lockout at some point at the end of the season in December when this contract ends. And it's so funny what we were just talking about in Do You Care LA. Apparently, the players want to get rid of prop bets, which that ain't going to happen. But right now, like, it's just literally everything's getting thrown into the fire. And the team that's getting thrown into the fire throughout this entire negotiation and all these conversations are the Dodgers, because everyone's upset that they are spending so much money, and the league continues to use the Dodgers as an example for why it wants a salary cap. But inside the Dodgers clubhouse, and even around the league, we heard Bryce Harper openly talk about this, of like, why are we getting mad at the Dodgers? Like, every team should be doing what the Dodgers are doing, which says a lot coming from Bryce Harper, who is a leader in the face of the Phillies.
Yeah.
Miggy Rojas said it's been annoying to keep hearing that the Dodgers are the ones who have to take the hit for the league not being in better shape. And, you know, like, he has a point. Like, the Dodgers spend, yes, but look at the Mets. The Mets spend too. They just fired their manager. They are equal, if not, like, I think they've spent a little more sometimes in the past couple of years and have not had this success. So it's like, it's the perfect example to have the Mets and the Dodgers side by side, who are both spending a lot of money. And it's the perfect example as to money does not buy you championships. Because what the Dodgers do is that they develop. They have a great team around their superstars. So when they go down and they are out and they're on the IL, as we're seeing, a lot of their hundreds of millions of dollars in contracts are on the training table and not in the lineup or starting rotation right now. It's more, it's beyond just this argument of like, well, look at what the Dodgers are doing. It's not fair for the rest of the team, when it should be, why aren't these other billionaires spending money to then build a good program around their franchises?
Yes, it's a very lazy argument, and quite honestly, I think it's one that's starting to fall apart at the seams, and it's something that these team owners are throwing out there so that their fan bases and their managers and their players can't look at them and say, well, how come you can't spend the money to do this, right? I mean, look at Tarek Skubal, who is rumored to be on the trade block and someone who the Dodgers may have circled before the trade deadline. The Detroit Tigers had an opportunity this recent offseason to give him all the money he wanted and lock him up long term, and they took him to court, tried to pay him $13 million.
That's insane.
Right?
That's insane.
You have an opportunity. How did Mookie Betts come from the Red Sox? Because the Red Sox didn't want to pay him, you know? So the Dodgers are here saying, okay, if you're just going to give him to us, we'll take him. There are so many examples of a player ending up in Dodger blue because his current situation did him wrong. The Mets spent the most money in baseball 2022, 2023, 2024. They have no World Series to show for it. You look at the Dodgers and you talk about homegrown talent.
Yeah.
Will Smith, Walker Buehler, Gavin Lux, Tony Gonsolin, Clayton Kershaw, Cody Bellinger, Corey Seager, Kenley Jansen, like names who have significantly contributed to Dodgers' success in recent years and even a decade plus ago. And that has consistently been the case. It's not like the Dodgers farm system just blew up overnight. This has always been the case. And you become a destination that players want to play at. But players can't be free to play at the Dodgers unless you do wrong by them or don't pay them. So pay your guys and they won't become Dodgers.
Which is wild, too, because we heard Blake Snell and Tyler Glasnow kind of talk about this after they won their first World Series with the Dodgers. And they're like, yeah, people give us a hard time. It's like, oh, you just jumped on the bandwagon. And they're like, do you have a ring? Because now I do. And this is a place that players want to play at and come to because everything about them, from the vibe in the clubhouse, which we've talked to Kirsten Watson, Alden Gonzalez about it, is like everybody's treated the same. Everybody's on the same level. They do whatever they can to make you the best possible player that you can be. Eric Lauer just talked about the Dodgers have done more for me in my time here than any other team or coach has done for me throughout my MLB career. And it just goes to show, like, it's not just paying the players. It's surrounding them with the right coaching staff, with the right treatment, with the right mentality and attitude, and it's this winning culture. That's what they've created.
So the New York Times polled 93 random baseball players, and this just came out 2 days ago. The question was, which organization has the best reputation among players? 15 said the Braves, 16 said the Blue Jays, 28 said the Cubs, 38 said the Yankees. 59 of those 93 said that the Dodgers have the best reputation among players. Here were some random quotes as to why. This was anonymous, but they were allowed to give a quote explaining their pick. The Dodgers have 2 flights that go everywhere. Having a flight that's just players is kind of fun. So you take a chartered plane / private plane to wherever you go.
Yeah.
Typically it's players, it's coaches, it's
the media.
Well, sometimes family members can come on special occasions, stuff like that. The Dodgers have a plane that is just for the players. Does that $40,000 really make a difference when you're talking about a MLB organization that any team could pay for if they wanted to?
Yeah.
Anybody can do it, but the Dodgers end up doing it. They develop the best. They trade away all of their prospects, and then there's always 10 more prospects in the organization. There's a reason for that. Another quote, the term Dodgers Reclamation Project comes around a lot. Guys that are struggling go there to figure something out, like you just said about Eric Lauer. Lastly, everybody's been talking about how they really create good relationships with players on and off the field. It is so much more than money. And again, I reiterate, you can only sign players who want to be there.
Yeah.
If players did not want to be Dodgers, the Dodgers wouldn't be able to sign them.
Yeah. It's so funny because when you're talking about the separate flights, it makes me think of, like, you know, when you had sleepovers growing up, and like if a parent is in the same room, it's like you're not going to have as much fun like all together and have that same kind of bonding with everyone else. Because it is. I've been on those charters when I was traveling with the Angels and with the Kings, and it's like the players all get the back of the plane, but it's still like you have like the broadcast is there, all the PR people are sitting there, the coaches are all sitting there, and it's a little different. So it's a fun, like, oh yeah, we can just be us and like have a good time. They trust us.
Yes.
There's a trust that you can be on your own plane and have a good time.
And again, I want to throw that number out there one more time. $40,000. That is typically the average cost. Now, again, it may be a little more for the Dodgers, whereas it may be a little less for the Marlins, right? That is the average cost of a chartered flight. $40,000. And you want to sit there and tell me that your team can't afford to get multiple if that's what the players want? It's nuts. It's nuts.
That's wild. It's wild. It's also spoiled traveling. Like, once you're on a charter, it's real hard to go back through TSA and like sit through all the rules again. When you're like, oh wait, I don't just get to roll my bag right up to the plane, walk on, have like my food and drink order waiting for me when I sit down. It's like it's a rude awakening once you're like traveling normal again. All the normies. All right, you guys. We have a winner. Congratulations to Fernando in LA. He is going to the City Championship Celebrity Game on July 11th. Congratulations, Fernando.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Alex.
Oh, of course. Who are you going to bring to the game?
My son.
Hey,
I love that so much. This is going to be so rad. You got Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon with special guests like Paul Pierce, YG, Matt Barnes, Jordan Love, and so much more. I'm so excited for you. Congratulations, Fernando.
Have a blast.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you.
Oh, we appreciate you. Thank you for listening, and thank you for calling in.
Shout out Fernando.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
You too.
You as well, sir.
Woo.
Oh
yeah, this would be a fun like young kid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Bring
you
your-
if
yeah.
you have a kid who is into football or really just into any LA culture, from music, basketball, anything, the people that you're going to meet, take photos with, and also I'll keep reiterating this. I've been saying it all week. If you just want to see NFL players play basketball, it's very funny. It is very funny.
And when
to
we
watch.
talked to Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon earlier this week when they came on the show, he's like, we are going to be accessible to the fans that are there. So you're going to be able, I'm guessing that means photos, say hi, maybe some autographs. So
really
it's
cool.
like
And
they want it to be
teased,
interactive.
They teased a lot of guests that are to be named, so you never know who you're going to see there.
Yeah, they're like, just expect a lot more big names out there. I just want to I'm just nervous about Jordan Love. I'm like, I don't know if I want to be playing in a celebrity game. Like, what if you go up, take a shot, take a nick, roll an ankle? I don't want to put that out there, but like that makes me nervous.
Matt LaFleur will strangle him with his bare hands if Jordan Love gets hurt up there.
Yeah, that can't happen. Okay, you guys, we were talking a lot about the Dodgers and how they've been used in these negotiations, but they are also down in San Diego facing the Padres, kicking off a 3-game series tonight. And I am so excited because when we come back, you guys, we have former MLB player, Padres radio voice, and the host of the Gwynn and Chris show on 97.3 The Fan down in San Diego, Tony Gwynn Jr. is joining us around the corner. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
I'm already on.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. But guys, I am so excited for our next guest. Obviously, the Dodgers down in San Diego tonight, taking on the Padres, kicking off a 3-game series. And joining us now, former MLB player, current Padres radio voice, the co-host of the Gwynn and Chris Show and Odyssey MLB Insider, Tony Gwynn Jr. Thanks for joining us.
No problem. Thanks for having me. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing great.
Better now.
Yeah. Tony, the last time the Dodgers and the Padres met in San Diego, it was a different story. It was a really tight race in the NL West, but it feels like that never matters because anytime these two teams face, the rivalry just kind of takes over and it has a playoff atmosphere. Describe the vibe around town and Petco when the Dodgers come to town.
It's pretty wild. I mean, most of the time, the two fan bases have made it pretty known to one another how much they dislike each other. So you have that mix, and then you got two really good ball clubs that I think bring the best out of each other. I think, regardless of where the standings are, as you said, Alex, these two teams are going to put together most likely 3 really good games, and they usually hinge on one moment. And the last time around, the Dodgers got the best of the Padres.
Tony, the Padres just swept Atlanta after dropping series to St. Louis and Texas. What's the current state of the team?
I think it's still a wait and see. I mean, we've seen the Padres kind of play some good baseball, and they haven't been able to sustain it for a long period of time. Really since the beginning of the season. But I think the one thing that seemingly is starting to change is the offense is starting to come around. I mean, part of the reason the Padres are where they are is because the offense hasn't lived up to the billing that I think everybody thought we'd get a chance to see. And so you're starting to see that kind of turn. I think most people know who watch this team as Manny Machado goes, so does this offense, and it's certainly starting to look like he's getting his swing together and is about to get hot.
Well, I want to talk about the pitching matchup tonight and why I think this might be an emotional game, not just for the rivalry, but Walker Buehler on the mound facing the Dodgers for the first time as a Padre. And he was a part of that Dodgers World Series team, a hero of that team 2 World Series ago. How is he feeling? Have you had a chance to talk to him? Has he talked about kind of what it's going to be like facing his former team, but now on the opposite side of the rivalry?
As many people in LA know who've seen Walker pitch, I don't think you need to ask him to know how he's going to feel about coming into this ball game. I think he is going to be as gassed up as he probably is on any other start. And I know this because when we played Boston earlier this season, and he was only there for a split second, I remember him giving Alex Cora at the time, their manager, a hard time and telling him how much he was looking forward to facing him. So there's a much longer track record, that he had in LA, and I'm sure there's a lot of folks there that he's looking forward to seeing, but there's a lot of folks there that he's looking forward to, putting his best foot forward and throwing this ball well tonight.
Tony, you brought up Manny Machado just a second ago, and him and Fernando Tatis took their fair share of criticism to start the season. It's always hard to gauge up here in LA because we're always going to get the most negative news about the Padres because it's kind of bolstering up the Dodgers. What was that level of panic actually at the start of the season? And is it fair to say that the cobwebs have been shook off a little bit?
Typically, the folks here in San Diego tend to panic a little bit. I'll give them a little credit early on. They didn't. I think they stayed with it as long as feasible. And then you got into the June area, and Manny was still hitting under 200. Toddy had 2 home runs, I think, at the time. And so I think there's a reasonable panic that fans have here, and I think it's due. But I think both of those guys are starting to swing the bat better. I think Toddy really for the last 2 months has been really good. He's figured out a way to be productive and help this ball club even without the power, and you're starting to see that kind of pick up as well. So I think there was some certain panic, there was some certain irritation, if you will, of those two guys not playing well, but I think they're starting to turn the corner a little bit.
Now, because of that panic, and maybe it's not panic anymore, but it's a little frustration and worry, how important is this series for the Padres on their side just to kind of narrow that 9-game gap? So not only because of the rivalry and it's the Dodgers coming to town, but to then kind of close the gap in the NL West?
I think what they'll tell you, and I think probably the right way to go about it, is they can't even really lock in on the 9 games out. There's too much season, and quite frankly, they got to play better baseball if they want to close that gap anyway. And so that really starts with just trying to win today's game. As you taking on, Rocky's on the mound for them today, and you mentioned Walker. It should be a really good matchup, but they got to focus on themselves and playing better baseball, because ultimately that gap can only get closed if they are playing. And so I don't think there's going to be much focus on, necessarily closing the gap. I think the focus will be on, playing, some high level baseball, in which you're going to have to play in order to beat the Dodgers anyway. And so I think that's probably where their focus is.
Tony, although we may not have seen it as often as Padres fans would have liked, when this team is grooving, when they're locked in, when they're at their best, what does it look like?
It's a team that's going to put up, 5-6 runs. And it's a team that, if they get the lead after 5, it's a wrap, because their bullpen is one of the top 2 in all of baseball, maybe behind the Braves. And so that kind of has been the formula I think they wanted going in. Put up 5 runs and then hand it off to, the bullpen. That's been a little bit of an issue. When you're not putting up 5 runs, it puts a ton of pressure on your starters. And, the Padres haven't been healthy in the rotation really all season. Nick Pavetta's missed most of the first half. Joe Musgrove still hasn't pitched, this season. And so they've managed to get to this point without all those things kind of happening. And I think the hope is that at some point it all starts to come together and you're dealing with a much more difficult team to deal with.
Now, as you mentioned, you're facing Roki Sasaki on the mound for the Dodgers this evening, and he's kind of had a bit of a roller coaster season. Started low. We kind of saw him get to his potential and then kind of back down. So how do you see the Padres taking advantage and capitalizing on Roki early?
I think if he's in the zone, and what the little bit I've seen of Roki, when he's on, that split and that fork ball, that slider, it's kind of all working off of the fastball. He's commanding that early, and so it has been one of the kryptonites for the Padres. They don't hit the fastball well, and I think as we started to see the offense improve over the last 2 weeks, I think that's the thing that has changed. They've started to attack the fastball. So you got to get on the heater with Roki, because once he gets ahead, he has that ability to use that slider or that split, which when those two are on, he can be unhittable. So I think they'll probably try to wait him out at least to see what kind of command he has. But if he's throwing that fastball in the zone, their best chance is to get on that and try to create some pressure, because it does seem like when Roki gets his back to the wall, it hasn't kind of gone well for him. It's kind of gone the opposite way. So I think that's probably the game plan for the Padres tonight.
Tony, Dodgers fans know all about Walker Buehler, but can you give us a little preview on Randy Vasquez and Michael King, the projected starters for tomorrow and Sunday?
Well, you got 2 guys who I think started completely different. I think Randy got off to a great start this year and has kind of gone the opposite way here in the last few starts. He hasn't thrown the ball as well. And so that's kind of been one of the issues for the Padres here recently. Michael King, he's coming off of one of his best starts of the season, 7 innings, no runs against the Braves. And so if you get that version of Michael King, he's going to be tough to deal with. I think Randy has the ability to, if he can get punches, if he can get swing and miss, which is the thing that he's lacked here in the last 5 or 6 starts, he's also very, very effective.
Now, Tony, you've seen the growth of this Padres team from the time that your dad was playing on the team in his Hall of Fame career to you having time playing on both the Dodgers and the Padres to now being a part of the Padres media. How have you seen this Dodgers and Padres rivalry grow over the years, and how real is it both on the field with the players and off the field with the fans?
Great question. I think this is by far the closest thing to a rivalry these two teams have ever had. And that goes back to even when my dad was playing. They had a few moments where, they were able to knock off the Dodgers. I think 96, they swept them in LA to get that division. But outside of that, it was really one-sided. And so I think what we've seen, though, since 2020 is that every year it's been gotten a little bit better. I don't think there's any argument that this is the best rivalry in all of baseball, and that includes the Yankees and the Red Sox. And I think it's great for baseball. I think not only are folks in LA and San Diego tuning in, nationally teams are people are tuning in to watch this rivalry. And so, it's really not that close. This last 6 years dwarfs anything that came before with these two teams.
Tony, outside of Manny Machado and Fernando Tatis, and I'll take Gavin Sheets off of the list as well. Who has been your favorite Padre to watch, and who's someone that the Dodgers fans need to look out for that they may not know a lot of about yet?
I'll give you two. Ty France, he has, at a time when this offense didn't have much, he was the one thing that was rolling, and he's kind of refound his stroke again. He's played a great first base. And the other one is a recent call-up in Samad Taylor. He's a scrappy utility guy. He has really given the bottom of the order at times, and even in the two-hole at times, some energy, some athleticism, and it's been good. You can start to see where the Padres have played well offensively, better offensively. You can kind of connect it to when he got called up. He's been a nice little addition. I don't know if it's something that has staying power, but certainly he has been phenomenal for the Pod since being called up.
Now, Tony, you just said that this is the best rivalry in baseball right now, and I 100% agree with you. It is so fun to watch. What should fans expect to see this weekend?
On the field, you'll see some good baseball. I'm sure. Unfortunately, you're probably gonna see some fights in the stands. I mean, that's just kind of how this thing kind of goes.
Spicy,
but yeah, for sure. But I think on the field, I think these are two teams that have a lot of respect for each other, and they both want to beat each other. I don't think there's any question about it. And as I said earlier, when these two teams get together, you can book it. It's going to be a one-run game. It's generally going to be a low-scoring game. And one error, misplaced pitch, usually in the 6th or 7th inning, usually is the factor in who gets the win. And so I don't expect it to be any different this weekend.
Oh, we love it so much. And we get 2 weekends. We get back-to-back weekends of Dodgers and Padres matchups. Tony, thank you so much for coming on the show. Have a great call tonight and the rest of the weekend.
You guys take care. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Tony.
Of course. It's so cool to just hear kind of the progression of the rivalry, because no one has a better front row seat in being a part of it than Tony Gwynn Jr., who his dad, Padres legend, like Hall of Famer, getting to grow up watching it and then actually playing on both sides of it during his career, to then now being a part of the media and talking about it.
His dad never saw a pitch that he couldn't hit. And
Bye.
For any 90s video game players, Backyard Baseball 2001, Tony Gwynn was one of the best players on the game, and I would always draft him. But no, it's so special to get his perspective because, we spend so much time talking about Walker Buehler at the top of the show, saying how rare it is to be on both sides of a rivalry.
Yeah.
And while it may not have been as intense when Tony Gwynn Jr. was a member of both teams, we got to talk to someone who was on both sides just 2 hours later.
Yeah, he was like, it was very lopsided. It was very one-sided up until about 2020. That's when it really started to pick up steam. But his perspective on Walker, though, it's interesting because we were like, oh, is he going to be sad that he's not a part of the team? He's like, no, he's going to be pissed. He can't wait. He can't wait to face the Dodgers. So this is going to be it's like when Kobe and Powell were playing against each other. We were teammates, but now we're not. Bam!
Right through your chest.
Yeah, so this is going to be a fun one, you guys. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. When we come back, you guys, did you know the Clippers drafted a player, but he's still going to college next year? Well, more on that next. Don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. And we just had such a great conversation with Tony Gwynn Jr., who is a part of the Padres broadcast now. Obviously, his dad, Tony Gwynn, Hall of Fame.
Contact legend.
Down in San Diego. And Tony Gwynn Jr. having played, obviously growing up with that organization, but then playing for both the Dodgers and the Padres and now calling them, had such a cool, interesting perspective on the Dodgers and the Padres kicking off their series tonight, game one, with a really interesting lineup. Roki Sasaki going up against Walker Buehler, former Dodger. First time he's facing his former team as a Padre on the opposite side of the rivalry. And in my mind, I was like, oh, he's probably sad, like, it's got to be weird. This is the team you won with and they didn't want you. They didn't keep you. And he was like, no. He is pissed. He can't wait for this matchup to just silence his former teammates.
Especially because this recent year has not been great for Walker Buehler, right? So he's sitting there thinking, yeah, I struggled with the Red Sox. I struggled with the Phillies. So right now you're sitting there thinking you made the right call. You're sitting there thinking, see, look, I told you we shouldn't pay that guy. Well, here I am, and I'm going to show you why. Even despite everything that happened last year, you're wrong.
Yeah, so that should be a fun one tonight with Roki Sasaki on the mound facing Walker Buehler. We'll dive into that more later in the show. But this week was also the NBA draft, and we've talked a lot about the Lakers and what they have done in the draft. But the Clippers had a really interesting move. They drafted Narcisse Ngoy at number 57, and even though he was drafted by an NBA team, you guys, he's still planning to play college basketball at Auburn next season. So this means the Clippers used their second-round pick for a draft and stash. And this is not something we see very often, but this might be more of the norm moving forward just because of NIL. And a lot of these guys, I imagine, are making more money in college than they could as a late second-round draft pick.
So once you turn 22 years old, your name is automatically entered into the NBA draft.
Yeah.
Because of transfer portal and weird rules that the NCAA sometimes follows, sometimes doesn't follow, you're getting grown men playing college basketball, which is a completely different topic as to why this 25-year-old is on the same field or same court as an 18-year-old. But the point being, Ngoy gets drafted and the Clippers hold his rights. And when he does decide to leave college, he will be a Clipper. And you will continue to see more of this, as you mentioned, as the years go on until the NCAA really puts a firm restriction on how many years you can play in college basketball, which they are trying to take steps to do. It's so funny because I sit there and I think if I was back in college and the NFL came knocking and they said, hey, we drafted you, are you going to come? Am I going to sit there and say, well, I get one bagel a day per the NCAA rules. And by the way, I'm not allowed to have jelly or cream cheese with that bagel. They can only give me one bagel every morning, and that's it. If you give me any kind of a spread, it counts as a meal. And you can't give me a meal, but you can give me a day-old bagel. And you fast forward a decade and some change, and now you get guys on draft night being asked, what are you going to buy with your first big contract? It's like, well, I already bought my mom a house because of NIL. I already got my sister a car. I don't know. I guess I'll buy some shoes or something. The whole context of getting drafted is hilarious. So this isn't basketball, but Jeremiah Smith, the standout wide receiver for Ohio State, future first-round pick, he got asked last year, what is your dream car?
Yeah.
At some camp he was at. And he said, probably a Lamborghini. And I think the host said something like, oh, wow, it's going to be special when you get that one day. It's like, oh, no, I already got my dream car because of NIL, and I'm making millions of dollars every year. I would challenge all draft coverage of NFL and NBA, you kind of got to come up with some new questions, because the whole like welcome to the NBA or any money related question, they have everything that they need. So expect more kooky stories like Ngoy going forward.
I'm just like trying to like wrap my head around this, because we haven't really seen this often in the NBA. Like, when is the last time we saw something like this?
I can't think of one that comes to mind. And on one hand, Ngoy is probably making more money at Auburn than he would.
I mean, that has to be why you decide to stay in college and why you don't enter the draft. But also, interesting move by the Clippers. So he can still play, but the Clippers own his NBA rights.
Right.
So does that mean like even like this might get tricky with the NIL money situation if he's doing brand deals and he's using his name, image, and likeness, but the Clippers own his NBA name and image and likeness? Like, what is that crossover? It's more of just like, I'm tapping you, but like you can still go do you. We're going to be patient. We're going to wait. So like when you're ready to start a serious relationship, I just want you to know we're open and we're here for you and we support your decision and how long you want to take before you decide you want to make a real commitment here.
Alex, you could not have explained it any better. No notes. 10 out of 10 right there. Yeah, it's if he's doing something wearing Auburn colors, he gets the money because that's NIL. If he does something with the Clippers jersey on, I'm assuming the Clippers have to facilitate that. But it's so strange because the rules keep changing every single year. So I wonder if there's even legislation written that says what he can and can't do, because they keep changing the rules and they're always a step behind, them being the NCAA. And they're always changing the rules before they can even come up with how to follow the rules. So you're just going to keep getting funky stuff like this. But
I mean, it's an open relationship.
This is an open relationship.
Yes. The Clippers gave their ring and proposed.
And he said, let me think about it.
So the Clipper, like, Narcisse Ngoy didn't even realize that he was about to be in a serious relationship because his name just went into the draft, and the Clippers got down on a knee and proposed, and he said, okay, like, I'll take the ring. Let me think about it, but let me go get, let me go have my fun for a final year before I come into the NBA.
I already told this other girl that I would go on a date with her, and I can't cancel with her, so I'll just go on the date. I have the ring. It's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's such a strange scenario, and it's not going to be the end of it. If you are Ngoy, though, you do get the boost of confidence, meaning the Clippers would rather take me and wait a year than anyone else who was drafted after me. So
but
I'm an NBA player.
But also, like, what does that say about the back end of the NBA draft? He didn't even, like, enter, and he was just because of his age submitted, and all the other players are like, but this is where I want to be, and I want to be, like, in the NBA, and you are choosing to stay in college?
Oh, man.
I'm curious that, like, if it was another team that ended up drafting him, if he would have opted into playing. Is that something that comes into consideration too?
I mean, it doesn't get much better than LA, and right now he's at Auburn. No disrespect, War Eagle and all that, but if you are passing up on an opportunity to live in Auburn, Alabama over Los Angeles,
but like Auburn
you really
is
like
one.
your situation.
I had two cousins that went to Auburn, and it is like, talk about like being kings on campus, being in the athletics at Auburn, and then you're coming to LA, but you're on the Clippers, which isn't the championship winning
probably
culture
on a two-way
that
contract.
The Lakers are. And what are the Clippers going to look like this year? Because they're still like possibly making some moves.
We need a whole segment to talk about what the hell the Clippers think they're doing versus what they're actually doing.
So. Yeah, Narcisse Ngoy, drafted at 57 by the Clippers, but deciding he's still going to play at Auburn next season. It was a draft and stash, which something that I had to look into and was like, oh, this is still a thing that's happening. Very interesting. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, we're talking about the other LA team, the Lakers. What did they do this week? That's next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Hour number 3, you guys. We are cruising. Happy Friday. World Cup matches just kicked off about 2 minutes ago. You guys, Norway versus France, Senegal versus Iraq, both happening right now. And what'd you say? France has all their starters playing.
Norway does not.
Norway is playing their
B team, as they call it.
And France almost scored in the first.
They almost scored in the
30
first 30 seconds. It bounced off the top crossbar. But I imagine this to be a bloodbath, which is kind of nuts because while Lionel Messi set the record for World Cup goals, Kylian Mbappe is on an insane pace, and quite honestly, he almost had a goal there.
Crossbar.
Kylian Mbappe is about to steal Messi's joy if he rattles off 4 or 5 goals, which he is very capable of doing this afternoon.
Where is this, in Boston?
This is
look under the Fox logo.
Foxborough, yes,
on
I
the
believe
right.
so.
Okay.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. Whew. It's going to be fun, you guys. We have a full slate of games today.
Oh, you have France. Of course it's going to be fun for you. You have France on, in the pool.
I didn't even think about that until you just said it. I'm one of those people that, like, when I win things, I'm like, oh, I won? Cool.
Well, Raj has Norway, so Raj getting knocked down a peg because he's currently in first place.
Nice.
So I would rather have you be in first than him. So, all right.
And that's
there
teamwork.
We go.
We're gonna let that one go. All right, you know what time it is?
What's that?
Producer Shay. It's time for the Gen Z word of the day.
You guys ready for this one?
Well, duh.
I don't think you are.
Okay, why?
Mewing.
Mewing?
Mm-hmm.
Mewing.
Spell it, please.
MEWING.
M is
mewing. M as in Mary.
M as in okay.
M as in Mary. Mewing.
So, listeners, if you're new to this, once a week on Fridays we get the Gen Z word of the day, and we have to guess the meaning. And then on Mondays, Brock gives like a classic OG
millennial 90s,
sometimes older word, and our Gen Z crew of producer Shay and BTS Nick have to see if they can get it. Does Nick know the meaning of mewing?
He does not. He hasn't known a majority of the words.
He's fringe Gen Z millennial. He's kind of like right in between.
On the ridge.
Yeah, he's an old man.
No, he's a fringe. No, he's not. He's in his 20s. He's not an old man.
I know we are typically not allowed to ask questions right after we get the word, but I would just ask one. Is it Pokemon related?
No, it has nothing to do with Mewtwo.
Okay.
I was going to say, I was like, why? Because it sounds like a Pokemon.
Yeah,
there was
nothing
Mewtwo
to do with
and there was Mew. Okay.
Were you a Pokemon collector?
I was not a collector, but I liked the Game Boy games.
Okay. Did you have Pogs?
No.
Oh, am I dating myself?
The disc thing.
Yeah.
I
and
did
they had
actually
the
have
slammers,
those.
and I still have my Pogs.
So I never played the game, but I did, just being a kid, collect various ones. So you actually knew how to like play.
I collected them.
Okay.
And I'll bring in my my purple box with all my Pogs.
Bring in the collection. Let's see it.
I had baseball cards. I think I had Pokemon cards for a bit that I collected. I used to collect rocks.
Okay.
What
qualifies a keepable rock for you?
Well, so our family trips, because we were 4 kids, like 6 people, we did a lot of road trips.
Okay.
And we went to all the national parks, and we'd go by all these, now you would call them crystals, I guess. I was just ahead of my time. So like those smooth, colorful, like rocks that have energies. And I remember my mom at like one point, I think maybe I was like 10 or something. It was like, it's time to give those to your younger sister. I was like, excuse me, what? No, like I'm allowed, like I'm old enough to keep these rocks. And now it's like a whole movement of all these adults buying
You're ahead of the curve.
And spending money on these rocks. I'm like, see, I always knew I liked them. It's fine. I kept a little pouch though. I did have to give them to my little sister, and I put my favorites in a little pouch that I still have, and are now in my daughter's room.
Has the collection been returned to you?
No.
Okay.
No, it
was
gone forever.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, let your kids continue doing what they love to do. And for me, that was collecting rocks. But I also thought I was Pocahontas. Like, I used to pretend I was like Pocahontas.
You were one with the earth, and that's a beautiful thing.
No, I loved it. Oh, also a beautiful thing. France just scored
A 7th minute goal.
Oh, I'm feeling real good about this.
Senegal just scored too.
Really?
Ooh, maybe we go to that game.
Why?
Because this is
you
going to
have
get ugly.
Senegal. Okay, yeah. So it's.
Oh, I do have Senegal. Yeah.
Yeah. So, see, you forgot too.
There's so much to keep up with.
I forgot I had France. You forgot you had Senegal. So, yeah. The first group of games today, of matches today, Norway versus France. France is up 1-0. Senegal versus Iraq. Senegal is up 1-0. And then in the 5 o'clock window, you have Cabo Verde versus Saudi Arabia. Uruguay versus Spain. And tonight, Shays, Iran versus Egypt.
Woo!
And New Zealand versus Belgium. Is that your best woo?
I don't want to be too loud.
Where are you watching the game?
We're doing it. So one of my friend's daddy owns this like pickle.
Daddy? Did you say one of my friend's daddies?
Did I say daddy?
You said
No. Hold on. I know what happened here.
Oh,
Shay, I'm going to shoot you some bail.
Please.
I'm going to shoot you some bail. He didn't say daddy, but it sounded like it. What he said was one of my friend's dad. He owns. But at the cadence that you were speaking at, it sounded like daddy.
Well, Shay mumbles sometimes.
Let me pause.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need that clip. By
My
the
bad,
way.
guys.
I'm definitely gonna need that.
My
clip.
bad.
Well, my
That's on me.
friend's daddy.
Let's try it again. Let's start.
One of my
over.
friends' father.
No.
He owns this like pickle and play place in Simi Valley, and then we're gonna
like
close
pickleball.
it. Yeah, like a pickleball place. They actually just opened
I've
it.
seen these. There's one in El Segundo that just opened up, and it's almost like a private club for pickleball, but it's like a indoor courts, and they have like bars and TVs and
Yeah.
all these things inside. It looks really rad. My
cool.
sister went to the one in the South Bay and was like, it's incredible.
Yeah, it's super fun.
Sweet.
If you're out in the Valley side or the Simi Valley side, pickle and play.
Yeah.
They just opened it up. It's a ton of fun. You play
Dope.
volleyball there too if you play volleyball.
Oh, that's sick. Are you guys good at pickleball?
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Same.
Pretty good.
I'm more of a tennis person, but because the skills are kind of transferable,
Dude.
I can hold my own.
Do you know what's
pickleball.
funny is so I played tennis when I was a kid, but my ping pong skills helped me be great at pickleball. Like I use that same, I play like defense. I am like an insane, you're not getting by me and I'm getting like backhand slam shots. My family did the day after Thanksgiving, a Black Friday pickleball tournament.
That's
We
so
started
fun.
that a couple years ago and I'd never played in my life. And my husband and I are both very athletic and very competitive. And it was like, okay, literally first game was the first time I ever played pickleball, and we made it all the way to the finals. It was like, okay,
She's like, I'm gonna figure this out.
okay. The only because I was also runner up in my high school ping pong tournament. I lost to a tennis pro, someone who went on to be like a
No, that
professional
doesn't
tennis
count.
player.
Yeah.
But I was also the only woman that got past to the late rounds. Everyone's like, oh, she can't play. Are you ready for what happened?
What
okay,
happened?
this is a really petty story. A former relationship that I was in high school.
Okay.
He was like, yeah, I'm always going to beat you. You're never going to be good. I got this. So I hired secretly a friend who played tennis and played ping pong to train me. Didn't tell anybody. And our house was the house that had the ping pong table in the garage. Everyone would come over and hang out. And all the guys came over. I was like, yeah. Who wants to play ping pong? Beat every single one of them out there. Did a mic drop with the ping pong paddle. Was like,
Oh, you can leave now.
Who's the champion now, huh? And after that is when I entered into the high school ping pong tournament and came in second place. I don't do anything not to the extreme. And someone doubted me. Oh, I'm going to prove you wrong.
What a ping pong origin story. A boyfriend who, by the way, weird way to be romantic. Hey, by the way, I'm going to win at everything.
It wasn't, as you can tell, it was a very toxic relationship. And very happy that is not
But
a
it got
part of
you to
my
ping
life
pong.
anymore. Yeah. It motivated me to be like, oh, let me prove you wrong.
Incredible.
Yeah, so that's my ping pong origin story. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We're going to keep you updated on all the World Cup action going on right now. As we mentioned, France up 1-0 over Norway. And is it still Senegal up 1-0 over Iraq?
Yes, it
Yes, it is. All right, but now let's talk some Lakers, you guys, because they had a very eventful week. Because coming into this offseason, what did we say? They got three things they really need to address, and that is lock up some free agents. Number one being Austin Reeves, because Luka Doncic, their star, made it very clear that was the most important thing. He wanted Luka back, did not want him being a part of a trade, and they did. They made him the highest paid undrafted player ever in NBA history.
Congrats,
with
Austin Reeves.
4-year max deal worth a projected $185 million. Austin Reeves' girlfriend posted a photo of him on the golf course when the deal got done, just on his back. Relief, celebration, every emotion you can think of was probably running through his veins. As someone who bet on himself to not be drafted, because there was a possibility for him to get drafted, and he said, no, don't draft me. I want to play for the Lakers. So this is someone that a full circle moment bet on himself, went undrafted to the Lakers, ended up exceeding expectations, and then became the highest undrafted player in NBA history.
You can't write a movie better than this. And the beauty of it is his story is still going.
Yeah.
His story hopefully has multiple championships at the end of it. But from wearing the same uniform as your childhood hero to being granted generational wealth because of your efforts, it doesn't get better than that.
It's insane. So that happened after night one of the draft. But what the Lakers also did was traded up from 25 to 24 with the Knicks to get Baylor guard Cameron Carr. And we're learning more and more about Cameron as it goes on. But what we did know right out of the gates was extremely athletic, great shooter, great off-the-ball weapon, solid defense, something that can get improved, but that's something that's teachable. But his qualities that he naturally has, he was thought to be one of the more and most athletic picks in the draft, which was one of the big pieces that the Lakers needed. They needed to get young and they needed to get athletic. So 2 of their 3 big things that they needed to get done this offseason was lock in Austin Reeves, nail the draft pick in ways you can, and get an A-list center. So there's still one big piece they need to get done, but I think they did as great as they could with the pick that they had in the first round.
Yes, and they're still just rumors until we hear confirmation, but there was an attempt to get Henri Visar in round 2. So early on the morning of round 2, there was word that the Lakers were trading and trying to get into the second round. People thought, oh, okay, they obviously have their eyes on somebody. It turns out that the Lakers acquired the number 56 overall pick, the second round pick, 56 overall, and Henri Visar ends up being drafted 2 picks before the Lakers, and it is due to the Clippers drafting him on behalf of the Hawks. Immediately after he is drafted, the Lakers dump the pick and hold on to their hat and tuck their tail as they walk away without a center. So that brings to the point of the Lakers have made attempts to fill that center position. Not that Visar would have been starting, but just they have yet to have any physical, tangible proof of we are addressing the center position. And if I'm Luka, I'm still relaxing on vacation, but I am starting to check in with Rob, thinking, hey, so we got 2 of the 3 done. Are we going to get that third thing done or not?
I haven't creeped to social media in a bit. Is he on vacation?
I'm just assuming
he's probably. Does he stay here? Does he go back?
Ooh, is he a soccer fan? I know that Slovenia isn't in it, but if he's a soccer fan, I'd imagine he'd be at a World Cup game somewhere.
Says that he's at like a Laker. Oh.
What's Luka up to?
That's the latest.
Oh, okay. I cannot.
I didn't want to butcher it.
I don't want to butcher anyone's
minister,
local tongue, but if I'm Luka,
Rome. Thanks
okay,
for an
there you
amazing
go.
day. So he's in Rome for a basketball clinic, it looks like.
And I'm sure, despite the time difference, he is telling his agent to ask Rob Pelinka any update on that center. Any update on that center? If I'm Luka, I tell my agent, every 5 hours on the hour, you text Rob Pelinka any update on that center, because there were attempts to make something happen via the draft. Big men have been on the move. Giannis and Bobby Portis to Miami, Kelly Ware to Milwaukee, Isaiah Stewart to Memphis, Nick Claxton to Chicago, Naz Reid to Charlotte. None of those guys are going to the Lakers. So, clock's ticking.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. The other thing we have to keep an eye out for is LeBron James, because last week we got reports that LeBron and the Lakers picked up their contract conversations, but then it's being reported by Shams that there has been no communication between LeBron James and the Lakers since the negotiation window opened, which raises a lot of question marks for me.
So,
like, who leaked the story?
We got Braun.
Yeah.
that's
I like
what
that.
happened.
I like that.
We got Braun. LeBron was in Scotland having the time of his life with his buddies celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the Cleveland Miraculous Championship, golfing on exclusive golf courses. And in hindsight, it does seem obvious why would he be picking up contract negotiations on the other side of the world? Not that it's impossible, but why wouldn't you handle that before?
You're also like, you're
drunk also because you're drinking the world's best wine and champagne. Like,
Love that.
why would that be the case? But in hindsight, it now seems obvious that LeBron probably caught wind that the Reeves deal was close to being done because there's only so many agents in the world and word travels quickly. And LeBron said, well, let me get something out there, because once the Reeves information is released, immediately people are going to ask, how does this affect me?
Yeah.
And I'm starting to see that was completely one-sided.
Yeah.
And a PR move of let me get my name out there before the Reeves information is released. And the Lakers are out there saying, we have not answered your calls, buddy. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's funny. So Allie Clifton is a co-host on Road Trippin' with Richard Jefferson and Channing Frye, who were both on that. Like, the Road Trippin' podcast started after that Cavs championship run in 2016. And so she continues and does that Road Trip podcast with RJ and Channing, who were on that trip with LeBron. And there was a clip that was posted where she's like, this is a safe space. And I'm like, okay, yeah. What kind of safe space is this? And she's like, so did LeBron tell you where he's going to play next year?
Buttering him up.
And both of them were like, respect. Mad respect for that setup. And for, like, you had to go there. Like, we're both in media. We're all in media. We understand. But RJ and Channing were like, no. Like, nothing. Like, that wasn't even brought up. Like, we didn't talk any basketball, any work-related stuff on this trip. Like, it was just a bunch of, like homies having a good time, and that's all it was, which again adds to, like, okay, that timeline doesn't really match up with the report that came out last week that the negotiation conversation reopened while he was on this trip. It's like, no, like, he's not talking about any of that.
He's the master. We knew he was the master, and even still, we got Braun.
Dude. It's good though. Respect.
Yeah, he's just
mad.
Proving he still got it.
Respect, you guys. All right, we're going to take a quick break here, but I'm so excited when we come back. ESPN MLB reporter Alden Gonzalez is joining us ahead of this Dodgers and Padres series. Don't go anywhere. More on that coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. And there is so much action going on today. As we mentioned, 2 World Cup games kicking off about 20 minutes ago. France up 2-1 over Norway. There's been a lot of action going on there. Senegal versus Iraq. But then we got Dodgers down at Padres tonight. We had Tony Gwynn Jr. on earlier talking about this rivalry, and I'm so excited for our next guest. ESPN MLB reporter Alden Gonzalez joining the show. Alden, how we doing?
I'm doing great, Alex. How are you?
Oh, we're doing fabulous, and I'm excited for this matchup tonight. Now, obviously, the Dodgers, they're playing the Padres 7 times in the next 10 days, but tonight's matchup is really interesting because we got Walker Buehler, former Dodgers World Series hero, facing the Dodgers for the first time as a Padre. What have you heard? What have you seen? What should we expect from Walker Buehler tonight?
You know, it's interesting. There were so many questions about this Padres rotation when the year began. And then the situation got even more dicey as the season ensued, with Nick Pivetta being hurt and Joe Musgrove having a setback, Yu Darvish not coming back, Nick Pivetta getting hurt. So German Marquez getting injured as well. Walker Buehler has been one of the guys who has actually stabilized that rotation. And I'm not sure that there were many expectations at all for Walker Buehler going into this year. He was very ineffective last year with the Red Sox and the Phillies. His stuff hadn't been what it was when he was in his heyday with the Dodgers. But, I mean, look, having covered Walker Buehler when he was in L.A., he is as intelligent, cerebral, and as competitive a pitcher as I've covered. And I figured that, you know, at some point he was going to be able to figure it out. Even if he was a diminished version of what he had been after a second Tommy John surgery, he was going to find a way to be competitive. And that's what you're seeing now. I mean, he's not the top of the rotation, bona fide ace, but you see him, especially lately, like he's really settling into a groove. And, you know, you think about like how the Padres have remained competitive here. They have the worst offense in baseball, okay? Like the lowest OPS, the fewest runs scored. Yes, they have a great bullpen, but there are question marks all over that rotation. Walker Buehler is one of the main guys responsible for why the Padres are still in the hunt here. I'm excited. It's going to be super fun watching him go up against the Dodgers. He's facing Roki Sasaki, who, like, every Roki start is a roller coaster.
Yep.
So this is going to be a really, really fun one tonight.
And Alden, you lead me right to it. How much pressure is on Roki to get back to being the consistent best version of himself, which has not been the case in the last 1.5 starts?
A little less than before. I know the results, the surface level numbers haven't been there in previous starts. And I know this always sounds like a cop-out, but he's pitched better than his line scores showed these last 2 outings. And there's a very real reason for that. And it's because, number one, he's throwing his fastball 100 miles an hour again. Okay? Like, this is something that Roki Sasaki had been searching for ever since his last season in Japan in 2024, was the velocity of his forcing fastball. The other one is he's gone back to throwing the splitter harder. It's a breaking ball that he can command for strikes. So he is a different pitcher these days, even when it doesn't go well, than the one who was struggling through the first 2 months of the season and through all of his rookie year in 2025. I think the Dodgers look at him now as like, this is the Roki Sasaki that we expected because his stuff is there. It may not always go great for him, but he has a much better chance every week, every time he takes the mound. He has a much bigger margin for error. And it just, you could start to see the makings of the guy that the entire industry was chasing coming out of Japan, because he's got that fastball velocity back, and because the splitter is in the right place. I would not be too concerned about Roki's last couple of starts.
All right, Alden, we'll get back to the Dodgers-Padres series in just a moment. I want to talk about the wild situation that we saw between Shohei Ohtani and Dalton Rushing on Wednesday, the miscommunication, the frustration, the embarrassment that Dalton said he felt after the game. What is the plan moving forward if Will Smith is still out next week? Is this something that can be fixed for Shohei Ohtani?
I think the plan is for Dalton Rushing to keep catching him, at least for the immediate future, at least until Will Smith works his way back. Can it be fixed? Yeah, I think it can be fixed, but it needs to be fixed. And there's a lot that needs to be fixed. Alex, it's so rare that you're watching a game, and it is so obvious that two teammates are just not in sync, just from the body language. Getty passed up with Ohtani throwing a fastball by Dalton Rushing, and Dalton turning in his direction and being like, what just happened? Showing Ohtani so aggressively tapping his head, wanting a challenge, and Dalton Rushing telling him no, and then being proven wrong. We saw that Shohei Ohtani switched to calling his own pitches midway through his start and got better results. And look, it was a tough watch. Dalton Rushing has had a target on his back, it seems like, all year. It was previously because of these sort of outward demonstrations for his opponents. Now it's because he can't get in sync with the best player in the world. And it's a tough spot for a 25-year-old kid to be in, to watch Dave Roberts and Freddie Freeman have to console him in the dugout. And as you mentioned, he talked about being embarrassed, and he should be embarrassed. And it's hard to be under the microscope in that setting. But, I mean, look, this is it's a performance league, okay? And once you start affecting the best player in the world, the most important player on the Dodgers, it's a problem, and you got to fix it. And so Dalton Rushing has to figure it out, and it's on him. He is incredibly talented. I think he's a very smart guy. I think he's introspective. I think he understands that he was the problem. And to his credit, he put all the blame squarely on his shoulders, as he should. But when you talk about what's going to happen, I think it's very simple. Dalton Rushing has to figure this out. Dalton Rushing is a big part of the Dodgers, especially now with Will Smith out with that neck injury, and he's got to find a way.
Alden, we are expecting the return of Teoscar Hernandez sometime in early July. But for the time being, what has impressed you most about Tommy Edman and Alex Call?
Yeah, I mean, this is what, to me, this is just kind of the hallmark of what makes the Dodgers so good, is that they have such great depth. And whatever number player it is on their 40-man roster is a lot better than another team. So the 38th best player in the 40-man roster is so much better than every other team. And that's not what Tommy Edman and Alex Call are, but they're guys that are sort of down on the depth chart. Tommy Edman is an everyday player for them, obviously, but he usually bats 8th or 9th in their lineup. And, he would be a cornerstone player on a lot of teams. Alex Call hardly ever plays when the Dodgers are fully healthy. But just speaking of evaluators and stuff, like, people love Alex Call, his approach at the plate especially. He's somebody who can step in when Teoscar Hernandez gets hurt and can contribute. And I think big picture, though, on the Dodgers, like, if you just sort of take a step back and look at their season, Kyle Tucker is getting paid $55 million, and he has been an average baseball player. Mookie Betts has been bad this year. Edwin Diaz hasn't pitched since the middle of April. Blake Snell and Tyler Glasnow are still out with injuries. They have the best record in baseball. They have the highest run differential in baseball. That's no accident. It's because the Dodgers have that kind of depth.
So you mentioned Kyle Tucker, Alden, and we can see it from the outside. Again, body language gives away a lot of how you're feeling. And he's not only been struggling at the plate, we've been seeing some just kind of like mental mishaps in his game all around, obviously out with the back spasms. You're around him a lot. Is this something that you feel like he can turn around this season?
He should, because when he's right, he's one of the best baseball players in the world. I think he's a true five-tool talent. And I think it will happen for him eventually. I am very surprised that we are 3 months into this season and it hasn't happened for him yet. I brought up before that he's been an average baseball player. Like, just that's what he's been. Like, statistically, by any sort of measure, he has been an average baseball player. And this is a guy who the Dodgers were counting on to be a perennial MVP candidate. But Look, Alex, I think we've talked about this on your show before. All the Dodgers care about is that you are performing at an elite level down the stretch and into the playoffs.
Yeah.
That can still happen for Kyle Tucker. I haven't seen evidence that it's coming.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean it isn't. Usually with like great players, it just turns one day and it's like, oh, there it is. The fact that it hasn't happened yet with Kyle Tucker is very surprising to me. And I know it's surprising to a lot of people over there. But again, if it happens in August, September, and October, that's all the Dodgers care about.
Okay, so that's when you hit the panic button if it doesn't happen by that point?
Absolutely. Especially because, I mean, this is a Dodgers roster that's older. This is one of the oldest position player groups in baseball. And that's not to say that Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts and Max Muncy, who, by the way, is having a great year, can't carry your lineup. But the reason why you got Kyle Tucker, in large part, was because he's younger. I think he's 29 years old still. You know, it's supposed to be his turn to carry the lineup. And it's a lot to ask of, I mean, Shohei Ohtani could do it, sure. But outside of that, it's a lot to ask of Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman and Max Muncy at those ages to sort of be the anchors of that lineup. You need Kyle Tucker as well. I will counter that by saying, too, like, the Dodgers have more lineup depth than anybody. Like, Andy Paz could step in. Oscar Hernandez could step in. Tommy Edman, as you brought up earlier. But still, Kyle Tucker needs to be a linchpin of that lineup, and he just hasn't been.
Alden, I know that it has been an up and down season, to put it kindly, for the Padres, but when they are at their best, and we always expect them to be at their best against the Dodgers, what kind of threat do they pose?
I've often said that there are two versions of the Padres. There is the Padres that play against the Dodgers, and then there are the Padres who play against everybody else. It does seem as if every time, to your point, every time they play the Dodgers, they step their game up a little bit more. They're a little bit more crisp. Look, I still think the Padres can be a dangerous team if these two things happen. One is that A.J. Preller goes out and gets a number one and maybe also a number two starter before the trade deadline. But being realistic, a number one starter at the trade deadline. Number two is that Jackson Merrill and Manny Machado and Fernando Tatis Jr. get going, because this offense doesn't have a chance, given their limited depth, if those three guys aren't carrying them. Now, if you're the Padres, you have seen some good signs finally from Manny Machado. He's had a good week plus offensively. It's what you need to see. You need Tatis and you need Merrill to get there as well. Until that happens, though, until they get that top of the rotation starter and until those guys get going, it's hard to take them seriously going up against the Dodgers because they are just too shorthanded, relatively speaking.
I mean, Alden, they're playing each other 7 times in 10 days. This is a good little weekend sandwich series between the Dodgers and the Padres. And obviously it was a different story, and the NL West race was a lot tighter last time they faced each other. And I know you said they have to be playing better for this to be a threat, but it feels like every time these two teams face each other, none of that matters. And we're getting kind of the best version of both of these teams.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it goes back to like how the Padres seem to elevate their game every time they play them. And I think, too, one thing that's made this series really captivating in my mind is like the Padres are playing good baseball. I mean, they're coming off sweeping the Braves. I mean, they're in a good place right now. And I think they also understand, given, I mean, I don't know that they're going to catch the Dodgers in the division. I know there's a long way to go in the season and anything could happen. I still think the Dodgers are going to run away with the National League West. But the Padres realize how tight the wild card standings are, how close we're getting to the trade deadline. Mm-hmm. And, I mean, you said it, 7 games against the Dodgers in 10 days.
Yeah.
This could make or break the Padres, especially going into the trade deadline, and I expect them to play with a lot of urgency.
Alden, thank you so much for your time. One final quick one for you. I know MLB is your sport, but you are Miami born and raised. What are you hearing about LeBron? Is he not going to be a Laker?
Oh man, this is what I just wanted to come on and talk about. I thought that's what we were going to talk about. I just wanted to talk about the Heat. All I will say is I don't know if LeBron is in any way possible, but as a Miami native and diehard Heat fan, I believe and I have faith and I'm excited.
Don't
for
you
the
dare.
First time in 12 years. Okay? He was ours before he was yours. He can come back to South Beach anytime.
Oh, Alden, I love that
Don't
so
you dare,
much.
Alden.
Oh, thank you so much for coming on. Have so much fun this weekend.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
All right, see ya. Good one there, because I was floating that the moment they got Giannis. I was like, is LeBron going to run it back to Miami? Who knows? It's feeling a little more like a possibility now if he's not coming back to the Lakers. Miami's looking pretty nice. You can mend some broken relationships with Pat Riley.
It's scary. It's so scary, but it would make so much sense for LeBron to do that real quick.
Okay.
I know we gotta take a quick break here.
Yeah.
Ousmane Dembele scored a hat trick for France in 33 minutes.
Wait, what?
He has
It
a
was
hat
the
trick.
same. It was the same player that scored all 3 goals.
I thought Mbappe got one of them because they zoomed in on him
Yeah.
celebrating, but it was Dembele, all 3.
No
33-minute hat trick.
Is that the fastest hat trick in World Cup history?
It's got to be one of them.
I
I'm looking it
feel
up
like
now.
it's up there.
That is nuts.
That's insane. Okay, so I'm definitely winning this game.
Yeah, I think you got it locked up.
Feeling good, feeling great. All right. We are going to take that quick break. When we come back, it is time for Brock to spill the tea. Don't go anywhere. More Brock and Alex when we come back. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. So get in the comments section at The Fan LA if you're watching us on YouTube. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. But you guys, it is that time of the day where we spill the tea with Brock Vereen. What do you got for us today, Brock?
Oh, today's tea is education related. So graduation season is officially over. It is summertime.
Okay.
And one thing I was monitoring throughout this entire grad season, and by monitoring, I mean just what I saw on Twitter.
Yeah.
Well, no, I did go to one graduation. But what I was monitoring was I've never seen a larger disconnect between administrations and students. The implementation of AI into high school and collegiate graduations was insane.
What do you mean?
Were you monitoring this?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
So, I've never seen more boos, more walkouts, more groans across graduations, again, of all grades, than this. So, one way that AI was implemented in a lot of graduations this year was, you know how before you would walk across the stage, they say, Alex Curry, and then you'd walk across. I'm sure that wasn't a job that someone wanted to do, but do you think it was reasonable to ask a human being to stand up there and honor your 4 years at high school or college, wherever it was, and just say your name?
Yeah.
AI.
Oh.
Schools were using AI computers to announce students' names as they walk across the stage. Now, the problem with that,
they were
Alex,
getting it wrong.
They were getting them wrong. Whereas
dude,
if you were using
worst.
a human and you can double check and, hey, I don't know how to pronounce that. Let me walk up to their parents and ask them how to pronounce that. They just dumped an entire roster of names and they were getting them wrong. That drove me crazy because, again, go back to high school.
Yeah.
This is the biggest moment of your life. You just spent 4 years going to school, working your butt off. Hopefully you're going to college somewhere special. And you can't even put a human being in the booth at the high school football stadium just to say a name. The second aspect of it, and why I say there's a major disconnect generationally, any time a keynote speaker was speaking to at a college graduation, all of them referenced AI and immediately would get booed.
How are they referencing AI?
They would say, make sure that you implement tools because AI is the future, or make sure you learn how to use AI. Imagine being a college student and you just spent $50,000 a year, or your parents or your student loans, whatever it was, $50,000 a year to this university. And now there's a speaker up there on, again, the biggest day of my life, hyping up something that's going to take my job.
Yeah.
People were getting booed out of the room.
Yeah.
So I want to spill the tea, rather cheers, really, to Gen Z, because they were not taking it. I've never seen more people booed off of a stage in the middle of a graduation. And I bring up again, there is a massive disconnect of not being able to read the room regarding don't big up something that you're also telling them is going to replace them in the workforce after they just give you $250,000 for an education. And don't be so dang lazy at a high school graduation that you can't even have a human being read off a list of names. And that is the tea for today.
Oh, that's wild.
Doc, I will say we had it at USC for our graduation.
Okay.
And I wouldn't say they mispronounce names, but it's on the student to submit the pronunciation. So if they mispronounce it, I'm not sure what they were doing at high school, but at SC, we would submit the exact pronunciation so it wouldn't make a mistake.
Was there a human or a computer doing it?
What did he say? It was, you scanned it when you got onto the stage. They would have a scanner like you're at a grocery store.
Do you see how inhuman that feels, though, Nick? So for those who don't know, BTS Nick, while also playing minor league baseball, was in grad school at USC, just down the road. But Nick,
what a baddie!
Does it feel? Does it make you feel like a valued human to have to scan something like you're at Ralph's, like you're a bag of oranges or dog food before you walk across the stage, rather than just having a human being who put forth the effort to ask you your name?
No, it was odd for sure. It's like I'm buying groceries or something. But,
That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. Shout out BTS Nick.
Yeah, I don't know if it goes faster. It's also like on the person to like. I'm sure so many of those kids like did not like submit their name and how to say it properly. I don't know. I'm like with you on the promoting AI in the commencement speeches. Like that's weird. Like that is like, yeah, no, like that's not motivating. You're supposed to be here to motivate us for the first day of the rest of our lives. Now we're about to be like adults and on our own.
I just gave you $500,000 to get my degree. Why are you telling me that there's no job for me?
Wild. But because you are the pronunciation king and you read the dictionary before you go to bed and you are just a wealth of knowledge, I understand why this would irk you.
I feel that if someone is giving you their time, whether it's 4 years of free school at a high school or $500,000 in college, I think the average tuition, I think USC tuition was like $90,000 a year. You can find a human being to say my name.
Oh, San Diego State was such a steal when I was in college.
Oh, that in-state. The in-state tuition discount, I guess we'll call it, is barely even a thing anymore.
Oh, I know, but it was back when I was
But it
in
was
school.
when we were going to school.
It was great when I was in college.
Did you guys walk? Did you guys walk on the stage and everything when you guys graduated, or did you guys skip it?
College, I did not.
I didn't in college, but I did in high school. But I didn't in college because I was also like a part of the generation that got screwed by the economy when we were coming into the world. I studied abroad when I was in college, and when I studied abroad, that was in 2008. What happened in 2008? The biggest market crash ever and the economy crash. And when I got back, half of my classes and courses got like, they just dropped them. They weren't available anymore and they didn't count. So the courses that I took when I was studying abroad didn't count towards what they were using for my major anymore. So I had to stay for an extra semester to make up those classes. So I had to stay for a super senior year just to make up the credits that like didn't exist anymore after they had to cut so many courses and classes.
I mean, at least you were at a school that is in one of the most beautiful locations in America, but still you planned on starting your life.
Yeah,
and
I did. Like I was commuting up to LA and started working that super senior year and was just taking the classes I needed to obviously graduate. But all my friends and everyone I grew up with, like my sorority sisters and people I played soccer with, like all graduated the year before, and it was a weird semester. But you know what? I started working and it was fine.
There you go.
I got it done. And
it obviously worked out.
But
still, I would tell anyone this. Anyone with a child in high school planning their future, or any child on summer break who's currently not in high school listening to this. If you know exactly what you want to do and you can go to trade school for it, go to trade school.
What's trade school?
Like HVAC, fixing washing machine. You know what? Just think of it as working with your hands.
Yeah.
Like you can go to trade school and be an apprentice, and within 2 years be on the job force. I bring that up because if you want like a washing machine fix, if you want your back deck repainted, you were on a
Bro, what is this pitch right now to people?
You were on a 3-month wait list because there's just not enough people. So you can go to college and spend $90,000 on something.
You're deterring people to go to college.
No. I'm talking
Listen to Brock, guys. Listen to Brock.
I'm specifically talking to the kids who know exactly what they want to do, and if that thing also offers trade school, just go to trade school.
Was there a red card? Are we seeing red cards in these games
has been
right
chaos.
now? No.
Iraq does have a red card.
Yeah. Wild, you guys. We'll update you a little more on what's going on in these first 2 World Cup matches. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, Dodgers Padres, Game 1, Walker Buehler against Roki Sasaki. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the show. So make sure you get in the chat if you're watching us live on YouTube at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And Brock, if you're watching the live stream, you put in both the teams we have playing today's flags in the mic stand.
Well,
I know
Senegal's
France
holding
is
me
up.
down.
Are they?
Yeah, they're up 1-0, 1-0 at half. But France, even though that is your team and technically I should be rooting against them, Ousmane Dembele putting up a hat trick in 33 minutes. The flag has to be represented.
It
after
has
that.
to be. Yeah. I'm still like, how come we don't have a USA flag in here, guys?
Where did Cody put it?
Cody Decker.
And also,
I'm
actually,
blaming you.
You know what though?
What?
Why don't we have multiple?
There should be.
There should be multiple of them.
I'm just gonna blame Cody Decker.
I'll happily blame Cody though. Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely, it's definitely Cody. I want to give a shout out to producer Shay, who gave my daughter a ball. Remember the other day on air, I was like, I need to start getting my daughter some like little like balls to play with, like whether it's a soccer ball, a volleyball.
Yeah.
She has all these instruments around the house, so Shay gave me a little squishy volleyball, and we started playing with it last night. And I just started hitting it on the bottom of her foot. She took it, then started hitting it on the bottom of her foot, and then she was rolling it and like crawling after it. I'm like, oh, girl's gonna be an athlete.
We got a fast learner.
Girl's gonna be
Teacher
an
Libero.
athlete. I sent Shay pictures of her with her little tiny volleyball.
So
she was
adorable.
obsessed.
Oh, I'm all in. I'm all in.
It's so cute. Also, producer Shay, it's time for us to like use a word in a sentence.
You ready for it
Gen
now?
Z word of the day.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
So I'll give you two hints here.
Okay. The word again is
The word is mew or mewing.
mew.
So there's two
Mewing.
different ways of
Mew,
kind of
mew.
saying it. Mew, mewing.
Okay.
You need to mew in order to mog. So if listeners don't know what mog is, 2 weeks ago it was our word of the day.
This callback.
Mog basically means you mog people. So producer Shay mogs people as in with his looks, with his intellect, with his
Impress?
his strength, with his
Wait,
yes.
are you telling me
everything.
there is no shortage of
So
confidence
mogging-
with producer Shay. I'm just
I
gonna throw
like
that
this
out there.
callback though because we had Mog 2 weeks ago. I thought
Okay.
So in
okay.
order to mog, you have to mew.
Take care of yourself.
It's close. It's very close.
Is it like grooming or is
I
it
was just
like
gonna go
You're
with
getting there.
grooming.
It's a
I was
step
just gonna
closer.
go
A
with grooming.
step
Yeah,
closer.
yeah.
I'm gonna stop talking now, but that's a step closer.
Okay.
I was going to say, so before he even used it in a sentence, I was going to say, is it a facial hair thing? Like,
Oh.
is it doing something with your facial hair to look better, or is it like a guy version of a makeover or something like that? So we're in the same ballpark because
Okay.
mogging, as we learned 2 weeks ago, is to like one up someone. So
It's
We're
not
close.
a facial hair thing, but yeah, you're very close.
Okay.
I could say it's a facial thing, but not a facial hair thing. But I'm done talking. I'm giving too many hints.
Yes, you are. Okay. I feel confident.
Okay.
I feel good about this.
Yeah. So if you guys are new to this, every Friday we get a Gen Z word of the day that producer Shay gives us, and we try to have to guess the meaning of it. And then on Mondays, Brock gives a vintage word of the day. Yeah, we're just gonna go
Old
with vintage.
man word of the day.
Vintage sounds way cooler. Okay, we're both wearing vintage tees today. You gonna call this an old man tee?
Stop calling me old. Call me vintage.
Call me vintage.
That's what I hear.
It's all about rebranding, you guys. We talked about it. Like, it's all in the rebrand. Okay.
If Turkey can do it, we can do it.
We can rebrand anything we want to do.
Yeah.
All right, guys, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. As you heard us talk off the top of the hour, Power Hour number 4, you guys. It's going to be a great one. We got 2 matches in all 3 of the time slots today. Norway versus France. France is up 3-1 at the moment, and that's because we got a hat trick from
Ousmane Dembele.
That's incredible. Senegal is up on Iraq. And then in the 5 o'clock window, we got Cabo Verde versus Saudi Arabia.
I have an update for you.
Oh.
Verde advances with a win.
Whoa.
Or a draw plus Uruguay loss. Or a draw Uruguay draw. So if they win, they're in. But if they lose, they're out. If they draw, some things need to take place. So I wanted to give you an update there.
Just focus on win and you're in, which is so crazy, you guys. Cabo Verde has been such like one of the Cinderella stories, I think, mainly because of their goalkeeper. And it all started when he got a clean sheet against Spain, and he just blew up. He went into the game with like 40,000 followers. You guys, he's currently at 16.8 million. He's already gone up. He was at 16.7 when we started the show. He's at 16.8 million.
I guess people have also been tracking. So even though he's gained tens of millions of followers, he's only followed back like 6 different people. So now everyone's trying to find out who are these 6 people that
he's still only following
back.
2,176 people.
Who are the special among the 6?
But his life has changed forever.
Yep.
And we've seen this throughout the World Cup, like a lot of really amazing stories with fans and like the different cultures coming together. Like, who knew, like, this was the collab we never knew we needed, was like Mexico and Korea coming together. And just like, I mean, there's going to be like, for generations, it's going to be talked about. And like, oh, do you remember that one time at the World Cup we became like, they are family now.
Yes.
Like, it's just, it feels way, couldn't be there. They raised him. But then also his mom wasn't able to come watch his matches because of visa issues. Well, FIFA got involved and got his mom to the United States. She got to be at his last match. I'm pretty sure she's probably also there for the one tonight when they play Saudi Arabia at 5 p.m. So just a really awesome story. And obviously the world loves it too, because he went from 40,000 followers to 16.8 million.
Good on FIFA for doing something right for once.
Wow, they needed some good PR. So they're like, oh, easy. Visa issues, we know a guy.
We got that covered.
Well, we can get your mom here. We can get her over from Cabo Verde. They needed something. Wild. So that's in the 5 o'clock window with Uruguay and Spain. And then Egypt versus Shays, Iran at 8 p.m. tonight.
Game time.
Woo! And then New Zealand versus Belgium also in the 8 p.m. window. So we have a packed day of World Cup matches. And then we also got Dodgers and Padres, you guys, tonight. First pitch at 6:45. They are playing each other 7 times in the next 10 days without a day off in there. Like, this is about to go down. And we know, doesn't matter where either of them are in the ranking in the standings. Obviously, the last time these two teams faced, it was a back and forth battle of whoever won that game would kind of jump back into first place. And it was this really close back and forth battle. Right now, Dodgers have a 9-game lead over the Padres. But tonight's going to be an emotional game. Walker Buehler on the mound for the Padres, pitching against his former team for the first time as a Padre. And the reason this is, I think, such a big deal, obviously, the rivalry between these two teams. But Walker Buehler was the hero of that World Series, not this past one, but the one before. And then the Dodgers decided not to keep him. So there's got to be a little bit of, what's the word?
Get your chili hot is what a coach used to tell me.
Yeah, there's going to be a little added emotion, aggression probably on the mound towards this team. And we were talking to both Alden Gonzalez and Tony Gwynn Jr. today when they were on the show. And both of them talked about, like, you know, the fact that Walker Buehler is such a cerebral player. He is circling this start, and he knows he has helped kind of stabilize this Padres rotation. But to be able to show, like, it's kind of this, like, let me show you what you're missing.
Yeah.
Kind of thing to the Dodgers facing a former team, especially in the best rivalry in Major League Baseball right now.
Agreed. There is a natural fire that burns in Walker Buehler. It's why he found so much success as a Dodger, because they leaned on that fire. Because when you throw someone in to seal the World Series and pitch a scoreless 9th inning against the Yankees, it's someone that you trust, and it's someone who brings it. Now, Walker Buehler, unfortunately, since not getting that what he hoped would be an extension from the Dodgers entering free agency, it wasn't great last year for him. He struggled with the Red Sox, and then he struggled with the Phillies. Then he landed with San Diego. So I'm sure he's sitting there thinking, right now, I'm sure Dodgers president Andrew Friedman is sitting there saying, yeah, I was right on Walker Buehler. But if you're Walker Buehler, you're sitting there saying, well, here's an opportunity in front of my new home crowd, in front of a team I've kind of rejuvenated quite a bit. And I can pitch lights out and look over at Dave Roberts and look up at Andrew Friedman, wherever he is in that stadium, and say, you missed on me. And every time I face you from here on out, you are going to get my best. So it's a big moment for him, and it's a big moment for Roki Sasaki, who has been up and down. It's been a journey twice now this season. We felt like he got over the hump, only to kind of go back down the hump a little bit. I feel if the playoffs started today, Roki, as you always mention, you kind of dwindled down to 4 starters. 3, and Roki is definitely getting bumped to the bullpen, and that's a fine role to have. It's where he was last year, but that's not what they expected of him this year. And he gets another opportunity to get back over that hump that he's currently going back and forth on.
Yeah, tonight's going to be a setting the tone game, I think, on both sides. Dodgers and Padres are facing each other 7 times in the next 10 days. The sandwich series is what we're calling it, because it's 2 weekends, kind of a sandwich with the little A's in the middle. But even though they're not necessarily in a close race right now in the NL West, both sides, the way you look at this, the Dodgers can create some serious space between them and the Padres if they take this series and next weekend. But on the opposite side, if the Padres take these series, I mean, this is how you get right back into the NL West. So this game tonight, and as you mentioned, Roki has kind of had a roller coaster of a season last 2 months, really, because he finally said he felt like he was pitching like himself. I think that's almost like 5 starts ago. And then now kind of getting back to his older ways of where's that confidence, where's that trusting your stuff, where is your command, where's the consistency on the mound. And for him and Walker Buehler, this, like, both of their outings can really determine and set the tone for this series.
Yeah, and outside of them, because I do feel that this game especially comes down to either pitcher, especially with the emotional weight that both will be carrying in regards to pressure. We're looking at Dalton Rushing, who had his meltdown.
I forgot that was their last game.
Yeah, it feels like a lifetime ago, honestly. And he will be back there catching because Will Smith hasn't even begun working out yet, and it's Dalton Rushing's show still. So we're looking at Dalton Rushing. I'm looking at Brock Stewart, who was able to enter the second game in the series against the Twins, and he was injured, finally came back into the fold, and another healthy arm for the bullpen. What can he bring? I'm looking at the fact that there were, despite sweeping the series, 29 men left on base for the Dodgers in just 3 games against the Twins. It got it done against the Twins. It ain't going to get it done against the Padres. So those are the 3 focal points I'm looking on. The LOBs, left on base, looking at Dalton Rushing, and if Brock Stewart can provide a little more of a punch than we saw in his re-debut.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. Game 1 of the Padres series tonight with Roki Sasaki on the mound for the Dodgers and Walker Buehler on the mound for the Padres. First time facing his former team in the Dodgers as a Padre. And you guys, you can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326 and be a part of the conversation. Right now, we're going to head to Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, what you got for us today? How we doing?
Good. How you guys doing? That's East LA, all right?
East LA.
Shout out East LA.
I got my LA gear. I got my LA hat, shirt.
Love it.
Going a few USC and a couple of Washington Nats. I love that W. It should have been the Senators. The police are not allowed to strike. So I don't believe that they shouldn't be allowed to strike either, on both sides. Let them both lose money if they're going to do this to us next year, because that's 4 years in a row we'll be getting a championship. They shouldn't strike. I mean, come on. It's ridiculous. With the economy, give the people something to be entertained. they should be playing and then work it out somehow. Dodgers are not doing anything special. They've made some bad signings. I can go Snell. I think has been a bad sign. Glasnow. Look what they've been hurt more than they've been playing.
He's
and
not
they should
wrong.
have kept. You're right. And they also let go some of their prospects haven't panned out. We've had our bad shares. Stone, Grover, and another fellow, Miller. I thought they'd be they'd been in starting rotation for years, along with Walker. Injuries happen. It doesn't always work out. I guess we got a little gun shy with Harper, Aaron Judge, calling Herman Munster. 2.0.
There's no way you're getting those guys, Mitch.
We should have kept Cody and Corey. We can trade for Corey. You didn't want to put Trey Turner out of position. We did that with Mookie Betts. He's a Gold Glove right fielder.
Mitch, you're hilarious, and I know
I love you, Mitch.
I do miss Belly. I do miss what do you say, Cody Bellinger. They say Trey
Corey
Turner,
Seager.
Corey Seager. I mean, yeah, those are some old school Dodgers that, like, yeah, you wish you could keep. But I think he was talking about the CBA. Like, don't blame the Dodgers. They've made some bad moves.
Which is fun to highlight because we highlighted the Mets earlier and proof that spending money does not guarantee you a championship. It doesn't even guarantee you a winning record as we look at the Mets, right? And we highlight the Dodgers, who not only can only sign the players who want to be there, which happens to be the entire league, not only develop players, and how many homegrown players over the past decade plus end up being stars for the team, but there have also been misses. So if you're going to highlight the players that have worked out, you got to highlight the misses, right? I don't want anyone out there to fall on the fallacy of, well, it always works out for the Dodgers, because that takes away from the trials and tribulations of giving a guy a lot of money and it not panning out. But because you have so much depth, you are able to not let that derail your entire season. What makes the Dodgers special is they can give Max Scherzer a ton of money on a 1 year and it not really work out. They can have guys like Brusdar Graterol, who we have not seen in years. We may never see him again. And a list of other people who have been super hurt, and the Dodgers still find a way. So Aaron Judge will never be a Dodger, Mitch. And I think you called him Herman Munster, which is hilarious.
Well, he also said Bryce Harper.
He also said Bryce Harper.
Yeah.
I do not see that happening either. But I do agree with the point of, the Dodgers haven't been batting 1,000.
No. Yeah, that's okay. Mitch, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for calling in and sparking that fun little conversation. I love the East LA too.
East LA.
Jersey is just East, like as far East LA as you can get. It's hilarious to me.
Gotta love Mitch.
You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, you guys, World Cup has been so many amazing things around it, but for us, I think the U.S. men's national team has been the biggest surprise and the most exciting thing for us here in the U.S. But can they keep it going? That's coming up next here on 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show, you guys. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326, and we are just in the heart of the World Cup, you guys. Like, I love when we get 6 matches in a day. When was that? This week we moved up from 4 to 6, and now we have the 3 time slots of noon, 5 p.m., and 8 p.m. with 2 matches going on between them. Right now, France is up 3-1 on Norway, but Norway was playing their B team. Is France still, their starters still all in?
Mbappe has been removed from the match. I think they're beginning the process of stripping their starters.
Got it. And then Senegal versus Iraq. That one is also
3-0.
But Iraq has a red card. So
they've
they're
had a
playing
red
down.
card for the majority of the match.
Okay, yeah, they're playing down. And then at the 5 p.m. slot, Cabo Verde versus Saudi Arabia, Uruguay versus Spain. 8 p.m., we got Egypt versus producer Shay's Iran, and New Zealand versus Belgium. So great slate of games yesterday. Team USA was really awesome. Now, obviously, they lost in the final minute extra time to Turkey A. And yeah, you can be sad for a moment that happens, but I think the biggest takeaways was that Christian Pulisic got in and he looked good. He got some gameplay, game speed under his belt, I think, which is the most important part before the round of 32 on Wednesday when they're up at San Francisco Bay Area Stadium playing Bosnia. And that's really the only thing I think you can focus on. It's like, okay, great. It would have been cool to make history, to go undefeated in the group stage for the first time ever, but that's not what's important here. What's important is that we made it to the knockout round, to the round of 32. And for the most part, it looks like we're going to come into that healthy.
The beauty of securing your spot in the knockout round and knowing you're going to advance going into your third match is you get to play strategy. And Pochettino entered that match knowing the goal here is to see 2 things. One, the health of Christian Pulisic, because running around in practice is one thing. We need to know we can rely on him from here on out in matches that are much bigger than this one that we have. And second, what we needed to see was guys who probably aren't going to play much for the remainder of the World Cup get out there and run around, because the World Cup experience, the World Cup journey is a 3.5-year long one. And, you know, if you are a player who's been training and traveling and working with this team, if there's an opportunity for you to get out there knowing that if U.S. plays Argentina or France or one of the big dogs in a playoff battle, you're probably not going to see the pitch. Yeah, let him out there because he put in just as much work and effort as the other guys. Let him run around. Hopefully we win. But as you mentioned, even if we don't, so what?
So, you know, I might be on my own island here, and I kind of talked about it at the top of the show, but I don't think it's a bad thing that they lost to Turkey A, because they were kind of cruising through the group stage, exceeding expectations, and they were put on this pedestal, like not only from the fans, but like I think everybody, just like USA. I don't know, obviously we're not embedded with the team, we just kind of get the reports, but they hadn't really faced any adversity yet. And once you get to the knockout rounds, like that's when the real test starts. And I like to bring people back down to earth a little bit before going into what, I'm not saying the group stage doesn't really matter, but this is where it really gets real and there is no room for error. Group stage, like if you lose a game, you can still make it into the next round. This is like you lose and you're out. You win and you're in and you're on to the next round. And I mean, you can talk about it from a player perspective while you were playing. How much does it help kind of getting that knock back to take it to the next level?
I would compare yesterday's match where you are playing your B squad versus another team's A squad. I would compare that to the final preseason football game in the NFL, where you typically, we'll use the Rams as an example. Matthew Stafford is not playing in the final preseason game. The final preseason game is not for Devontae Adams. It's not for Puka Nacua. It's not for Myles Garrett. It's for the young rookies to get as many reps as they possibly can, because once the season starts, if you're not a starter, we're not going to see a lot of you. And why that game is so important is because, yes, sometimes it's lopsided, but your young guys get to see firsthand where they stand, right? So yesterday, there was a clear difference for Team USA's defense. They looked scrambled, they looked disjointed, they looked overmatched at sometimes, and offensively, they could get to the box, they just couldn't finish when they needed to,
right out of the gates for both halves. Like, both goals came very quickly in the first half and in the second half.
And unfortunately, in between those were a lot of similar setups. They just couldn't bring it home. So what that does is it sends a message to anyone who was in that match saying, man, that was not up to the standard. And if the opportunity comes, whether it's by injury or necessity, I need to be better than I was against Turkey because that wasn't good enough. So, yeah, there can definitely be a measuring stick, because the teams that we are going to face with respect to Turkey from here on out are going to be a lot better.
So it's funny you say preseason. I'm thinking more of like you're already into the playoffs and it's the end of the season and it's that last few games of the regular season before you get to the playoffs and you lose one of those games. And it's like you never want to, because it affects your record.
Yeah.
Okay, this affected their record. There was history on the line in order to do this. When you're a team that you know you're headed to the playoffs and you lose one of those last few games before you get to the playoffs, can that be used as motivation?
Certainly. And sometimes a humbling is a good thing, because what a coach or manager loves is to know that you are better than what you performed most recently, right?
Yeah.
The starters weren't out there for Team USA. But when they approach practice today and every day up to Wednesday, they don't get to walk in with their head held high because, no, we lost, and we are going to address things like we lost. A week of practice coming off of a win versus coming off of a loss are two completely different experiences. Yeah. And there is a chip on your shoulder. There's a little more bite to every single thing that you do when you're coming off a loss. So even if Balogun wasn't out there, he has to approach practice like they lost, and that can bring just a little more oomph out of you.
See, and that's why I think it was not necessarily a bad thing that they lost to Turkey last night, and now they have that chip on their shoulder and that fire to get ready for the round of 32 on Wednesday against Bosnia. And again, this is a shorter break between matches because the last two, they played on a Friday, then they played on a Thursday, and now they're going to be playing on a Wednesday. It's getting shorter and shorter of the amount of days that they have off in between. But I'm excited because, again, I think the biggest takeaway is Christian Pulisic looked solid out there. He was able to, like, the moment he got on the pitch, the entire game changed. The speed of the game changed. The strategy changed. And you're like, oh, now I get it. Now I remember why he is the face of this U.S. men's national team and why he is such an important piece for them and to be healthy and to be out there when it matters most.
Yes, and comparing it to, say, the casual soccer fan viewing experience, I probably the majority of people watching any World Cup game right now are casual soccer fans, or at least started as one. And I'm sure it's easy to sit there and say, okay, well, how does someone impact the game when really I only see 4 or 5 guys moving at a time? Yesterday, Pulisic, or whenever you get to see Messi play, it's a perfect example of how you can affect the entire pitch even if you don't have the ball for the entire time that you're out there. It changes the dynamic of everything, and we know that he's healthy, and he knows the expectations of this team. He is Captain America. He is the face of the golden generation. Let's see what we got Wednesday.
I love it. Now, you mentioned Messi. What are the matches that we have coming up this weekend? Because in a commercial break, you're like, ooh, we got a good slate.
Yeah, we got a good slate.
Give it to us, Brock. Give it to us.
All right. So, actually, 5 o'clock, we have Uruguay and Spain, which is interesting because even though Spain is at the top of the bracket, they technically have not secured their advancement. So
wait, what?
So they have to play their starters, and Uruguay has to play their starters because I believe they have to win to get in. So Uruguay and Spain, Sneaky is going to be a high stakes game. Tomorrow, I am looking at Panama and England. I'm still not convinced about England. Harry Kane came out the gates hot in the first match. The last match, although there was a Ghanaian witch doctor who put a curse on him. Did you see that?
What? No. Excuse me? Go on. You can't just drop that without any background info. I mean, I love magic and witchcraft and aliens and all this stuff, so I'm like, give me more. Let's go.
I do not know his name, but there is some TikTok, Instagram guy in Ghana who's a self-proclaimed witch doctor, and he put a curse on Harry Kane and saying that he will not score a goal against Ghana. And he didn't. Now, he has since lifted the curse. He said he wishes no ill will on Harry Kane. He just couldn't have him succeed against his country of Ghana. So we'll see if Harry Kane can get back to normal form. Colombia and Portugal tomorrow at 4:30 will be a blast. Argentina plays tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. No word on if Messi is going to play. I know
they're already they're
already in.
I would imagine probably not.
I would guess not, or maybe like France today, Mbappe played the first half. And
what about Portugal and Colombia tomorrow? Or is everything set there?
That is 4:30. I believe Colombia lost their first match, but I think they're still in. Either way, that should be a high-stakes game just for two countries that take tremendous pride in soccer. And then some matches starting Monday still need to be set. But
no, Sunday. There's a Sunday.
South Africa, Canada.
Yeah, there's a Sunday knockout round game. Round of 32 on Sunday.
Just one game.
Noon.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm expecting South Africa. I'm sorry. I'm expecting Canada to handle business there. But Monday, Brazil and Japan, for me, that's when it really starts.
Okay. So, all of next week, it looks like, is the round of 32. And then 4th of July starts the round of 16.
I just realized.
What?
I don't think we've talked about this, that how many of these fan bases are going to see July 4th in America for the first time?
Whoa, and the 250th birthday of America. I don't know if you've seen the Coliseum, like how they had Fan Fest, is having a huge 4th of July celebration for the 250th birthday. There's like a bunch of performers again. It's like a whole show, concert, full day event with like food, entertainment. I'm guessing they'll probably have the World Cup watch parties again since it's going to be going on in between the performers.
Cool.
Yeah, I didn't realize how big this 4th of July is. It's also crazy because I always forget, you guys, I am horrible with my anniversary. But my husband and I started dating around 4th of July weekend, and then we got married 4th of July weekend, and we're coming up on our 20th anniversary.
Congratulations.
Which I'm always just like, oh, wow. That's like we've been together more than half our lives.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, which is wild.
When you put it that way, that's special.
You can do it.
Well, no, I'm very excited to see a lot of these fan bases, whether their countries advance or not, stick around, because you imagine the Netherlands fandom or the Tartan Army or South Korea being in America during the 4th of July.
Well, I think the fireworks and how many there are is just going to blow their mind. But it's also these fans have been partying for what is it? Are we at a week and a half?
We're at 3 weeks.
2 weeks straight. There's this viral sound that goes, and then I have to party again tomorrow. I have to party again the next day. And then I have to party again next week. And it's I feel like it's like that, but these fans are just so pumped for it. So if you're anywhere near a beach or near any big square celebration, famous bar, whatnot, there is going to be some insane parties next week.
Are we giving our final guess on you, or are we waiting for D-Mac and Reiter?
I feel like we should let them guess.
Okay.
I don't want to give, or were you going to give us another clue, Shay?
I gave you guys enough clues.
Okay. Then I want to see. I feel like D-Mac's going to get it.
If it's not facial hair,
he always gets it.
Yeah, that was my best guess.
He always gets it for some reason.
Let's bring them in. D-Mac is the ringer.
For
He's
some
the
reason.
ringer.
Is he kind of also a tweener of Gen Z and millennial? I don't know.
I think
he
just knows stuff.
Okay.
I think he just knows everything. Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here, you guys. When we come back, D-Mac and Reiter are going to be joining the show for some crosstalk. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. If you're watching us live on YouTube, you see it's a full table now with D-Mac and Reiter. And D-Mac, you were taking the elevator down to your mic.
I was bouncing my 6'4", bro, with those hydraulics. I was bouncing.
Oh, that was good. Which is funny because we were talking right when you guys came in. Bill and I have this issue where our chairs just kind of give out.
They attack
sometimes,
us.
and you'll see us just like slowly go down. Not like your cool like hydro, you just took your chair down. It's like, oh, ow, oh my gosh, my heels are here.
It happens to be on the air.
Yeah. It's usually when we're on the air,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
he asked, he's like, has it happened to you today? I'm like, So I actually realize it's us who's actually doing it. It's not the chair's fault.
User error.
Our
This
heel,
whole time?
our
That's the
heel
operating
is
theory.
hitting. Our heel hits the thing that goes down, and then we bring it down on our own. Because I did it the other day, and I was like, "Oh, I just did that to
User
myself."
error this entire time.
So it must be good, but sometimes I'll have my sort of ankle wrapped, on,
Yeah.
and it'll trap me.
I know.
And Doug will to help me laugh.
As he should.
Yeah, you gotta do
As
what
he
he can.
should.
That's
Okay,
fair.
you guys, it's Friday, so we got the Shay Gen Z word of the day.
Oh, that's right.
And I want to
I'm on a
see.
cold streak here.
I
I'm on a
know.
cold streak here.
I was pumping you
I
up,
give up
D-Mac.
already.
I
Slump
was-
it.
I was
We
pumping
are
you
Get my
up.
Kyle Tucker on. Slump it.
We are ice cold. We need you to be the
All right.
reader today. So you got locked in.
And I was curious because you keep getting them. Are you millennial? Are you Gen Z? Are you on the cusp?
I'm millennial for sure.
Okay.
I'm 49.
No, you're
but no, late 30s. I'm in my 30s. Late 30s. Late
You know
30s.
how gullible I am. Don't do that. I was
Late-
like, I never see your hair, so I don't know because you wear a hat. So it could be, but no.
So late 30s, but yeah, have other gig I was doing before this. A lot of young interns, and yeah, you
What was
kind
the-
of absorb it, you kind of pick it up.
was the
Also,
gig? What was the gig?
For some reason, he thinks it's secret, but yeah, at my
I'm
old
curious.
gig.
What is it?
Just when I was at Dodgers Nation,
I like
and at
history.
Dodgers Nation, a lot of young people, college, and they kind of, no cap. Obviously, I wear a cap, so it's not no cap, but I will say too. I think my algorithm for some reason flipped in a lot of Gen Z stuff.
Yeah.
Now it's super hardcore soccer because of the World Cup. So
Yeah.
that's why I think I'm losing my Gen Z vernacular touch. So
Okay.
I need to get back.
Okay, well, let's see what it is.
All right.
Let's see what it is.
All right, guys, you ready?
Yep.
The word of the day was mew. And you could say it in a term of someone is mewing. This person
my
is
kids
mewing.
use this.
Okay, so you
Oh,
know
they
it?
do. I know they do.
But I believe that's when I zone out.
There it is. So you guys want to do a sentence?
Yeah, My context clues.
So,
17-year-old
do you guys
uses this.
remember
What's
what
the country
bog
of
meant?
origin?
The country of origin is the U.S.
Okay.
It is an actual word in the dictionary. So if you looked up a dictionary, it
Whoa.
would be in there. It's not just
Okay.
the Urban
Complaining.
Dictionary. Nope. Dang it. So the word I would use it is Cheyenne is currently mewing in order to mog. So what mog?
Do you remember Mog?
Don't show off.
Mog was another one of our words.
Yeah, I got
was over
mog back
2
in the
weeks
day.
ago.
You did.
Mewing to
So to get you guys up to speed, I thought it was, and this was incorrect, it was like a facial hair thing. Like in order to give myself a makeover and look my best, I have to redo my facial hair so that I can mog you. I was in the ballpark.
No,
with
he
And that
was,
wasn't
he
right,
was
'cause-
he was specific to facial hair, and I was like, oh, like you're like getting like yourself like done up.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, you're getting, like, done up.
Little GTL, right? Gym
Yeah,
tan
yeah, yeah.
laundry, maybe. I don't know, like Jersey Shore level. Is it kind of like getting yourself right, or maybe getting a lot of rest and staying out of the action, so you're really fresh, so you can mog, or
And
maybe
come
just
in
straight up
peacock?
plastic surgery. I don't know.
Do you guys know who the Rizzler is?
Yeah.
So do you remember his motion he would always do?
No.
No.
I don't.
That was a hint. That was a
He's the
hint
guy
to
who
you
hangs out with
guys.
the boom
Yeah,
guy, right?
He's that guy.
Yeah.
He's that guy.
No, I have no idea. So do you have it? Are
No,
you,
I've
okay.
already given up.
Oh, okay.
Do we give up?
Do you, Doug?
That was
Mac?
I was kind
Okay.
of he was gonna be I was kind of going on that route. I just can't hit it.
Okay,
Can't
what
hit
is
it.
it?
give up.
All right, guys. So mewing is the act. I'll give you the actual definition,
Okay.
and then I'll
Okay.
give you the Gen Z definition.
Okay.
A tongue posture technique that involves pressing your entire tongue flat against the roof of your mouth, so then it looks like your face is a lot more distinguished and stronger than it actually is.
Oh, so it's like the
Basically
Oh.
that.
Face.
So
Little kissy
the
face, Doug.
Riddler, he had this face that he would do where he would look at you, tell you to be quiet, and go. That's the
so
act
it's
of
like
mewing.
it's like a
So-
face
exactly.
sculpting move.
So then it
Yeah.
got taken by Gen Z of saying, I'm mewing to look better. I'm mewing.
Did this
I'm
lead
gonna
to
mew.
the microfractures you guys
Exactly.
caught on my
Yeah.
dreams
Exactly.
What's that?
Yeah, it's called bone smashing.
Yep.
Bone
Yeah.
smashing.
People intentionally, like, you take like a hammer and make tiny little
ding, ding,
fractures
ding,
so
ding.
that when it
Ding, ding,
heals,
ding.
it's bigger and you have a more
What?
defined face.
The clavicular guy, that's what he
clavicular.
does. Yeah.
Wait,
He actually
what?
just got a nose job too and got his ears pinned back, I
Oh,
believe.
that's
With microfractures.
Yeah.
Well, I've never even heard of
No
those
pain,
guys.
no gain.
So
It's not
kidding, that's
proven at all
terrible.
for the people out there. First off, it's
I
not like a
believe the
proven shit.
Wild.
children are the future.
Wild.
let them lead the
There you
way.
go.
No.
Okay, so that is
All right.
what mewing is. So
Yeah,
Coming
no.
to America.
Oh, you know what it reminds me of? What was the name of the show that Tyra Banks hosted?
Oh, America's Top Model.
Yeah.
Smizing.
With
Smizing.
the Smize, yeah.
Smile with your
I think
eyes.
it's their version of
Yeah.
smizing. Shay, do you know what smizing
Yeah.
is?
Yeah.
My
that
brother
means.
does that. You do that.
Okay.
I mean, I
I
think
do
it's like
that
a mental
too.
thing,
I
right?
do too. But I also, when I went to a hosting academy, I was told to like and again, it's so funny, like smile talking. And if you're not smile talking, to smile with your eyes.
Ah.
Tyra Banks?
Yeah.
Her legacy lives
The
on.
closest I
Wild.
have is
Well, that makes
is
it sound
that
like
you're
she's
supposed to
dead,
smile when you're angry on the phone with, if you're mad at someone over your phone bill, whatever, because it makes you sound happier.
Yeah,
I have heard
smile
that.
talking.
I have heard
Yeah,
that.
smile talking.
Just passive
Yeah.
aggressive.
You look so sinister.
This is not a natural look for you. It's just so wild.
I can't fake stuff. I can't fake smile. I can't. It doesn't work.
You
for
can't
me.
lie.
I mean, I prefer unvarnished candor.
Please explain that.
Sounds like your book title. Unvarnished candor.
What?
Candor.
I'm
Bill Reiter,
I'm
the story of Bill
very
Reiter.
straightforward.
Yeah, unvarnished candor.
Like my wife.
No
my wife
filter.
knows not to say, "Do I look good in this dress?" if she doesn't look good in the dress. I'm like, you know
Oh,
what?
you have no filter.
Sweetie, no, I have a filter. I just don't choose to use it in most situations.
Yes, you don't have a filter.
Okay.
No. A filter is something that it doesn't exist. It exists. I just don't utilize it as much as other people.
Yeah, exactly. So
Like,
no
I-
filter.
Like for
How are
example,
you guys agreeing,
But yeah.
opposites?
No.
Yeah. No,
It's tough to keep score here.
Here's my filter.
I don't know how to keep score here.
Here's my filter.
I don't know how to get the point.
That's a really great point, Alex. That's well said.
That's sarcastic.
No, it's my filter.
I like that sarcasm.
I liked it.
Sarcasm's
You
your
are
filter.
our local, even though you don't name yourself this and you probably reject it, we name you it anyway. You're our local LeBron expert. So
I'll take expert.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So we heard all last week that
Yep.
LeBron and the Lakers were starting talks, and now this week we hear that was kind of one-sided. Is there any meat on the bone there?
So here's what I know. I don't know what's real. I do know that his operation is more sophisticated than any other in basketball. Maybe it's sports and manipulating media, or you pulling the levers of media
Yeah.
successfully. So it's very hard to know what is true. I would say that I would be more inclined to believe, say, a Brian Windhorst report than maybe some other people who are out there.
Okay.
And I'm trying to remember what the latest. I think Brian's latest is Miami is potentially could be gaining steam.
Well, it was more of the like last week. It was
Right.
the conversations, the negotiations between the
started.
Lakers and LeBron had started, and then Shams reported that like no, they
Okay,
haven't.
so you're gonna make me say so this is a
Yes.
no filter. Shams is amazing in his job. He's a better insider than I've ever been, or most people. But I think Shams is easier sometimes. I think Shams is easier to manipulate by people out there than say Woj was, and so
Got it.
like I think the actual answer is it's one thing to have a conversation, it's another thing to make an offer. And Shams saying that there's not been an offer sounds like LeBron's people having him report that because it's technically true, but no.
Oh,
offer,
you think it's still LeBron's people?
I think it's LeBron's
talking.
people putting pressure on the Lakers because like Shams saying there's been no communication to me would be much bigger than there's been no offer.
Right. Yeah.
You can't make an offer if you don't know the money you have to spend because you're
Okay.
telling LeBron we're trying to figure out who else is out
So
there.
the conversations have started. They just haven't like come to an
That'd be my
agreement.
That'd be my bet. I don't know.
All right.
Mercifully, I don't
That
do that
makes
anymore
more
for a living, but
sense.
that'd be my best guess.
Yeah.
The PR mastery
They are
of
good at it.
the last 18 years, I would say, since he's been thrown into the well, I mean, shoot, he's been on the main stage since he was 16 years old, so much longer than that. 20-something years of LeBron James is. I don't know if we've ever seen anything like it.
And I'll go, like, if you want to go deep cut, after he had sort of a bad PR stint his first year in Miami, they hired a guy named Adam Mendelsohn who ran the Republican National Convention in Minneapolis and was Schwarzenegger's
I think chief of staff when Schwarzenegger was
Whoa.
governor. That guy Adam, who doesn't want his name said, but Adam, it's Bill Reiter. If you return my calls, then I guess we wouldn't do this. Is a critical sort of advisor to LeBron, and he operates as a politician and media manipulator.
The Heat didn't hire him.
No.
The Spring Hill team hired him.
After sort of the first year of the Miami Heat thing didn't go. And Adam is very impressive and very smart and good and has trust with reporters. But they hired a guy that runs politicians' operations to run the Bronx.
Smart.
Okay.
I
Very
mean,
smart,
the
huh?
master of manipulation,
100%.
media manipulation, media mogul. Doug, are you okay? You're holding on to that mic and like leaning back.
I found
for
like a
dear
new
life.
groove here.
Are you
I don't know
muting
why.
me?
I found a
What's happening
no,
over there? It's
I
just
found a
like-
really good groove over here with how I've done this last couple crosstalks. It's kind of like way up. I feel like I'm at the dentist office, something like that. I don't know what's going on here, but it's kind of cool just picking up the vibe. So yeah, I'm here for a LeBron conversation for sure too. But I think that we'll see how it plays out. We'll see how it plays out. Let's go.
Let's go. Don't go anywhere.
Go to Miami. I
T-Mac and Reiter
heard Alden on your
coming
show.
up next.
He wants the heat.
Breaking down
He
that
wants the heat.
Dodgers-Padres series. Walker Buehler on the mound tonight. Don't go anywhere.